On a stormy night, a 14-year-old beggar boy blocks the path of a female CEO's car. He pulls a soggy old notebook from his drenched pocket and hands it to her. Before he passed away, my grandfather told me that if I ever went hungry, I should come find you. But when the confused CEO snatches the notebook and flips it open, right on the very first page, the words "marriage contract" make her pupils instantly tremble. What she finds even more unbelievable is her own name is clearly written right there. The small handwriting at the bottom of that contract is now incredibly glaring to her eyes. Granddaughter Bai Ningbing and grandson He Chang are joined as husband and wife for 100 years of happiness. Bai Ningbing grips the notebook tight, her fingers trembling with force. She looks up at him, her face ice cold. "Is your name He Chang?" I nod blankly. "Yes." Bai Ningbing is so angry she's shaking. Her chest heaves violently. "That damn old man. He's been dead for almost a year. What era is this even? To still use this ridiculous childhood betrothal to disgust her." A wave of intense revulsion makes her stomach churn. She hisses through her teeth. "Name your price. How much money to take this and get lost? And never show your face in front of me again." I'm stunned. I shake my head. "I don't want money. Grandfather said I have to stay here until I'm an adult. I have nowhere else to go." Bai Ningbing stares at me intensely, searching for any hint of deception on the boy's face. But in my eyes, there's only a quiet awkwardness that doesn't fit my age. She turns and strides toward her luxury car, slamming the door in a rage. Inside the car, she grabs her phone. Her long-suppressed anger explodes. "Dad, you better give me an explanation. What is this about some beggar boy at the gate with a marriage contract? What's going on?" On the other end of the line, the voice of a tired man says something. Bai Ningbing's face turns even uglier. "I don't care. This was grandfather's decision alone. Why am I the one who has to suffer the consequences?" "I don't agree. Tell him to get out. He can go wherever he wants." She roars into the phone. The expensive car seems to vibrate with her scream. However, the voice on the other end remains calm and gentle, leaving her anger with nowhere to vent. A few minutes later, Bai Ningbing hangs up and throws the phone onto the passenger seat. She closes her eyes and rubs her temples. When she opens them again, there is only darkness left in her gaze. She pushes the door open and gets out, walking right up to me. The freezing rain pours down on me. She only utters 2 words. "Get in." I clutch my plastic bag and hesitantly follow her inside. My shoes step onto the villa's polished marble floor, leaving a trail of muddy water behind. "Stop right there," Bai Ningbing shouts. The disgust in her eyes almost overflows. She tosses a pair of slippers and a towel from the shoe cabinet. "Change into those. And another thing. In my house, you better remember a few rules." I catch the towel and quickly dry my face and hair. Listening with my head down, Bai Ningbing folds her arms. In a cold voice. "First, this villa has 3 floors. The second floor is my private area. Don't go up there without my permission. Second, don't use those disgusting titles for me. Call me Miss Bai. Third, and most importantly, to everyone else, you're just the child of a distant relative of my father. You're just staying here in Kun's. If you dare to say even one word otherwise, I'll kick you out to sleep under a bridge again." I nod silently. I remember. Miss Bai. Bai Ningbing leads me through the vast, luxurious living room, stopping at an inconspicuous small door under the stairs. She opens it to reveal a cramped storage room, filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. The air is thick with the smell of dust and mold. Bai Ningbing points to the only empty space inside. Without a hint of warmth in her voice, "Stay in there." No bed, no blankets, just the cold floor. I look at this tiny, dark space, but I look up and give her a faint smile. "Thank you, Miss Bai. For me, just having a roof over my head is enough." My smile makes Bai Ningbing's heart tighten for a second. An inexplicable irritation rises within her. "What are you thanking me for? For stuffing you in a storage room like trash? Or are you trying to be sarcastic?" The momentary flicker of guilt is instantly extinguished. She's the victim here. "Ningbing." She slams the door shut, leaving me and that smile, locked in the endless darkness. Late at night, the rain has stopped. I curl up on the cold floor, my body still drenched, shivering uncontrollably. The sound of my teeth chattering softly echoes all the way to the upper floor. Bai Ningbing is tossing and turning in bed. Suddenly, she sits straight up, her face full of annoyance. She ruffles her hair and gets out of bed, pulls an old blanket from a cabinet and strides downstairs. Click. She twists open the storage room door. I'm awakened and open my eyes in a daze. Bai Ningbing doesn't say a word. She throws the blanket right at my head. "Take it. You're too noisy." she says, and slams the door again without looking back. The next day, Bai Ningbing wakes up with a splitting headache. She has only one thought in her mind. She must set even more rules for me, to make me unable to stand it and leave on my own. Carrying a heart full of rage, she walks downstairs with a cold, expressionless face. But halfway down, she suddenly stops in her tracks. A strange, fragrant scent of rice is wafting from the kitchen. The aroma hits her nose directly, her stomach, empty all night, suddenly growls at a most inappropriate time. Bai Ningbing follows the scent to the dining room and stops. The messy kitchen she imagined isn't there. The countertop is shiny and new. There's not a single scrap of trash in the sink. I'm wearing a spare apron, clearly way too big for my frame, busy working at the stove. Hearing a noise, I turn around, holding a plate of beautiful, translucent rice rolls. "Good morning, Miss Bai." But her gaze sweeps over me like a dagger, then over to the pink shrimp dumplings on the table, custard buns, in the shape of rabbits, and a pot of steaming, well-simmered white porridge. She realizes her fridge only had some merely expired shrimp, leftover rice, and a bag of flour. Yet I used those scraps to make all of this. The anger she was about to unleash is choked back by the rich aroma. "Who gave you permission to touch my fridge?" Her voice is still cold, but it's lost some of its edge. I hurry to put down the plate I'm holding, softly explaining. I saw the ingredients were about to go bad. It seemed like such a waste, so I just wanted to make breakfast. Bai Ningbing can't find a reason to argue. Her expression turns even frostier. She pulls out a chair and sits as far away from me as possible. I immediately ladle out a bowl of porridge and place it gently in front of her. She doesn't even look at me and starts eating immediately. As the first spoonful hits her mouth, her movements pause for a split second. That rich, fragrant rice flavor instantly warms her empty stomach. Damn, it's actually this good. She maintains her expressionless face, but goes in for a second spoonful. Just then, a loud thump comes from upstairs. What's that smell? It smells amazing. I'm starving. A woman with hair like a bird's nest rushes down like a whirlwind, landing perfectly at the dining table. It's Gu Qingqing, Bai Ningbing's best friend, a fitness coach who's still a bit hungover. She looks at the breakfast spread, her eyes lighting up. "Oh my God, Ningbing, did you change? Finally learn to love yourself, and even make me a love breakfast." She reaches out to grab a dumpling, but after receiving a burning glare from Bai Ningbing, she pulls her hand back regretfully. Only then does she notice me standing nearby, sizing me up from head to toe. Then she suddenly grins. "Hey, handsome, you new here? The new part-time help? You've got some skills. I like you already." With that, she tries to pinch my cheek. I pull back in fright. Bai Ningbing finally can't take it anymore. "Gu Qingqing, go wash your face." I know. Gu Qingqing waves her off dismissively, but her eyes are still fixed on me. She winks. "Wait for me, handsome. I'll be right back to favor your cooking." A few minutes later, after washing up, Gu Qingqing rushes back to the table, tossing all her dignity aside. "Whoa, these shrimp dumplings are amazing. My God, this porridge tastes like it's from heaven. These rabbit buns are so cute. How could anyone eat a bunny? So delicious." The dining room is filled with her exaggerated praise. Gu Qingqing devours more than half the food on the table, finally letting out a satisfied, loud burp. She steps closer to my side, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. "Handsome, what's your name? Where are you from and how old are you? Got a girlfriend yet?" Her enthusiasm makes my face flush red. My whole body stiffens. My name is He Chang. I'm only 14. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing's eyes widen. "Oh, so you're a little brother. Ningbing, where did you kidnap this treasure from?" Bai Ningbing shoots her a cold look. "If you're done eating, go to work. Don't be so cold." Gu Qingqing chuckles and leans in toward Bai Ningbing, whispering, "Not bad, CEO Bai. Look at this kid's face. He's so obedient and handsome, and his cooking is basically Michelin star level. You really don't know how lucky you are." "Shut up," Bai Ningbing hisses. Gu Qingqing makes a face at her, then turns back to me. "Xiao Chang, I've got your back from now on. If anyone bullies you, just tell me." After breakfast and cleaning up, I shoulder a faded canvas bag, softly saying, "Miss Bai, I'm heading to school to register." Gu Qingqing just finished changing into tight athletic gear, getting ready to leave. "Which school are you going to?" "Icun High School. That's on my way. I'll give you a lift." I shake my head, taking a small step back. "No, thank you. But it's not far. I can walk there myself." After saying that, I bow to the two of them and turn to walk out of the luxury villa. Bai Ningbing stands by the window, watching my thin figure, watching me slowly disappear into the distance. She remembers her grandfather clutching her hand on his deathbed, his clouded eyes gleaming. "Ningbing, the debt our family owes the He family must be repaid. You must take good care of He Chang. If he suffers even a little bit of grievance, I won't rest in peace. So annoying. Bai Ningbing irritably grabs her car keys, slams the door, and heads out. In front of Aikun High School, I look at the majestic school gate, feeling like my old clothes are completely out of place. As I muster the courage to step inside, a shout immediately stops me. Hey, stop right there. An impatient, middle-aged security guard glares at me. His eyes are full of contempt. What are you doing? This is a school, not a junkyard for scroungers. I quickly and politely explain. Sir, I'm a new student here to register. But he sneers, a new student looking like that. Show me your admission letter. I hurry to open my bag and search inside. He suddenly loses his patience and roughly shoves me. Too slow. Move aside. Stop blocking the way. I lose my balance, stumbling back a few steps. Snap. The fragile strap of my bag suddenly snaps. The bag hits the ground hard. My belongings scatter everywhere. A worn-out book with tattered corners, a few pens nearly out of ink, and that admission letter, which I had folded so neatly. The whispers of students nearby, and their mocking laughter sting like needles. My face burns with embarrassment. I clumsily crouch down to pick up my things. At that moment, a black Porsche slowly pulls up to the gate. The rear window rolls down silently, revealing a delicate and stunningly beautiful face. Eyes behind glasses sweep over the chaos at the gate. A voice cloyingly sweet comes from the half-open window. Oh, Uncle Trong, why so aggressive? The aggressive guard, hearing this voice, instantly turns from fierce to fawning. Miss Liu, what brings you here? Just picking up a friend. The woman called Liu Ruyan takes off her glasses, revealing a seductive face with sparkling, flirtatious eyes. Is this boy a student at your school? He's not even in uniform yet. He must be a new student here for registration. How could you be so mean to him? The guard's face turns pale, then red, hurrying to explain. I just thought he looked so ragged, fearing he. Fearing what? Liu Ruyan chuckles softly, her voice still sweet, but her tone brooks no argument. He's here to study, yet you block him at the gate and scatter his things everywhere. This really isn't a good look. The reputation of Aikun High School isn't like this, is it? Beads of sweat pour down the guard's face. This Miss Liu is the daughter of the school board director. One word from her and he'd be fired instantly. He hurries to crouch down, awkwardly helping me pick up my things. Sorry, young man. I was blind not to recognize you. I'm left bewildered by this sudden turn, unsure of how to react. I just clutch my newly recovered bag, staring blankly after the black Porsche. Liu Ruyan playfully winks at me, puts on her glasses and rolls up the window. Let's go. The car quietly rolls into the campus and vanishes around the corner. Late afternoon, when I return to the villa, the living room is a complete mess. Discarded clothes are everywhere, along with Gu Qingqing's half-eaten snacks. The air is thick with the scent of laziness. I say nothing, quietly heading into the storage room. Change into my old apron and start cleaning. First, I gather the trash, then wipe the coffee table until it's spotless. Next, I straighten the cushions on the sofa. Finally, I take a cloth and kneel on the floor, meticulously scrubbing every inch of the marble, erasing all the muddy footprints left from earlier. Once the living room is pristine, the villa door opens. Gu Qingqing walks in with another woman. It's the same woman who helped me at the school gate. Liu Ruyan. Whoa. Gu Qingqing shouts dramatically. Oh my god, did a house fairy come to visit? Liu Ruyan's gaze stops directly on the boy holding the cleaning cloth. A knowing smile plays on her lips. Little brother, did you do all of this? You're amazing. I feel my face redden. I nod. Hello, sister. Is this the one you told me about? Gu Qingqing whispers into Liu Ruyan's ear. Liu Ruyan just smiles without saying a word. She walks straight up, looking at me with interest. My name is Liu Ruyan. You can call me Sister Ruyan. Her voice turns sweet and coquettish, with a captivating drawl at the end. My face gets even redder. I look down at the floor, fingering the edge of my apron awkwardly. Go on, say it. Liu Ruyan leans in close. Say it once and I'll give you some candy. Gu Qingqing stands by, laughing hysterically, joining in. That's right, me too. Call me Sister Xiao Qing. At that very moment, Bai Ningbing comes down from the second floor in a silk nightgown. Seeing this scene in the living room, her brow immediately furrows deep. Right now, Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan are flanking me on both sides, as if they'd just found a new toy. Gu Qingqing even reaches out directly and pinches my chubby cheeks, exclaiming, wow, so soft. This feels great. I'm like a frightened little bunny, wanting to escape but not daring to. My cheeks flush deep crimson. Bai Ningbing's frown deepens at the sight. An unnamed anger rises in her chest. I was supposed to be her nuisance, yet here I am being treated like a pet by her friends. She walks down the stairs, slamming her water glass onto the coffee table, making a sharp clack sound. Had enough fun yet? Lu Ruyan and Gu Qingqing stop instantly. Lu Ruyan gives Bai Ningbing a knowing wink. Mingbing, this kid is just too interesting. Lend him to us for a few days. Shut up. Bai Ningbing's face instantly turns icy. She pulls a bank card from her wallet and tosses it at my feet. The sound of the card hitting the floor silences the room. Take it. Bai Ningbing looks down at me, her eyes full of disgust. Go buy some decent clothes and stop dressing like this all the time. I can't stand the embarrassment. I look down at the card on the floor, unmoving. After a few seconds of silence, I look her in the eye. My voice is clear and firm. Thank you, Miss Bai, but I can't accept this. I'll find my own way. I can get a part-time job. Bai Ningbing sneers sarcastically. Are you trying to play the pity card to win me over? She hates people who look weak on the outside, but are actually full of calculation. You're going to work and study. Cut the act of playing poor. It makes me sick. With that, she goes straight upstairs without a backward glance, closing the master bedroom door with a loud thump. However, I act as if nothing happened. When dinner time comes, I'm busy in the kitchen again. Soon, a rich aroma fills the entire villa. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass, stir-fried green beans, and a pot of chicken soup with mushrooms. Gu Qingqing gazes at the feast, her mouth almost watering. Xiao Chang, you're literally an angel. Lu Ruyan grabs her phone, snapping photos of the food and laughing. Hey Xiao Chang, I'm leaving all my meals to you from now on, okay? Bai Ningbing has changed and comes downstairs. The sight she sees is an incredibly harmonious and warm atmosphere. Her two best friends, chattering away with the boy she despises, calling him Xiao Chang so affectionately, as if they were the real family here. While I'm bowing my head, ladling soup for them. In an instant, a wave of fury, and an indescribable feeling of being left out rises within her. Bai Ningbing's face turns extremely grim. Ningbing, come and eat. It's amazing. Gu Qingqing waves over, but Bai Ningbing coldly walks to the table. She doesn't sit down. She pulls out her phone and says coldly, and not hungry. I already ordered takeout. With that, she turns and goes back upstairs. Half an hour later, the takeout arrives. A greasy portion of fried rice, and a bland, tasteless seaweed soup. Bai Ningbing sits on the rug in her room, facing the unappetizing delivery food. She takes just one bite, and can't swallow another morsel. Faint sounds drifted up from downstairs. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan's exaggerated laughter and chatter. It felt like needles were stabbing into her heart. Annoyed, she pushed the food aside. She tried to open her laptop to work, but she couldn't focus on a single word. Late into the night, sharp, rhythmic pains throbbed in her stomach. Bai Ningbing lay on her bed. Images began to uncontrollably flood her mind. The sweet, silky white porridge from earlier, and the incredibly fragrant chicken soup from the evening. Damn it, she suddenly sat upright, struggling in the darkness for a few seconds. She finally surrendered to her aching stomach. Surely there's some food left downstairs. She walked barefoot, moving like a thief, quietly opening her room door, tiptoeing down the stairs. The living room was pitch black, save for the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Following her memory, she felt her way to the kitchen door. She reached out and pulled the refrigerator door. As the fridge door opened a crack, a soft glow spilled out from inside. The light illuminated the area in front of the fridge, and clearly revealed a dark silhouette by the dining table. Bai Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. She froze in place. In that moment, I was sitting in the dark, my eyes locking with hers. In the dim, somewhat intimate glow of the refrigerator, the atmosphere instantly froze. Bai Ningbing's face was filled with raw panic she couldn't hide. Her throat felt parched. Her mind raced at top speed, trying to reclaim her pride as the head of the house. I just came down for some water, she spoke, attempting to sound composed, but her voice was several shades weaker than usual. I didn't call her out. My gaze lingered for a second on the hand clutching her stomach. Nuna Bai, is your stomach hurting? Bai Ningbing's face flushed hot with embarrassment. She was so ashamed she wanted to run away instantly, but the sharp stomach cramps kept her rooted to the spot. I didn't ask anything else. I just quietly stood up and walked toward the stove. The sound of trickling water filled the room, followed immediately by the clicking ignition of the gas stove. A blue flame danced in the darkness. Bai Ningbing stood there paralyzed, unable to leave, but unable to stay comfortably either, acting like a seasoned chef. I chopped the green onions decisively and neatly, beating the eggs with light, practiced movements. In less than 10 minutes, a light yet rich scallion oil aroma melded with the noodles. The scent of wheat instantly filled the entire kitchen. That aroma was like a lure, making Bai Ningbing's stomach churn with even more hunger. I brought out a bowl of clear broth noodles. The broth was crystal clear, the scallions were vibrant green, and in the center lay a golden, perfectly poached egg. Simple, yet incredibly appetizing. Bai, you'll feel better after eating something, I whispered softly. Then I consciously retreated back into the shadows. Her pride stood no chance against the stomach pain and the tempting meal. She was completely defeated. She pulled out a chair. She picked up some noodles, blew on them, and took a bite. The noodles were smooth and perfectly chewy. With the sweet broth, a wave of warmth instantly flooded her stomach, soothing the sharp, aching pain. She took another sip of the broth. An explosion of intense freshness burst on her tongue. She didn't say a word. One bite at a time, the bowl was empty before she knew it. She even finished every last drop of the soup. Finally, her stomach felt warm and comforted. Her entire body finally relaxed. She set her chopsticks down. Only now did she take a good look at me. She watched me, thin and small, only 14 years old, yet with skills surpassing a Michelin-starred chef, clearly just a dependent child living under her roof. Yet I could see through her late-night embarrassment, silently cooking noodles to rescue her from her plight. While she was lost in thought, I stepped forward to clear the table. Light from the kitchen cast from behind me, illuminating her hand resting on the table. Bai, what happened to your hand? She followed my gaze, and realized there was a red burn on the back of her right hand. I just burned it by accident, she replied nonchalantly. When I returned from the storage room, I was holding a small, rough ceramic jar. I opened the lid. A fresh herbal scent wafted out. Let me apply some medicine for you. No need, it's nothing major. Bai Ningbing instinctively started to refuse this unnecessary concern. I didn't listen to her. Using a clean finger, I scooped out some dark green ointment and reached out to touch the back of her hand. Bai Ningbing reacted as if she'd been shocked, abruptly pulling her hand back. She hated any unnecessary physical contact with men. Physical contact. My hand stopped in midair. If you don't treat it, it will blister by tomorrow. It might even leave a scar. Bai Ningbing looked up. She was met with a clear, pure gaze, filled with nothing but earnest concern. The refusal she intended to say caught in her throat. As if possessed, she extended her hand. I bowed my head, focused on applying the medicine for her. Bai Ningbing felt the burning pain instantly replaced by a soothing coolness. She watched the shadow cast by my long eyelashes. Her heart skipped a beat in the silence. It's done, I said, withdrawing my hand and closing the jar. The kitchen atmosphere finally lost its earlier tension. Where did you learn all of this? Bai Ningbing pointed at the jar, voicing her inner curiosity. The director grandma at the orphanage taught me, I replied softly. And the cooking too. She said if I learn many skills, I won't starve in the world. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. What about your parents? I've never met them, I answered calmly. I was abandoned at the orphanage gates. The director grandma took me in. Later, after Grandpa became successful, he found me and took me away. No resentment, no complaints of hardship. I remained composed, taking a period of time, a past painful enough to make anyone cry, and telling it so gently. Bai Ningbing looked at me. The deep-rooted resentment in her heart suddenly began to dissolve slightly, replaced by a tangle of complex emotions. This child really is pitiable. She brushed aside the messy thoughts in her mind. She stood up and said, "It's late, go to sleep." Leaving those words behind, she rushed upstairs as if she were fleeing. Early the next morning, when Bai Ningbing woke up, she felt unusually refreshed. Her stomach felt perfectly fine too, as if the pain from last night had been a mere illusion. She lifted her hand to look at the back of it again. The originally bright red burn now remained only as a faint pale pink mark. She hadn't expected that folk ointment to be so effective. She walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, habitually drawing the curtains open. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she saw. Right then, I was standing in the middle of the yard. Beside me was a large plastic basin. The basin was overflowing with soap suds. I was washing clothes by hand. Resting on the rim was Bai Ningbing's silk blouse. What left Bai Ningbing completely stunned was that in my hands I was scrubbing something with black lace trim. Boom! A rush of heat instantly surged to Bai Ningbing's head. The slight shift in her opinion of me from last night, along with that bit of complex pity, vanished into thin air. She was left with only boundless shame and skyrocketing rage. Without thinking, Bai Ningbing flung her room door open. Rushing downstairs like a whirlwind, she slammed the backyard door open and stormed right up to me. "Hechang!" Her voice trembled violently with fury and utter embarrassment. "What on earth do you think you're doing? You pervert!" I was startled by her sudden appearance and outburst. In my hands, I was still holding the item covered in soap suds and black lace. Fabric in hand, I stood there frozen in shock, looking at her face, which was flush bright red. I opened my mouth in a daze, with a look of utter helplessness. I saw there were clothes in the basket, so I thought I'd just wash them all at once. Who gave you permission to touch them? Bai Ningbing snatched the item that made her want to hide her face. She clenched it tightly in her palm, wishing she could crush it instantly. Who allowed you to touch my things? Her look of disgust made me tremble and step back. I lowered my head, my expression darkening. I only wanted to do more so she would hate me less. Turns out the more I do, the more I fail. What's all the screaming about so early in the morning? Gu Qingqing let out a long yawn, walking out of the house still half asleep. Following her was Liu Ruyan, who had also just been woken up. Mingbing, have you lost your mind? Gu Qingqing took in the scene in the yard and was instantly wide awake. Xiao Chang was being kind enough to wash clothes for you. Why are you blowing up at the boy? She walked over, noticing the basin of suds beside me and several shirts already hanging on the clothesline. Oh my god, you even washed my sports tank top. Gu Qingqing shouted excitedly. Xiao Chang, you're just too good. Liu Ruyan leaned against the doorframe. Her eyes darted between my aggrieved look and Bai Ningbing's flushed face. She looked me over from head to toe, with a playful, mocking smile. My, our CEO Bai. Why such a fiery temper so early in the morning? Her voice was sweet but laced with teasing. Could it be that you're just shy? Shut up. Bai Ningbing felt her face getting even hotter, with her two best friends ganging up on her. Her anger felt as futile as punching a cloud, leaving her only with nowhere to hide her shame. She gave me a scorching glare. Don't you ever touch my things again. With that, she tightly gripped the soaking wet item, turned around and fled back into the villa. Slam. The bathroom door was thrown shut. Meanwhile, at Akan High School number 2, I sat in the corner of the classroom, silent as a ghost, and breathtakingly handsome to boot. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, just as I took out my old pencil case to do homework, suddenly, a bottle of chilled mineral water was gently placed on the corner of my desk. Classmate He Chang. A soft female voice spoke. You looked up and saw the class flower Li Shiyu smiling at you. I noticed you didn't bring a water bottle. This is for you. She pushed the bottle toward me. Just take it. Let's consider it our introduction. Before I could even refuse, she blushed and hurried away. I stared at the water bottle on my desk, feeling extremely confused. But I had no idea that from the back door, several malicious eyes were already fixed on me. Among them was one especially sinister gaze. After school, just as I reached the corner of an alley, several figures immediately blocked my path. Hey, new kid, the one who spoke, was that Du Ziding from the back door this morning, the notorious school bully. He had 2 lackeys with him, surrounding me with mocking smirks. He slapped my face hard. Pretty bold for a brat, aren't you? You just got here and already dare to flirt with Li Shiyu. You gripped your backpack straps tight, biting your lip and backing away. I didn't. Then, another lackey shoved me aggressively. Still talking back? Felt good getting that drink, didn't it? I don't want any trouble, I mumbled softly. Only thinking of not causing trouble for Nuna Bai. It's not about whether you want trouble or not now. Du Zidong sneered and snatched my backpack away. He dumped all the contents onto the ground. It's because I don't like the look of you. The old tin pencil case clattered onto the ground. The harsh sound made my fingertips go white. I looked up at Du Zidong. There wasn't a trace of fear in my eyes, only a strange, unsettling stillness. My gaze momentarily stunned him. Humiliated, he turned to rage. What are you looking at? A punch swung straight at me. By the time I got home, it was completely dark. I snuck into the storage room. From inside an old sack, I pulled out a faded long-sleeved shirt and swapped my t-shirt for it to perfectly hide the painful bruises on my arms. And the scratches, too. Then I went to the kitchen, expertly tying on my apron. I began preparing dinner. Sounds of chopping and sizzling oil. The constant rhythm of cooking filled the air. Watching the food sizzle in the hot pan, my heart slowly began to calm down. Soon the aroma of the meal drifted through the villa. At the table, Gu Qingqing was glued to her phone, salivating over the photos Liu Ruyan had taken. This spicy sliced meat is absolute perfection. Xiao Chang is like a god-tier chef descended to earth, while Bai Ningbing sat at the head expressionless, only occasionally appearing lost in thought, looking like she was still bothered by this morning's events. I brought out the final bowl of soup, set it on the table, and said, "Dinner is served. I'm here." Qingqing immediately tossed her phone and grabbed chopsticks. However, Liu Ruyan didn't move. Her expressive eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Chang. There was a hint of something different in her lazy voice. Today. Why are you only using your left hand to carry things? I stiffened slightly. Am not. I instinctively hid my hand behind my back, trying to hide it. Liu Ruyan smiled. Let me see. She stood up and walked around the table and grabbed my right arm. Don't. I wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Liu Ruyan's fingers gave a gentle tug. The baggy sleeve was instantly pulled up to my elbow. A jarring, deep purple bruise was revealed clearly on my arm. The bloody scratches around it looked heartbreaking. The happy chatter at the table died instantly. Clack. The chopsticks in Gu Qingqing's hand hit the table. Damn it, who did this? She sprang up like a coiled spring, even knocking her chair over, making a loud crashing sound. Her face instantly flushed with fury. Xiao Chang, tell me who beat you like this. I'll go and cripple them right now. The playful smile on Liu Ruyan's lips vanished completely. Her gaze darkened. She gently touched the bruise, coldly asking, "Were you bullied at school?" With all three of them staring at me, I felt immediate panic. Instinctively, I looked toward Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had remained silent the whole time. Her gaze moved from the painful injury slowly over to my face. I saw her catch my evasive glance, and the barely visible scratch on my cheek too. Her eyebrows knitted tightly together. The dining room suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Who was it? Bai Ningbing finally spoke. Her voice was very low, ice cold. It wasn't a question, but a heavy, demanding interrogation. The atmosphere was so suffocating I could barely breathe. Looking at Bai Ningbing's emotionless face, remembering this morning, her angry expression flashed before my eyes. I couldn't cause any more trouble for her. No, it's nothing. I tried my best to pull my arm back. I was just careless and fell down the stairs. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan looked at me as if I were a complete fool. Bai Ningbing stared at me without a word. The room was chillingly quiet. Her stare made my skin crawl. I could only hang my head lower. How clumsy. To end up like this just from a fall. Bai Ningbing coldly uttered those few words, her gaze fixed on the small scratch on my cheek. Was your face from a fall too? Damn it. I'm about to be found out. Her heart suddenly leaped. I instinctively wanted to back away. I didn't know how to maintain this lie. To my surprise, Gu Qingqing was the first to explode. A fall. Do you take me for an idiot? She pulled me behind her back, then glared furiously at Bai Ningbing. Gu Qingqing pointed at my arm, driven mad by anger. Look at this arm. Do stair railings grow fists now? Can a fall result in such a large bruise? This is clearly from a beating. The Ouyuan watched my evasive gaze. Her voice remained sweet but direct. Xiao Chang, lying doesn't make you a good boy. Tell us who bullied you. I looked at Bai Ningbing pleadingly. Her face showed absolutely no emotion. This indifference was even more frightening than Gu Qingqing's rage. I could only double down on my words. No, there's really nothing. I was just being careless. Seeing me like this made Gu Qingqing even angrier. She immediately aimed her fire at the woman at the head of the table. Are you just going to watch? He's in your house, eating your food. Even a pet deserves protection, doesn't it? Now that he's been bullied like this. And you just dismiss it as him being clumsy? Bai Ningbing's face immediately darkened. She hated being told what to do most of all. Her voice grew even colder. He said himself that he fell. Do I have to force him to admit he was beaten? Gu Qingqing's chest heaved with anger. You. Is your heart made of stone? Bai Ningbing didn't even bother to glance at her. She slammed her chopsticks down. Leaving the meal behind, she stood up and walked coldly up the stairs, leaving only an icy silhouette for the dining room. The master bedroom door on the second floor slammed shut heavily. Bai Ningbing leaned her back against the door. Her mind was filled with the image of his arm, with that painful, vibrant bruise, and his panic yet stubborn face while lying. So annoying. She paced around the room in frustration. The feeling of being forced into this responsibility was like a thorn, pricking her and making her feel uneasy all over. But that injury of his was like a brand that lingered in her mind incessantly. She stopped and picked up her phone. Her fingers swept across the screen. Finally, stopping at a contact named Uncle Jiang. The call connected. Her voice regained its usual cold decisiveness. Uncle Jiang, there's a new student named He Chang at Acon number 2. Did something happen today? A few words of explanation came from the other end. Bai Ningbing listened silently. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Her voice dropped suddenly, carrying a hint of danger. I don't care whose child they are, nor do I care about their influence. I'm telling you only one thing. This person is currently under my roof. Tomorrow, I don't want to hear about him carelessly falling at school ever again. How you handle it is up to you. If you fail, you know the consequences. She didn't give him a chance to say another word, and hung up immediately. The room returned to silence. Bai Ningbing stared at her phone screen. That damn old man. Just how big of a trouble did he dump on her? The next day, I entered the school grounds anxiously, only wanting to hang my head and rush into class. To my surprise, right at the corner of the hallway, I ran into the person I least wanted to see, Du Zideng, along with his two lackeys. My heart leaped into my throat. Instinctively, I tried to hug the wall to pass by them, but something unexpected happened. As soon as Du Zideng saw my face, his expression instantly changed. He looked as if he had just seen a ghost, filled with horror and disbelief. He grabbed his lackey and almost fled for his life, turning into another hallway. Through it all, he didn't dare spare me a single glance. I stood there stunned. What on earth was that about? I kept thinking about it the whole way. Finally, I concluded, this must be Nuna Qingqing's doing. Yesterday, only she had been furious for my sake. She seemed so powerful after all. She must have found a way to handle it. In the evening, I returned to the villa, feeling significantly better. Even the aroma of dinner seemed particularly inviting. Gu Qingqing was chatting excitedly with Liu Ruyan. Just then, a golden, glossy chicken leg was placed directly into Qingqing's bowl. Gu Qingqing was taken aback, turning her head to look at me. My cheeks flushed slightly, saying softly, "Thank you, Nuna Qingqing." Qingqing grew even more puzzled. "Thank me for what?" I looked at her earnestly. "I've heard everything that happened at school. Thank you for helping me, Nuna." Gu Qingqing was completely frozen in place. Yesterday, she was only preoccupied with her anger. As soon as she returned to her room, she fell fast asleep. Essentially, she hadn't done anything at all. But looking into those eyes filled with such deep gratitude, less than greater than, those sparkling, radiant eyes, less than greater than, she immediately puffed out her chest, less than greater than. Her face bore a grand expression as if it were just a trivial matter, less than greater than. "It's good that you know that, less than greater than." She patted my shoulder triumphantly. "In the future, if anything happens, just tell your Nuna. I'll accept this chicken drumstick then." After saying that, she nonchalantly bit into the chicken leg. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing, sitting at the head of the table, silently observed this whole scene unfold. Her chopsticks kept poking aimlessly at her rice bowl. Seeing me look at Gu Qingqing, with a smile that was both grateful and trusting, a sudden, indescribable surge of bitterness rose in her heart. Clearly, she was the one who had made that phone call. This little idiot, thanking the wrong person without even realizing it. She pursed her lips, chewed a mouthful of rice vigorously, and then swallowed it in silence. After dinner, just as I finished washing the dishes, Bai Ningbing came downstairs. She was carrying several large luxury brand bags. She tossed them down casually. The rustling sound of the bags instantly shattered the silence of the house. I wiped my hands while poking my head out from the kitchen. I saw her tilt her chin toward the sofa. In a stiff tone, "Some samples from a client were too small. It would be a waste to throw them away." The excuse was so clumsy that even she couldn't stand the sound of it. And Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan acted as if they'd discovered new toys. They swarmed around them. Designer shoes, the latest style of trousers, and shirts with the tags still on. Qingqing exclaimed, "Ningbing, did you go and rob a boutique or something?" Liu Ruyan picked up a shirt, held it up against me, her eyes curving into a smile. "Xiao Chang, go try this on quickly. Give your Nuna something beautiful to look at." Without a second word, the two of them pushed me straight into the bathroom. 2.5 minutes later, when I stepped out, the living room fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. On top, I wore a pristine, perfectly fitted white shirt, less than greater than. Paired with light khaki trousers, less than greater than. At this moment, less than greater. The sharp outfit perfectly accentuated my youthful features, less than greater than. My pure aura was instantly elevated to its absolute peak. My naturally gentle face seemed to almost glow under the lights. I looked exactly like a naive young master from a wealthy family. "Whoa!" Qingqing let out an exaggerated whistle. "Xiao Chang, if you walk outside looking like this, there's no telling how many girls will be chasing after you asking for your number." Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up brightly. She quickly pulled out her phone and started a live stream. Visuals like this simply cannot go to waste. "Come here, Xiao Chang. Come here. Let's do a live stream together. We'll call it Delicacies of the Young Master. I guarantee you'll be famous overnight." "Absolutely not." A cold and stern voice directly cut off Liu Ruyan's plan. Everyone turned simultaneously to look at Bai Ningbing. She had her arms crossed over her chest, her expression as frigid as ice and snow. What is this nonsense? Her gaze swept over Liu Ruyan before finally landing on me standing there awkwardly. He still needs to study. Her tone brooked no argument, carrying an intense protectiveness that even she herself hadn't yet realized. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became delicate. Right at that moment, Bai Ningbing's phone rang at an inopportune time. After seeing the caller's name, her brows furrowed even more deeply. It's a call from the old family mansion. Bai Ningbing walked out onto the balcony less than greater than. Her voice cold yet still maintaining an air of respect. Less than greater than. After the person on the other end spoke for a bit, less than greater than. Her face immediately darkened. What family banquet? Less than greater than. Am not free. But the other side said something else, less than greater than, and her expression became extremely grim. Her eyes pierced through the glass door. Less and greater than. Looking at me in the living room, freshly transformed. Less than greater than. Is it mandatory to bring him along? Less than greater than. Her voice dropped very low. Less than greater than. But the frustration and resistance were impossible to hide. Understood. She hung up, her fingers gripping the phone so tightly they turned white. Having to take me to the family gathering this weekend. This was truly a disaster in the making. At this moment, I sat quietly in the passenger seat, less than greater than. The brand new white shirt on my back. Less than greater than. I looked like a little young master who had never known the ways of the world. Less than greater than. The scenery outside the window receded quickly. The profile of my face looked pure and gentle. However, beside me, Bai Ningbing had her fingertips clenched tight against the steering wheel. She hated this feeling. She felt as though she were escorting a bundle of trouble. She finally spoke, but her voice was still bone-chillingly cold. When we arrive, keep your mouth shut. Just eat. Don't cause any trouble for me. Hearing her, I turned my head. My eyes were clear. I understand. Miss Bai. My obedience did not improve her mood. On the contrary, it only made her more irritable. Inside the old Bai family manor, the lights were blazing. As Bai Ningbing entered the banquet hall with me on her arm, every gaze in the room immediately converged on us. Whispers and murmurs began to rise. Who is that person beside Ningbing? His face looks so unfamiliar. That's the one from the He family. It's the childhood betrothal the old master arranged before he passed. Shh, keep your voice down. Look at Ningbing's expression. Each pair of eyes was prying and curious. Gazes looking for a show were all fixed on me. My body instinctively straightened up. A slight tremor traveled through my hand. Bai Ningbing felt it. She looked straight ahead, heading directly to the food counter in the corner. She took a glass of champagne from a server's tray and coldly left behind 2 words. Just eat. Then, without even looking back, she immersed herself in the fake socializing. I stood there all alone, surrounded by an abundance of food but having no appetite at all. The surroundings were loud and bustling, but I felt incredibly out of place. Cousin, if finally here. Just then, a coy voice rang out, carrying an intentional tone of intimacy. It was Bai Yangsha, the daughter of Bai Ningbing's second uncle. She walked over holding a glass of red wine, her eyes scanning like a radar, immediately sweeping over Bai Ningbing, before finally fixing intently on me. She drawled her words, came with a face full of mockery. Is this the fiancé that grandfather mentioned? Bai Ningbing shot her a glance, but said nothing. Bai Yangsha didn't seem to mind. She circled around to stand in front of me, less than greater than, pretending to observe me curiously for a moment. Less than greater than. He looks decent enough. Less than greater than. Though he looks a bit too young. Is he even 18 yet? I bit my lip, instinctively taking a small step back. Whoops! Bai Yangsha suddenly twisted her ankle, her body swaying unsteadily. Before I could even react, the wine glass in her hand tilted, and the dark red liquid, without missing a single inch, poured entirely onto my pristine white shirt. The glaring red stain across my chest looked horrific. My entire body immediately froze. How is this person walking? Bai Yangsha's piercing scream pierced through the noise of the banquet hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She pointed at the hem of her dress, where a tiny, barely visible wine spot was. With a face full of fury, she shouted, "Are you blind? This is a high-end dress I just had sent over from France. Now it's ruined. Can you even afford to compensate me? What is wrong with this kid, so clumsy and awkward? One look and you can tell he's never seen the world. He can't even walk properly. Ningbing, where did you find this kind of person? How completely unrefined." The relatives nearby immediately crowded around. I instantly became the target of the crowd's criticism. Seeing the support, Bai Yangsha grew even more triumphant. She pointed straight at my nose and commanded, "Apologize." What use is a mere verbal apology? Kneel down and apologize to me right now. The eyes of the entire banquet hall fell upon me like stabbing blades. Mockery, disdain, and gloating over someone else's misfortune. Every negative emotion completely surrounded me. My face turned beet red, my fists clenched tight at my sides. I looked up, my gaze piercing through the crowd to find Bai Ningbing. She stood there holding her wine glass, her face completely expressionless, but those eyes were brimming with a freezing chill. I understood deep down that I couldn't make things difficult for her. This was her home. These people were her relatives, so I slowly relaxed my clenched fists and took a step forward, bowing my head before Bai Yangsha. I'm sorry, I was not careful. My voice was too soft, nearly drowned out by the mocking laughter around me. While speaking, I bent down, intending to pick up a napkin from the floor. Isn't that more like it? When you come from the countryside, you should act like a peasant. Kneel down already. What are you lingering for? Yangsha, don't lower yourself to this kind of person. It'll only stain your eyes. The shouting grew louder and louder, trampling over the last bit of my dignity. My body trembled slightly, and my knees slowly began to buckle. Just as I was about to drop to my knees, a hand gripped my arm, pulling me back a step. I steadied myself after stumbling and looked up in shock. I saw Bai Ningbing, who had at some unknown moment appeared right in front of me. Her tall, elegant silhouette was like an insurmountable fortress wall, instantly blocking out every gaze, every bit of malice and mockery aimed at me. Every mocking laugh in the banquet hall suddenly went silent. Bai Ningbing didn't even spare a glance for anyone else. She just slowly raised her hand, took the glass of champagne in her hand, leaving not a single drop behind, and poured it right over the top of Bai Yangshia's head. The golden liquid streamed down Bai Yangshia's curly hair, flowing across her face, which was frozen in terror, instantly soaking through her expensive formal gown. Bai Yangxia let out a piercing shriek. The entire venue plunged into silence. Everyone was left slack-jawed and stunned by this completely unexpected sight. Bai Ningbing casually placed the empty wine glass back onto a server's tray, producing a crisp, clinking sound. Her gaze coldly swept over every person present before finally settling on Bai Yangxia, who was now soaking wet and looking utterly pathetic. She finally spoke up, each word crystal clear. My fiancé. Is he someone that is your turn to discipline? Bai Ningbing's second uncle, Bai Shaojin, rushed over with a pale face. Suppressing his anger, he whispered, Ningbing, what on earth do you think you're doing? Bai Ningbing didn't even bother to look at him once. Her gaze, like a sharp blade, fastened onto the terrified and humiliated face of Bai Yangxia. Word by word, she said, apologize. Bai Yangxia immediately shrieked, on what grounds? Bai Ningbing, you're crazy. He's the one who stained my dress. Bai Ningbing's voice grew even colder. I will say it one more time. Apologize to him right now. Bai Yangxia was so unnerved by the gaze that she shivered, instinctively hiding behind her father. Dad, look at her. When Bai Shushin met Bai Ningbing's gaze, his heart sank. He knew his niece's methods better than anyone. She inherited all of the old master's decisiveness and ruthlessness. If she didn't get justice today, she would absolutely not let it slide. Weighing the pros and cons, Bai Shushin took a deep breath and pushed his daughter forward from behind him. Shasha, apologize to your cousin-in-law. Dad. Bai Yangxia was in disbelief. Apologize. Bai Shushin emphasized in a low, heavy voice. Bai Yangxia's fingernails nearly dug into her own skin. She glared at me, as if she wanted to devour me alive. Finally, she squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. I'm sorry. Bai Ningbing didn't spare her another glance. She grabbed my wrist and turned to walk away. The decisive click-clack of her high heels felt like a sharp slap to the face of everyone there. She just kept pulling me along, passing through the stunned crowd, and headed straight out of the banquet hall without looking back. The car sped through the night. It was terrifyingly quiet inside the vehicle. I looked down at the glaring red wine stain on my chest, less than greater than. Not even daring to breathe heavily. Less than greater than. It's over. I've ruined her family banquet. Less than greater than. She must be incredibly angry. This suffocating atmosphere was making it hard to breathe. I gripped the hem of my shirt tightly and finally summoned the courage to speak up tremulously. I'm sorry, Miss Bai, I've embarrassed you. A screeching of brakes tore through the night. The massive inertia threw me forward violently, before the seatbelt jerked me back. I looked out at the road in a daze. Under the streetlights, Bai Ningbing's fingers were gripping the wheel, so hard that they were completely white. My heart instantly plummeted into an abyss. She really is angry. I opened my mouth intending to explain further, but she slowly turned her head. Her gaze was complex, filled with frustration, anger, and something else that I couldn't quite fathom. She spoke in a raspy voice. Do you really think that was your fault? I was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Seeing my dazed and aggrieved expression, the fire of anger in her eyes suddenly began to fade, replaced instead by a very unfamiliar emotion. The next second, she suddenly raised her hand. The movement was a bit stiff, pausing for a moment in mid-air before gently resting it on my head. Her palm was very cold, and there was still a faint, barely perceptible tremble. She ruffled my hair and whispered, It wasn't your fault." That sentence made my whole body freeze. I caught the faint, cool scent lingering on her, feeling the clumsy coldness from that palm. My eyes suddenly began to sting and heat up. By the time we returned to the villa, it was late at night. Bai Ningbing kicked off her high heels and went straight to the first aid kit to look for something. I followed behind her like a child who had done something wrong, walking carefully and timidly in her footsteps. Right then, she commanded without even looking up, "Come here." I stepped forward. Bai Ningbing pulled a bottle of safflower oil out from the first aid kit. She unscrewed the cap and a pungent scent immediately filled the air. She suddenly grabbed my wrist exactly where. A red mark had formed from her pulling me so hard earlier. She poured some oil out and began to rub my wrist with somewhat rough movements. I was in so much pain I hissed, "Just bear with it." Her voice was still cold, less than greater than, but the pressure of her hand instinctively lightened, less than greater than. I looked down at her focused profile. In those eyes that were always covered in frost, less and greater than, there was now a hint of earnestness, less than greater than. The stinging pain on my wrist no longer seemed so unbearable. Less than greater than. Click. Less than greater. The villa door was suddenly pushed open. Good grief. I'm absolutely exhausted. Gu Qingqing stormed inside. As she and Liu Ruyan stepped through the door, they saw this strange yet warm scene in the living room. Bai Ningbing was kneeling on one knee before me, head bowed as she applied medicine to my wrist, while I sat obediently, letting her take care of me. Gu Qingqing's mouth instantly dropped into an O shape. Liu Ruyan leaned against the door, watching with amusement, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Oh," Qingqing finally found her voice. "Is the sun rising from the west today? Our noble and icy CEO Bai is actually personally applying medicine to someone else." She even leaned in closer, sniffing the air dramatically. "What is that smell? Could it be the sour scent of love?" Bai Ningbing suddenly let go of my hand, slamming the bottle of medicine onto the coffee table. "Shut up." A faint pink blush spread across her cheeks, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly reaching all the way to her ears. Liu Ruyan added with a squinting smile, "Ningbing, your face is turning red. Xiao Chan, it seems we don't have to worry about you being bullied anymore, because you have our CEO Bai protecting you now. Get out." Bai Ningbing, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, suddenly stood up. After blurting that out, she fled as if running for her life, straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. The door was slammed shut with force. She leaned her back against the cold door, feeling her heart racing as if it were about to leap right out of her chest. Her cheeks were burning hot. Her mind was filled with the teasing words from Qingqing and Ruyan, along with those eyes of his, those eyes that were so clear and slightly bewildered. She reached up to touch her face. Crazy. She must be going crazy. She actually found a nuisance like him to be a little bit cute. Downstairs, I was still standing there, staring in the direction where Bai Ningbing had just vanished. My mind was in a daze. Qingqing leaned in close, throwing an arm around my shoulder. "Not bad at all. Xiao Chang, you've already managed to melt our house's iceberg." My face immediately flushed a deep red. I didn't know what to say. I hurriedly ran back to my storage room and shut the door. In that cramped space, the pungent scent of medicine mixed with the cool fragrance on my wrist became even more pronounced. I opened my school bag and took out my workbook. A folded piece of paper fell out from between the pages, but I only gave it a single glance before folding it back up as it was, tucking it into the innermost pocket of my bag. It was the parent-teacher meeting notice that had just been handed out. In my mind, the scene of tonight's family banquet flashed. Bai Ningbing didn't hesitate to cut ties with all her relatives for me. I absolutely cannot cause her any more trouble. Early the next morning, as I prepared to leave, Qingqing was humming while sweating on the treadmill, soaking wet. Ruyan was wearing a face mask, leaning against the sofa scrolling through her phone. Bai Ningbing had already left for work. No one mentioned the parent-teacher meeting, and I certainly wouldn't be the one to bring it up. The schoolyard was full of parents and students walking together. Li Shiyu was holding her mother's arm. Wang Difo was with his father. Only I was all alone, like an outcast, trudging along the edge of the crowd. I silently walked to my seat in the corner. The chair beside me remained empty. In a classroom packed with people, less than greater than, that vacant space looked glaringly obvious. Less than greater than. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, cleared his throat. Less than greater than. The parent-teacher meeting officially began. I couldn't absorb a single word, because I could feel Mr. Wang's eyes continuously, scanning the empty seat beside me. The whispers of the parents around me felt like needles pricking into my back. Just then, Mr. Wang's tone suddenly changed, his voice rising sharply. But there is also a small group of students showing neglectful behavior, less than greater than, with poor discipline. Less than greater than. What does this indicate? less than greater than. His gaze, like a sharp sword, less than greater than, locked firmly onto me. It shows that there's a problem with their home education. Some parents only know how to give birth, but not how to raise their children. They just toss them into school and consider their job done. This time, every parent's eyes were focused on me. Shock immediately exploded in the room. I became the center of attention and the laughingstock of the whole room. My cheeks immediately flushed hot. I could only lower my head further, my fingers gripping the seams of my uniform pants. I wish there was a hole in the ground for me to crawl into. But at that very moment, a coarse voice rang out, pushing the humiliation in the classroom to its peak. "Mr. Wang, those words of yours really hit the nail on the head." The speaker was Wang Defa's father, a man wearing a thick gold chain. He leaned back in his chair, his legs spread wide in an arrogant posture. He jerked his chin toward me. "My son keeps complaining about this new kid in class, dressed in rags and looking filthy. One look and you know he's not from a decent family. Always so gloomy and silent. He's going to ruin the class's atmosphere." His voice was both loud and grating, as if he were afraid others might not hear him. "Our doozy tongue is working hard to get into a key school. If he ends up being corrupted by this kid, will you be able to take responsibility for that, teacher?" The words acted like a fuse lit on a powder keg. Other parents immediately chimed in. "That is absolutely right, Teacher Wang. The learning environment is the most important thing. A student with such a dubious background as this, how can he be allowed to study in the same class as our children?" "Exactly. I suggest transferring him to a regular class." Endless criticisms rained down, striking me directly in the face. It felt as if even breathing had become difficult. I clearly promised Sister Ching that I would speak up if anything happened. But in the end, I still hid that notification paper away. I did not want to cause trouble for anyone anymore, especially Sister Ningbing. I absolutely could not let her, because of me, have to face these nasty rumors and whispers. Therefore, I clenched my fists tightly, using the pain to keep myself alert and conscious. Teacher Wang pushed up his glasses. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, stabbing straight at me. He carried a judgmental look, staring down at me from above. His voice rang out, drowning out all the other noise. "He Chang, stand up for me." My body suddenly froze. Dozens of pairs of eyes in the class all turned toward me at once. I had to use every ounce of my strength, just to be able to slowly rise from my seat. "Tell everyone," in Teacher Wang's voice. There was clear, undisguised mockery. "Why didn't your parents come? Is it because they are so busy with work that they couldn't make it?" My lips trembled. My throat was dry, and I couldn't utter a word. I couldn't say it. I couldn't say that I have no parents. And even more so, I couldn't say that the homeowner I'm staying with knows absolutely nothing about this meeting. That would only make them a laughingstock in the eyes of others. I lifted my head. Facing Teacher Wang's cold eyes, I spoke up weakly. "They are very busy, sir." This answer immediately provoked a burst of malicious laughter. Teacher Wang laughed too. His laughter was both piercing and harsh. "Busy? I think it is more accurate to say they didn't dare to show up. A family that doesn't even dare to attend a parent-teacher meeting. What kind of children could they possibly raise? What kind of future could they have?" As soon as he finished speaking, voices of agreement echoed from everywhere. "Exactly. If they don't dare to come, then don't stay in the elite class. Get out." Insults and mockery began to drown me. My vision darkened. My fists clenched so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh. Just at the moment when I felt I could no longer stand. Bam! A loud noise rang out. Someone had kicked open the back door of the classroom. It slammed hard against the wall. The entire classroom suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the mocking laughter and chatter ceased instantly. Everyone turned their eyes toward the door in astonishment. At the classroom door, the rhythmic click of slender high heels echoed, carrying an incredibly powerful aura. Click-clack, click-clack. Every step seemed to beat directly against everyone's hearts. A tall figure appeared, backlit. She wore an exquisitely tailored black suit. Her long hair was tied in a sophisticated high bun. Her face was devoid of expression, radiating a chill that made people afraid to approach. It was Bai Ningbing. Her gaze swept across the entire room. Finally, it stopped precisely on the teacher's face on the podium. Her cold, clear voice echoed throughout the classroom. "Who said I didn't dare to come?" Bai Ningbing's voice wasn't loud, but it immediately silenced all the noise in the class. It was as if the whole world had gone still. "Oh my God, Ningbing, wait for me." A panting voice broke the silent atmosphere. Gu Qingqing, wearing a tight sports outfit, clinging to the door while gasping for air, creating a stark contrast with Bai Ningbing. But even so, no one dared to glance over. Teacher Wang on the podium. The irony on his face completely froze. He watched Bai Ningbing as she approached step by step. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. Bai Ningbing didn't bother to look at him even once. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, landing directly on me, standing in the corner. She walked straight toward me as if no one else were there. I felt like I was about to suffocate. I lowered my head, not daring to look at her. I was afraid to see disappointment and disgust in her eyes. I had caused more trouble for her again. Unexpectedly, a cool hand suddenly reached out. She didn't hit me, nor did she push me. Instead, she very gently adjusted my crooked collar. This action made my whole body tremble. I suddenly looked up, bumping into Bai Ningbing's gaze. Her eyes were as cold as before, but deep down, there seemed to be something different. President Bai. A stuttering voice, full of flattery and fear, rang out, finally breaking this bizarre silence. It was the head teacher, Wang. He had recognized Bai Ningbing, a young, highly talented woman with a great reputation in the business world, the CEO of the Bai Group. Her photo had just appeared on the cover of an economics magazine last month. Teacher Wang's face suddenly turned deathly pale, white as a sheet of paper. His voice trembled as well. You? Why are you here? This matter. Is there some misunderstanding? The surrounding parents were also buzzing. President Bai? Which President Bai? Who else could it be? It is the female devil of the Bai Group. Good Lord, why is she appearing here? Could it be that this child is? Whispers broke out again, but this time it was filled only with respect and fear. But Bai Ningbing acted as if she heard nothing. She didn't even bother to glance at Teacher Wang again. Immediately after, her gaze bypassed everyone, locking onto the man wearing the large gold necklace. She spoke slowly. The sound was not loud, but the pressure rose to an extreme height. Who just said they wanted him to transfer classes? Du Zitang's father froze in place. The arrogance on his face vanished completely. Cold sweat poured down his face, frantically waving his hands. Not me, it wasn't me. A clear female voice suddenly interjected. Gu Qingqing had squeezed to the front at some point. She shook the phone in her hand, with a smile as if watching a fun play. Oh my, Teacher Wang and Mr. Du as well. Just now, the two of you were talking so loudly. I stood at the door and didn't miss a single word. Saying this, she directly pressed the replay button. The next second, those harsh, poisonous words echoed throughout the classroom. Dressed in rags, one look and you can tell he's not from a decent family. He will ruin the class atmosphere. A family that doesn't even dare to go to a parent-teacher meeting. What kind of child could they raise? Get out. The recording ended. The whole room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Teacher Wang was shivering like a leaf, while Du Zitang's father, his face had turned as red as pig's liver. Bai Ningbing smiled. That smile was very faint, but it sent a chill down everyone's spines. She stared at Teacher Wang, who was standing unsteadily on the podium. Her voice was soft, setting an example for students. Yet you educate people like this, daring to decide a child's future based solely on groundless speculation. The atmosphere of I-Kun High School No. 2 is being corrupted by people like you. Her gaze then shifted to Du Zitang's father, and you as well. Your son forms gangs at school to bully his classmates. Is this the wonderful family education you are so proud of? Bai Ningbing's sight swept through the entire room. Looking at the parents who were silent with fear, her voice suddenly became bone-chilling. Your children are gold and jade. They cannot be touched, nor can they be spoken to harshly. So my person is just a stone by the side of the road, to be left for all of you to trample upon, and to be cursed at. My person. These words struck my heart with immense force. Bai Ningbing withdrew her gaze. Taking out her phone, she dialed a number without even looking. As soon as the call connected, Teacher Wang's legs suddenly gave out. His whole body collapsed into his chair. Only hearing Bai Ningbing speak calmly. Principal Zhang, is that you? It is me, Bai Ningbing. There wasn't a single ripple in her voice, but each word weighed 1,000 pounds. Starting tomorrow, school No. 2 is no longer allowed to have this person named Wang Ping. As for the issue of school bullying, I need a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, at the year-end board meeting, we shall discuss it at our leisure. Having said that, she directly hung up, not a single wasted word. The classroom was silent as a sheet of paper. Yet Bai Ningbing didn't even bother to look at those with pale faces once. She turned back to look at me again. That cold expression, upon meeting my gaze, suddenly softened. She said only one word, "Let's go." She reached her hand out toward me. This time, it wasn't to grab my wrist, but to open her palm, waiting for me in silence. I stared at that hand in a daze, hesitating for only a second. I then placed my trembling hand upon it. Her palm was both cool and soft. Bai Ningbing just led me by the hand and turned toward the door. Wherever she went, the crowd automatically parted for her, until the heavy door closed shut, separating all the panic within. Gu Qingqing followed behind as she passed by. She even made a face to tease Du Ziteng and his father, then let out a triumphant huff. The sunlight in the hallway was very warm. An immense sense of security immediately collapsed my tightly strung nerves. Looking at her tall back, looking at our hands interlaced together, the corners of my eyes suddenly turned red, unable to hold back. A hot tear fell onto the floor. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing's footsteps came to a sudden halt. She turned around, just catching sight of my reddened eyes, along with an expression of both wanting to cry and stubbornly holding it in. A very soft sigh escaped from her lips. In that sigh, there was helplessness and frustration, and also a bit of heartache that she herself hadn't yet realized. The next second, she actually bent down slightly to look me in the eye. She raised her other hand, using her fingertips a bit clumsily to wipe away the moisture from my eyes, the small tears. It's all right. Her voice was still a bit stiff. It's not that big of a deal. But looking into my tear-filled eyes, her voice unconsciously lowered. In the future, if you feel wronged outside, then just give them my name. She stared intently into my eyes, emphasizing every word. Remember, you're this Bai Ningbing's brother. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Inside the car, I gripped my seatbelt tightly, finally gathering the courage to say, I'm sorry, sister. I've caused trouble for you again. Yet Bai Ningbing still looks straight ahead. Her fingers on the steering wheel tightened. Shut up. I didn't do that for you. It was only to protect the Bai family's face, a single sentence that made my heart immediately sink to the bottom. I lowered my head, not saying another word, so that was it after all. But without knowing, the car's speed gradually slowed down. At the next intersection, she didn't drive home, but instead turned toward the city center, finally stopping in front of a place I had never dared to dream of, the entrance to a luxury French restaurant. Get out. Bai Ningbing said 2 short words, then strode inside in her high heels. I followed behind with a bit of awkwardness. My new uniform looked so out of place on me in this environment. I sat opposite her, feeling constrained. My hands and feet didn't know where to be placed properly. Until the steak was served, I mimicked her and picked up the knife and fork. But I made a screeching noise. How incredibly stupid. Bai Ningbing finally couldn't help but frown. But she set her own cutlery down, walked around the table to my side. Give me your hand. I reached it out blankly. The next second, her long, cool fingers gripped my hand, pressing the knife and fork into my grasp. The moment our fingertips touched, my hand jolted. Then I quickly pulled back. I saw that her expression was also a bit unnatural. She quickly retreated to her seat. Learn it yourself. She dropped that sentence and returned to her chair, picking up her water glass to drink, to hide her own racing heartbeat. My cheeks were burning, bending my head to clumsily cut the steak. Just then, a mocking male voice suddenly rang out nearby. Oh, isn't this President Bai? At this moment, a man in a floral shirt holding a wine glass approached with a malicious smile. It was Bai Ningbing's arch-rival, Mu Yang Ren. His gaze swept over me once. His aggression was plain and undisguised. President Bai's taste has gotten quite strange lately. You actually like this kind of unweaned brat. My hands holding the cutlery tightened. I thought Bai Ningbing would respond in anger. But she just smiled, reaching out to naturally adjust my collar. Then she looked up at Mu Yang Ren, as if showing off a treasure. President Mu, you should mind your words. This is my child. Can I take him out to broaden his horizons a bit? Mu Yang Ren's smile froze on his face. He had a stomach full of mockery ready, but was choked into silence by the phrase, my child. It was like throwing a punch into loose cotton. In the end, he could only squeeze out a sentence with a flushed face. President Bai surely has interesting hobbies. Then he scurried away. Bai Ningbing turned her head and saw me staring at her in a daze. The corner of her mouth quirked up. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. I ate this meal in a daze. The 4 words, this is my child, spread like ripples through my heart. When we returned to the villa, it was nearly 10 p.m. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan ran out carrying food. Ta-da! Here is the victory feast, Gu Qingqing said excitedly, placing a plate of boiled pork on the table. Congratulations to our Xiao Chang for making us proud at school. Liu Ruyan also smiled broadly, setting down a plate of sweet and sour ribs. And also congratulations to our President Bai for the excellent Beauty Saves the Hero performance. The 2 of them finished speaking before noticing the atmosphere was a bit strange. Gu Qingqing sniffed suspiciously, looking at the two of them. There's a smell of black pepper on both of you. Liu Ruyan smiled meaningfully. My, it seems our victory feast was prepared in vain. Someone has already gone out on a secret date. This sentence made Bai Ningbing's face flush bright red. If you are so full you have gone crazy, go upstairs and do 200 squats. She dropped that line and quickly ran straight upstairs. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. In the living room, I looked at the full table of food with guilt. Gu Qingqing swung her arm around my shoulder. If she won't eat, then we will. Come, join sister for another meal. Upstairs, Bai Ningbing stood in the dark hallway. Looking down through the gaps in the railing, she saw Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan surrounding me, one serving ribs, the other ladling soup, and I, after eating, quietly cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen. Finally, I bowed to the two sisters and turned to enter. That cramped storage room beneath the stairs, the door softly closed. This scene made Bai Ningbing's brows furrow tightly. At school, she said you are Bai Ningbing's person. At the restaurant, she said you are her child, yet her child has to live in a room full of clutter, without even a decent bed to sleep on. Thinking of this, frustration welled up in her heart. If word got out, the one losing the most face would be her, Bai Ningbing. The villa was submerged in the silence of late night. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing stepped out of her bedroom. At that time, I was also just about to go to sleep, when there was suddenly a knock on the storage room door. Sleepily, I opened the door. Bai Ningbing was standing right outside. She didn't look at me, but looked over my shoulder, toward the cramped, dark space behind me. Then she spoke coldly. Starting tomorrow, move into the guest bedroom on the second floor. Hearing that, I froze in place. I thought I had misheard. Before I could even react, she coldly added another sentence. I don't want anyone outside saying that I am mistreating you. Having said that, she turned and left immediately. Her back was full of resolve, leaving only me standing there in a daze with a blank mind, along with a set of cold keys in my hand. I carried my old woven bag, stepping onto the stairs where I was once forbidden to set foot. I found the guest room she mentioned, right next to her master bedroom. The key entered the lock and the door opened. A gust of air carrying the scent of warm sunlight rushed onto my face. A large, soft bed. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows took up the entire wall. This place, compared to that damp and dark storage room, was truly two completely different worlds. I set my bag down, slowly stepping inside. My fingertips gently brushed against the soft bed sheets. I understood that all of this was only to save her face. Yet from the depths of my heart, I still couldn't stop a warm wave of emotion from welling up. Just then, the room door was suddenly pushed wide open. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan were chattering, eagerly charging straight into the room. Happy housewarming! Xiao Chang, let sister see. Wow. Ningbing is truly generous. The view from this room is absolutely the best. Liu Ruyan's gaze then landed on the pile of newly bought clothes. She pulled a shirt out of the shopping bag, then measured it against me. Tisk tisk. Our Ningbing's fashion sense is really too conservative. She shook her head in disappointment, then tossed the shirt back into the bag. Xiao Chang, come here, let sister teach you how a boy should dress, to make all the girls scream with infatuation. Exactly. Gu Qingqing followed along excitedly. She pulled out a pair of light khaki pants. These pants are good. Paired with a slightly vibrant t-shirt and a baseball cap too. That's just perfection. They didn't even ask for my opinion, just treating me like a dress-up doll. One outfit after another was placed onto me. My face turned as red as a gak fruit, wanting to avoid it but not daring to. Liu Ruyan even held my shoulders, moving in close, speaking with a voice so sweet it was sickening. Let sister have a good look. With such beautiful collarbones, it would be a waste not to show them. While she spoke, she reached out, intending to undo my first shirt button. What are you two doing? A bone-chilling voice came from the direction of the door. The three of us stopped dead in our tracks. Bai Ningbing stood there imposingly with her arms crossed. Her expression was extremely displeased. Her gaze swept over the messy pile of clothes, finally stopping, staring at Liu Ruyan's hand, which was placed right against my chest. A wave of maneless fury immediately surged into her brain. Ningbing, why are you being so fierce? We are only helping Xiao Chang cultivate his fashion sense. Gu Qingqing chuckled, trying to ease the atmosphere. He does not need you to teach him. Bai Ningbing's voice was now cold to the extreme. Liu Ruyan looked at her territory-protecting expression and winked suggestively. We know. As your darling, so we won't touch him, all right? Get out, Bai Ningbing growled through gritted teeth. After the two of them left, the room immediately became quiet. I stood timidly in place. Bai Ningbing stepped in without a word. She bent down, picking up each item tossed on the bed, then folded each one neatly. Then, she dropped a sentence without looking back. Remember to lock your door carefully from now on. Late at night, Bai Ningbing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind was full of things that happened today, and that strange sense of possessiveness from earlier. Just then, a pure and gentle scent of herbal medicine suddenly drifted into the room through the door crack. This scent was the ointment I had used to treat her burn. Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That boy in the room next door. What is he doing so late at night? She kicked off the blanket, opening her door softly with bare feet. She didn't knock on my door, but turned to head down the stairs, making an excuse that she was just going for a drink of water. But as soon as she reached the first floor, she stopped in surprise. In the kitchen, a small dim yellow light was on. I had my back to her, busy working by the stove. Just then, she coughed softly. I jumped in startle, hurriedly turning around. Miss Bai. A flash of confusion crossed my eyes. Sister, why are you down here? I'm thirsty. Bai Ningbing approached naturally, but her gaze glided toward the small pot bubbling in front of me. Afraid she might misunderstand, I hurriedly explained in a low voice. I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to cook something to eat. I looked at her, hesitating for a moment, then still picked up a clean bowl nearby. Would you like to have a taste? It's sweet rice balls with osmanthus and fermented rice. It's very warming for the stomach. Bai Ningbing did not answer, taking it as silent agreement. I immediately ladled out 2 bowls. Handing one bowl to her, she received the warm porcelain bowl. Using a spoon to take a scoop, the sweetness of the fermented rice, the fragrance of osmanthus, the chewiness of the glutinous rice, immediately soothed her troubled stomach. She ate it bite by bite and soon finished the entire bowl. By the time I looked back at her, I realized a faint smile was flickering across her face. Sister Bai, don't move, I suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing subconsciously frowned. She looked up and stared at me. However, in the next second, Bai Ningbing's eyes widened. She looked at me with an astonished gaze. I reached out with my warm fingertips, gently wiping away the sugar stain from the corner of her mouth. The air instantly froze. This usually cold and aloof female CEO actually forgot to pull away, letting me gently wipe away that tiny sugar stain. The sensation from my fingertips made her breath hitch. I withdrew my hand, waving it in front of her like a good little brother. Pointing at the sugar on my finger, I smiled innocently. But Bai Ningbing's cheeks suddenly flushed bright red. She didn't even dare to look at me again. She put down the bowl and ran straight up the stairs, slamming her bedroom door shut, leaving only an awkward figure leaning against the door, panting. The kitchen suddenly became quiet. I looked in the direction where she had just fled. The shyness in my eyes gradually faded, replaced by a calm smile, as if possessed. I raised the finger that had just touched her lips. I brought it to my lips and gave it a gentle lick. Very sweet. I looked up. My gaze turned toward the second floor again. Under the moonlight, on my face that was always somewhat shy and obedient, a completely different kind of smile appeared. Early the next morning, I was already in the kitchen wearing an apron, having nothing else to repay them with. Then I would use my best skills to completely conquer their stomachs. What is this fragrance? Gu Qingqing, with hair as messy as a bird's nest, caught the scent and rushed downstairs. Seeing the table full of Cantonese morning tea, she immediately started salivating uncontrollably. Gu Qingqing's mouth said she was on a diet, but her hands were honest as she stuffed a shrimp dumpling into her mouth. So delicious, forget about the diet. Xiao Chang, I love you to death. Right after, Lu Ruyan, wearing a lace mask, leaned lazily against the staircase. Her voice carried the charm of someone who just woke up. This little brother is quite calculating, isn't he? Do you want to raise us like little pigs who can't leave you? Hearing this, my cheeks flushed slightly. I just placed the last bowl of pork and century egg porridge on the table. Then those familiar footsteps echoed on the stairs. Bai Ningbing had changed into a neat business dress. She walked downstairs coldly, although her expression remained rippleless. But the moment she caught the fragrance, her footsteps couldn't help but pause for a moment. Sister Bai, please have some porridge. I immediately scooped a bowl of porridge, gently placing it in front of her. Right at this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly patted the empty space beside her. Her coquettish voice was sickeningly sweet. Her eyes were even more flirtatious. Xiao Chang, come over here and sit with me. Shall I feed you some chicken feet? My face instantly turned bright red. Gu Qingqing beside us enjoyed the spectacle even more, shouting that hell be carried away by a vixen. Bai Ningbing's hand holding the spoon suddenly tightened. She looked up, scanning the room coldly. Looking at the beaming Liu Ruyan, her gaze locked onto me. She tilted her chin toward the seat beside her, commanding sternly, sit over here. I didn't hesitate for a second. Under that unquestionable command, I obediently sat down next to Bai Ningbing. At this moment, the seductive smile on Liu Ruyan's face instantly stiffened. Gu Qingqing still enjoying the drama. Her exaggerated whistle hadn't even ended. Bai Ningbing ignored everyone, casually picking up a translucent shrimp dumpling and putting it directly into my bowl. Just focus on eating. Her tone was cold as if scolding. A disobedient little puppy. But the clear sense of protection in her actions was something even a blind person could see. I lowered my head and ate quietly, feeling my ears burning hot. Until the sound of the school bus horn outside the villa, I felt like I had finally been granted amnesty. I'm going to school now. I put on my backpack and was about to run. Gu Qingqing stuffed a carton of yogurt into my hand to get some protein. Right after that, Liu Ruyan also leaned in close, giving me a wet wipe. Her eyes full of affection. Remember to wipe your mouth. You must be a handsome and clean little brother. My figure quickly disappeared onto the bus, and what I didn't know was, the moment my figure faded away on the bus, the coldness in Bai Ningbing's eyes began to rise. She stared in the direction the bus went. Her mind was filled with images of girls chattering at school. The next second, she directly made a phone call. Check Aiken number 2 high school. See if there are any girls who are harassing him. After Bai Ningbing hung up, her eyes were full of possessiveness that kept others away. At school, the moment I stepped into class, I felt something was wrong. The way my classmates looked at me was full of awe and curiosity. But before I could even settle in, a tall figure towered over me. It was Du Zitang. Seeing this, my whole body immediately tensed up, thinking I was about to get beaten again. Unexpectedly, this school bully had an awful expression, as if he'd been constipated for 3 days and nights. After hesitating for a long time, he pulled a pink letter from his chest and slammed it onto my desk. Then he turned and walked straight away. This scene made the whole class gasp. I looked at the envelope that gave off that cheap perfume scent. Looking bewildered, I opened it to read. In delicate handwriting, "Hello, Xia Kang. I am Li Xiyu." It turned out to be a love letter. But before I could finish reading, the school bell rang. I had to put the letter away. I was on pins and needles all day. Li Xiyu's intense gaze from behind me seemed like it was trying to burn me. I finally managed to wait until school was over. I just wanted to escape quickly, but I was blocked on a small path by a group of rowdy big sisters. The leading girl had smoky makeup, blaring fiercely at me. "Are you Xia Kang?" I subconsciously backed away. Before I could speak, they surrounded me. "You're the one who made Xiyu cry, aren't you? You look handsome, but it turns out you're a heartbreaker. Don't think about leaving without apologizing." I was backed up against a cold wall. For the first time, I realized that girls, when fierce, are even scarier than school bullies. But as I was about to explain, the girl's hand grabbed my collar tightly. In that critical moment, a black Maybach with sleek lines quietly pulled up by the curb. The dark rear window slowly rolled down, revealing a flawless face. But as cold as ice, it was Bai Ningbing. She didn't even give me a glance. Her gaze, which could almost freeze the air, pierced through space and locked precisely onto the smoky-eyed girl. Inside the dark car, her expression was unclear. Only her bone-chilling voice was heard, echoing in the suddenly silent atmosphere. "Don't you want to keep that hand anymore?" The Maybach was like a silent black beast, instantly swallowing the darkness of the street corner. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The rowdy girls stood frozen, trembling. Their faces were filled with terror. Bai Ningbing in the car looked toward me, speaking once more. Hearing this, I felt like it'd been granted a reprieve, almost frantically opening the car door, scrambling inside. The silence inside was suffocating. I hung my head low, clutching my knees with both hands, not even daring to breathe loudly, completely unafraid to look at Bai Ningbing beside me. I could clearly feel low pressure radiating from her was more terrifying than ever before. Ironically, at this very moment, there was a soft thud. That pink love letter from the pocket of my worn-out uniform fell right onto the car mat. At that moment, my body completely froze. My blood seemed to turn to ice. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept over the temperature in the car, immediately dropped from freezing point to absolute zero. She stared at the glaring pink envelope and suddenly let out a laugh. Her voice carried unconcealed mockery. "Well done. You just got a protector and already learned how to be a playboy. Is this how you repay my family?" My mind felt like it was exploding. My face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. I bent down in a panic, like picking up a burning bomb, and snatched the letter. "It's not like that, Sister Bai," my voice trembled, desperately explaining. They forced it on me. I didn't want it, but they kept pushing it on me." Bai Ningbing's eyebrows rose slightly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Why did I see you cherishing it so much, carrying it with you all this way?" "I didn't. I was so anxious that the corners of my eyes turned red on the verge of tears, looking at the envelope in my hand, then looking back at Bai Ningbing's cold face. Panic completely took over my brain. The next second, my hands suddenly exerted force and a ripping sound echoed. The pink envelope was immediately torn to shreds by me. In the blink of an eye, the love letter containing a girl's feelings, right there in my hands, had turned into a pile of scraps that could never be mended. I gripped those scraps tightly, as if to prove my innocence. I looked up at Bai Ningbing with red eyes. I threw it away. Seeing me like this, looking like I was deeply wrong, like a little puppy hurriedly wagging its tail to prove loyalty to its master, the inexplicable anger in Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly vanished completely in a strange way. Even a sense of joy that she didn't realize herself was beginning to creep up. She withdrew her gaze, coldly uttering only one phrase, "To the supermarket." In the high-end imported supermarket in Kun City Center, Bai Ningbing pushed the shopping cart, walking ahead nonchalantly. I was in my school uniform, trailing behind like a little tail. "We're out of milk at home." She stopped in front of the fridge and said casually. I immediately stood on my tiptoes, expertly taking from the top shelf the brand of milk she usually drinks, gently placing it in the cart. Vegetables. She walked toward the fresh produce section again. I hurriedly followed, picking up the tongs and beginning to choose, selecting more carefully than anyone else. I pressed them slightly and leaned in to smell them. Only then, satisfied, did I put them in the bag. The lady picking vegetables nearby looked on in a daze. Oh my, this young man. His skills are even more professional than us old folks. Not many boys know how to cook nowadays. Your mother is truly blessed. Hearing this, my face instantly turned red, awkwardly trying to explain. No, that's not it, Auntie. This is. Before I could finish, Bai Ningbing casually interrupted. He's just used to helping out at home. This statement instantly drew the lady's attention toward her. Oh, so you're his sister. This little brother of yours is both capable and handsome. You're very lucky. Hearing these words, Bai Ningbing's face remained expressionless, but inside she felt like honey was being poured. The corner of her mouth quirked up almost imperceptibly. Then she dropped a word, fish, and walked to the seafood section. A strong fishy smell wafted up. I pointed at the bass thrashing most vigorously. Sir, please scoop that fish for me. Remember to clean the black film inside the belly for me. And the gills must be removed too. Her stomach isn't very good. She can't handle the fishy smell. A few steps away, Bai Ningbing was pretending to look at seafood. Her whole body suddenly froze. Stomach isn't good. Even her best friend only knew she had irregular eating habits. No one ever knew she suffered chronic stomach problems. How did he know? The softest part of her heart was suddenly struck hard by something. Back at the villa, while no one was home, I slipped into the kitchen. The clatter of pots and pans immediately echoed. Bai Ningbing sat in the living room trying to handle emails, but the scent of food blended with pure medicinal herb was like a hook catching her soul. A while later, I brought out the food tray. Sister Bai, it's time to eat. Bai Ningbing sat down and took a sip of soup. A surge of warmth rose from her stomach, immediately dispelling all the fatigue and coldness accumulated all day. After finishing the meal, she felt her whole body was warm, exhaling a breath of comfort. I quietly cleared the dishes, but the peripheral vision of my eyes remained fixed on her. Watching her stand up to head to her room, the longing in my heart suddenly surged intensely like wild grass. At the foot of the stairs, I quickened my pace. Not giving her time to turn around, I reached out both hands, gently hugging that slender waist from behind. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was nestled in my arms. Her body suddenly stiffened, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Just as she was about to explode in anger, I gently rested my head on her back, carrying the pure breath typical of a youth, whispering in her ear, pleading, Sister Bai, let me take care of your stomach from now on, all right? The warm breath brushed past her ear, like an electric current making one feel numb. Bai Ningbing intended to push my hands away but hesitated. Her heart pounded uncontrollably in her chest. Let go. Her voice was dry, carrying a tremor that was almost inaudible, but I didn't move. Instead, I tightened my grip slightly more. Insolent! Those two words were cold as iron. Finally snapping me out of it, I hesitated for a moment, before reluctantly letting go. Bai Ningbing walked quickly upstairs, without turning back to look at me, even once more. The next morning, the breakfast table at the villa was suddenly bustling. Liu Ruyan held up her phone, smiling like a fox that just ate something secretly. Everyone, come look at my new video, The Ultimate First Love Chef. It got 2 million likes in just one night. Gu Qingqing swallowed a golden sand bun whole. Her eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Wow, 2 million likes. On the screen was the silhouette of me busy in the kitchen. The light clearly outlined my jawline. That sense of focus was truly top tier. I just came out of the kitchen carrying porridge and immediately froze on the spot. The blush spread all the way down my neck. Sister Ruyan Yu. Liu Ruyan winked triumphantly. Oh my, Xiao Chang, you're famous. I have a sharp eye, don't I? Right at this moment, the sound of high heels echoed from the stairs. Bai Ningbing walked down with a cold face. Her gaze swept over the phone screen. The surrounding air pressure suddenly dropped. Delete it. Liu Ruyan's smile instantly stiffened. Ningbing, this is millions of views we're talking about. I'm saying it again. Delete it. Bai Ningbing's voice was like ice. Liu Ruyan was so intimidated she felt a chill. She had to press delete right in front of her. However, it was already too late. When I put on my backpack and appeared at the gate of Aikun No. 2 High School, the scene before me made me think I was at a star-studded gathering. Everywhere, there were girls holding up their phones, waiting. The crowd boiled over as soon as they saw me. It's the chef god! Oh my, in person! He's even more handsome than in the video! Little brother, look over here! Camera flashes popped continuously. Screams rang out without pause. I was like a terrified little rabbit, not knowing what to do with this sudden enthusiasm. Finally, with the help of security guards, I managed to struggle through the school gates. I was on edge all day. My desk was stuffed with snacks and love letters. Girls were constantly peering in through the window. I felt like I wasn't a person, but like a piece of merchandise displayed in a glass case. At the same time, at the top floor office of the Bai Group, Secretary Zhang entered with a serious expression. CEO Bai, although the source has been deleted, the keyword, first love, chef god, has already climbed into the top 10 hot searches. Bai Ningbing looked at the data on the screen. Her face was so dark, it looked like it could drip water. What is the PR department doing? She leaned back forcefully and took out her private phone, calling Liu Ruyan directly. Liu Ruyan. On the other end, Liu Ruyan was still feeling regretful. What is it, Mingbing? I already deleted it. What do you take him for? Bai Ningbing's voice was terrifyingly calm, making the other end go silent immediately. A tool for you to get more followers. I just felt he's so good that more people should know about him. Whether he is good or not is not for you to announce to the world. Bai Ningbing's voice was bone-chilling. Every word carried an overbearing authority. From now on, everything about him, if without my permission, not a single word is to be leaked. Otherwise, I don't mind making that beauty studio of yours completely vanish from Kun City. Silence on the other end for a while. Silence on the odd. But the fire in her heart couldn't be extinguished. It was the annoyance of her personal possession, being eyed by others, making it impossible for her to sit still for another second. Without much thought, she grabbed her car keys and rushed out of the office at the same time. On the rooftop of the school building, I sat there alone and lonely, letting the wind mess up my hair. The noise from below made me feel suffocated. Right at this moment, the iron door on the roof creaked open. The sound of Bai Ningbing's high heels tapped on the floor. Amidst the silence, she walked up beside me, watching the busy traffic in the distance with me. Without saying a single word, I buried my head even lower. Voice as small as a mosquito. I'm sorry. I've caused more trouble for you again. Isn't it just a few people looking at you? Bai Ningbing's voice was cold, emotions unreadable. What is there to hide from? I bit my lip tightly, clutching my hem, not daring to reply. Looking at my dejected appearance, the frustration in her heart deepened. Suddenly, she took out a piece of candy, peeling the wrapper. She directly popped the candy into my mouth. It was a lemon-flavored hard candy. I was completely stunned, looking up in a daze. Bai Ningbing looked over. My biggest trouble is the fact that you hide everything from me. Looking into my clear eyes widened in shock. As if possessed, she extended her pinky finger. Her voice was very soft, but carried an absolute command. From now on, don't carry things on your own. You must tell me. I stared blankly at that slender white finger, hesitating for a moment. Finally, I reached out my hand and gently hooked my finger around hers. The moment we made that pinky promise, our two fingers were tightly hooked together, making a promise that was both innocent and incredibly solemn. Who would have thought that while immersed in this warmth, in the distance at a street corner, inside an inconspicuous black car, a cold, long-range lens was aimed straight at the two of them. At an elite cocktail party over the weekend, Bai Ningbing took me along to attend. She even generously declared me as her brother in public. In the blink of an eye, I became a target in the eyes of others. A group of wealthy ladies surrounded us. CEO Bai, your younger brother is so handsome. Would the young man like to join the entertainment industry? Hearing this, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. She didn't like others looking at me with a calculating gaze, evaluating me as if I were a piece of merchandise. So she made an excuse to pull me to a secluded corner. She handed me a glass of orange juice and instructed, "Wait for me here, don't wander around." Having said that, she went to attend to the guests. However, being a piece of tang monk meat among a pack of wolves like me, I was still targeted by someone else. A woman with a voluptuous figure holding a wine glass gracefully approached me. Suddenly, she pretended to lose her balance, purposefully falling toward me. A cry of, "Oh my," rang out. Half a glass of red wine, without missing a centimeter, poured straight onto my pure white suit. "Little brother, I'm so sorry." The woman offered apologies with her mouth, but her eyes were full of flirtatiousness. As she spoke, her hand naturally landed on my chest, ambiguously wiping away the wine stain. Her voice was coquettish to the bone. "Look, it's all soaked. Let me take you upstairs to change into something clean, shall we?" My body immediately went stiff. Instinctively, I wanted to step back, but her hand gripped me even tighter. Right at this moment, an icy, light laugh sounded from behind the two of us. "Miss Zhang." Bai Ningbing strode forward. Her gaze was fixed only on the unsightly wine stain on my chest. "How dare you touch my property?" The other woman's face immediately turned pale as a sheet, hurriedly pulling her hand back. "CEO Bai, I didn't mean to. It was just an accident." An accident? Bai Ningbing looked at her, the corners of her mouth curling, but there was no hint of a smile in her eyes. "Is your leg sprained or your arm broken? To the point you can't even hold a wine glass. Do I need to call an ambulance for you?" With every question Bai Ningbing asked, that woman's face grew even paler. "If you're not ill," Bai Ningbing's voice suddenly turned low and cold. "Then get out." Filled with humiliation, the woman shrieked, "Bai Ningbing, don't go too far." Too far. Bai Ningbing found it ridiculous. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "President Zhang, your daughter is drunk at my place. She's making a scene. Oh, and about the South City Land Collaboration Project. Our legal department will reevaluate it tomorrow." Having said that, Bai Ningbing decisively hung up. Look, she didn't even spare a glance at the pale-faced woman. "Security, please escort Ms. Zhang out to sober up." The next second, Bai Ningbing grabbed my wrist, turning around and heading toward the lounge. The door closed, shutting out all the noise from outside. I was still in shock, flustered, and not knowing what to do. At that moment, Bai Ningbing's voice rang out again. "What are you dazing there for? Take it off." Hearing that, my cheeks burned hot. My clumsy fingers tried to undo each button, but I just couldn't get them undone. So stupid. Bai Ningbing couldn't bear to watch any longer. She stepped directly toward me. Her slightly cool fingertips touched my skin, making me shiver slightly. Button after button was undone. The vest and shirt were removed, revealing my slender upper body, but her gaze suddenly stopped at my arm. There, the bruise from the previous scuffle was still visible. Her fingers unconsciously brushed over that patch of skin, making my breath hitch. Bai Ningbing snapped out of it, pulling her hand back as if struck by an electric shock. She grabbed from the nearby rack a spare white shirt, tossing it directly to me and telling me to change. I hurriedly put it on, but when it came to the top button, it got stuck again. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh. She had no choice but to step forward once more. This time, the distance between us was even closer. I could almost feel her breath, warmly brushing against my chin. My face was so red it looked like it would bleed. Done. Bai Ningbing finally finished fastening it, quickly taking a step back to create some distance. "Let's go." Inside the car returning to the city, there was a deadly silence. I watched the neon lights flash by outside the window. My heart was in a tangled mess. Finally, I still spoke softly. "Thank you, sister." "Miss Bai." "No need." Bai Ningbing stared straight ahead. Her voice was calm. "I've already said it. You are my person." But her next sentence made the bit of warmth that had just risen within me vanish instantly. Even though I still find that marriage contract ridiculous. As soon as she finished, my heart turned half cold. However, as the car passed through an intersection, her words suddenly shifted in the darkness. "But I don't hate you." Hearing this, I suddenly turned to look at her, only to hear Bai Ningbing use a very soft voice to recount the old story from back then. That year, the Bai family almost went bankrupt. It was my grandfather who sold off all his assets to pull the Bai family back from the abyss. This marriage contract was the only condition he made at the time. He said he was worried about his only grandson. So, Do you understand now? No matter how much she loathed this relationship, she had the responsibility to keep me safe. Bai Ningbing pinned everything on the word responsibility, but I could see her nervousness. Through her hands gripping the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white, I realized she was not calm at all. Another weekend came. Before dawn, I had already snuck into the kitchen. When Bai Ningbing came downstairs, she smelled a rich, fragrant aroma of meat. On the dining table was a pot of glossy, reddish-brown braised pork. "Don't touch it." I blocked Gu Qingqing's hand. "This is for Grandpa Bai." On the way to the old residence, I held the thermal carrier tightly, anxious the whole way. I heard that Grandpa Bai loves braised pork the most. My grandfather used to make this dish for him in the past, at the Bai family's old house. Elder Master Bai sat in an armchair, looking a bit weary in spirit, but when the pot of braised pork was brought before him, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up with a spark of hope. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of meat. The meat melted immediately in his mouth, fatty but not greasy. The old man's hands began to tremble slightly. His voice was hoarse. His eyes instantly turned red. It's truly the taste of old Master Jia from years ago. After eating, the old man told me to go for a walk in the garden, but kept Bai Ningbing behind. The old man took her hand. Those aged hands were incredibly strong at this moment. He stared at Bai Ningbing. "Bing Bing, do you still see this child as a burden?" Bai Ningbing pursed her lips, not saying a word. The old man's voice deepened a tone. His grandfather personally taught him this braised pork recipe. This sincerity is more precious than anything. He patted the back of her hand and said profoundly, "They'll be blunt with you today. If you don't want the boy, there are plenty of people lining up to snatch him away. Think about it carefully yourself." Leaving the old house, the atmosphere in the car was extremely suffocating. Bai Ningbing gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her grandfather's words were like salt in her wounds. Is it responsibility? Or is it something else? She couldn't help but glance over at me in the passenger seat. I was sitting there very quietly, clutching the now empty thermal carrier. I also noticed her gaze. I turned my head, my eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Bai Ningbing quickly withdrew her gaze, coldly uttering two words, "Sit still." However, late at night, Bai Ningbing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The taste of that braised pork, and her grandfather's all-knowing eyes, kept swirling in her mind. Frustrated, she sat up abruptly and got out of bed. But when she went to the kitchen, she found the refrigerator door slightly ajar. A soft light cast out from within. A dark shadow was seen sneaking around, crouching suspiciously in front of the fridge, seeming to be stealing something. Now Bai Ningbing could clearly see who it was. She stepped forward. "Gu Qingqing, what on earth are you doing?" Gu Qingqing jumped in shock, trembling. The tin biscuit box in her hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. "Bing Bing, why did you come down here too?" "I couldn't sleep." Bai Ningbing's gaze landed on the box of cookies that I had baked this afternoon. She blinked. "Me too." Gu Qingqing patted her chest to recover her composure, struggling to swallow the piece of cookie in her mouth. "My dreams are filled with the food Xiao Chang makes. I was so hungry I woke up." Gu Qingqing picked up the box. Suddenly, her tone changed as she asked, "Bing Bing, what do you really think?" Bai Ningbing leaned against the kitchen counter in silence. "Let me tell you honestly." Gu Qingqing stuffed another cookie into her mouth. Her voice was slightly distorted with her mouth full of food. "Bing Bing, I'm about to lose it." Hearing this, Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched slightly. Before, I just thought he was a kid who could cook well. Teasing him was quite fun. Gu Qingqing's voice lost its usual rowdiness, but now he remembers that I shouldn't drink cold things. He remembers that Ruyan has to diet, even that you have a stomach ache. He even specifically put some pepper in the tripe soup. He's not just simply cooking. He's using his own way to silently take care of all of us. Gu Qingqing's voice grew lower and lower, but every word hit the heart. "Bing Bing, I'm about to be spoiled rotten by him, if this keeps up. I'm truly afraid I'll disregard the age gap, disregard that he's my best friend's fiancé, and just snatch him away directly." Saying that, she stared intently at Bai Ningbing. "You locked him in storage, then moved him to the second floor, protecting him outside, but cold to him at home. Bai Ningbing, what exactly do you consider him to be? A trouble your grandfather forced on you, or your own exclusive toy? If you don't want him, it's better to let go early." Gu Qingqing finished speaking, then stuffed the last piece of cookie into her mouth, turning around to leave. "I'm full. You just stay there and think it over." Bai Ningbing was now alone in the kitchen. She looked at the half-empty cookie box. Her mind was a complete mess. She returned to the bedroom. She didn't close her eyes all night. Early the next morning, I had just set breakfast on the table. Bai Ningbing had already changed and came downstairs. She said nothing. She picked up the bowl of porridge and the sandwich in front of me. Put them in a container to take away. Stop eating. Follow me. I was bewildered and confused. Very soon after, car stopped in front of a majestic building. Kunshan Notary Office. I was dragged by Bai Ningbing into a reception room. A man with gold-rimmed glasses had been waiting for a long time. He pushed a stack of documents toward Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing didn't even spare them a look. Instead, she pushed them straight toward me. She coldly uttered 2 words. Sign it. I lowered my head. Looking at the large letters printed at the top of the page. Real estate gift agreement. Donor, Bai Ningbing. Recipient, Sha Chang. Gifting the top Riverview luxury apartment in Kuncheng, along with a rooftop penthouse apartment, plus 2 parking spaces. I was completely stunned, suddenly looking up at her in shock. Miss Bai. What does this mean? Just what it says on the surface. Bai Ningbing's voice was still nonchalant. As of today, this house belongs to you. The lawyer beside her handed over a pen. Mr. Shah, you just need to sign here. I looked at that stack of documents, but it felt like a piece of red-hot iron. I shook my head, then pushed the documents back. I won't accept it. Bai Ningbing's eyebrows knit together. Do you know how much this house is worth? I'm not taking it, though my voice was small, but it was incredibly firm. Why? Bai Ningbing's patience finally ran out. She couldn't understand. Something that an ordinary person might not obtain even after several lifetimes of struggle. Why would you refuse? At this moment, I stood up, for the first time truly looking her straight in the eye. In those eyes that were always submissive, there was now only stubbornness. Miss Bai, Grandpa told me to come to the Bai family, to repay a debt of gratitude. He said, I must protect you just as he protected Grandpa Bai. I said each word, very clearly. I came to the Bai family to protect you, not for money. Bai Ningbing was completely stunned. All her logic about interests and obligations was shattered by my words in this instant. I had called her sister. This was the first time. Not Miss Bai, not CEO Bai, but sister. She looked at my foolish demeanor. The wall of ice built up in her heart. Over the past 20-plus years, collapsed completely. All reason, all calculations vanished into thin air, leaving only a crazy thought that even she found terrifying. Say that again. Bai Ningbing's voice trembled uncontrollably. I was a bit frightened by the sudden change in her aura. But before I could finish my sentence, Bai Ningbing suddenly stepped forward. Under the lawyer's jaw-dropping, horrified gaze, she said in a hoarse but domineering voice, Fine. If you won't take the house, then trade it for a status. Having said that, Bai Ningbing gripped my wrist and dragged me out of the notary office. Sitting in the Maserati, the air pressure in the car was terrifyingly low. She regretted it. Feeling extremely frustrated by her recent loss of control, she started the car. Her voice was as cold as frost. Forget what just happened. It was just an accident. My heart felt like it was instantly frozen, then thrown into a scorching fire. I saw a faint layer of pink blushing on her fair neck. It turned out she could get nervous too. 1 week later. At the Icon No. 2 middle school basketball court, the whistle blew. My class won by a narrow margin of 1 or 2 points. I was flusteredly handing out water to everyone. Right at this moment, the school belle Li Shiyu, wearing a pure white dress, parted the crowd and stepped in front of me. Her cheeks were flush pink. Summing up all of her courage, she handed me the water bottle in her hand. Sha Chang, I like you. Boom. The entire basketball court seemed to explode. Whistles and cheers almost shook the entire stadium. I clutched the water bottle, completely stunned. My face turned as red as a ripe fruit. I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't utter a word. While I was flustered and not knowing what to do, the ear-splitting roar of an engine echoed from afar. A luxurious black Maybach sped toward us with absolute resolve and braked sharply right next to the basketball court. The entire court immediately fell silent. The car door opened. Bai Ningbing stepped out in 10-centimeter high heels. She wore sunglasses. Her lips were a proud red. Her aura was completely overwhelming, like a queen patrolling her territory. She walked straight up to me and Li Shiyu. She didn't even bother to look at me. Her gaze behind the sunglasses was fixed only on the water bottle in Li Shiyu's hand. The next second, she reached out. With elegant poise, she took the bottle from Li Shiyu's frozen hands. Under the stunned gaze of all teachers and students, she unscrewed the cap and took a sip. When she set the bottle down, a vibrant red lipstick mark was clearly imprinted on the rim. And then, she took that water bottle with her lipstick mark and shoved it into my chest. Go home and eat. Though her voice was soft, It resounded like thunder in the ears. Having spoken, she put her sunglasses back on and turned to walk away, not bothering to glance at anyone ever again. It was as if my paralysis spell had just been lifted. I clutched the bottle, still warm with her scent, and dazedly chased after her. The Maybach sped off, leaving a trail of dust, leaving the whole court filled with people standing like statues, and a school belle with a pale face. On the stands at the corner of the court, Liu Ruyan held up her phone, laughing hysterically. She quickly sent the video she had just filmed into the chat group, Fairies Descending to Earth. Wow, CEO Bai's lifelong reputation is about to be ruined. This vinegar jar has tipped over. Even standing on the third floor stands, I can smell the sourness at Bai Ningbing. Gu Qingqing saw it and also voiced her amazement. This is incredible. Bingbing is truly powerful. This main wife aura is too domineering. I love it. Bai Ningbing, inside the car, glanced at her phone. She only replied with one word: scram. Returning to the villa, I felt like I had just caused trouble again, thinking that I must do something to apologize, so I opened the refrigerator. Only one thought was in my mind. I have to show off my secret talent. 2.5 hours later, when Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan followed the scent downstairs, they were both completely astonished. On the dining table, several exquisite dishes were laid out. Right in the center was a bowl of soup so clear you could see the bottom. Inside that soup lay a few perfectly cooked Napa cabbage hearts. My goodness. Gu Qingqing's eyes almost popped out. Kai shui bai kai, steamed cabbage and consomme. Liu Ruyan was also in disbelief. This dish looks as plain water. Nom fuck chet lai la din cow cool and mei twat tuk cum din. Right then, Bai Ningbing changed her clothes and came downstairs. Her footsteps suddenly stopped. I immediately stepped out from the kitchen, still wearing my apron. My face showed an obvious mix of flattery and anxiety. Miss Bai, I made this dish to apologize to you. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. She sat down at the head of the table. I hurriedly ladled a small bowl of soup and gently placed it in front of her. She picked up her spoon and took just one sip. The moment the broth touched her tongue, an indescribable deliciousness exploded intensely across her taste buds. Her face, which had been tense all afternoon, finally relaxed into a state of ease. She put down the spoon and looked up at me. Don't let there be a next time. I nodded vigorously. A smile of relief broke across my face. The atmosphere at the table finally softened. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan each served themselves a bowl. They were full of praise. Xiao Chang, having a brother like you is a blessing from 3 lifetimes for us. But just as everyone was enjoying this rare, warm moment, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Gu Qingqing set down her bowl, standing up to open the door. Who is it? It's so late. Can't they let us eat in peace? She forcefully pulled the door wide open. Standing at the door was a dapper middle-aged man in a suit, exuding elegance and refinement, accompanied by 2 bodyguards in black. The man brushed past Gu Qingqing. His gaze was fixed straight on me in the dining room. Emotion and remorse welled up in those eyes, along with a frantic joy as if finding a lost treasure. The next second, he spoke in a trembling voice, holding up a thick file of documents. I'm here to find Xia Chang. I am his biological father. I'm looking for Xia Chang. The man repeated once more, his voice carrying an obvious tone of ingratiation. I am the boy's biological father, Xia Binkin. As soon as the words biological father were uttered, my face instantly turned pale, devoid of all color. The chopsticks in my hand fell onto the table with a clatter. I only felt that the hot bowl of cabbage soup had suddenly turned cold as ice. The playful smile on Liu Ruyan's lips also vanished. She scrutinized the man with a cold gaze. Biological father? You only remember to look for him now. Whether it's late or not, the smile on Xia Bingkun's face froze. He hurriedly waved his hands. It's not late at all. I am the one who failed this child. I've been looking for him for many years. Before he could finish, Bai Ningbing cut him off directly. She didn't even stand up, simply glancing at him coldly. What do you want with him? Xia Bingkun's gaze was fixed intently on me. In that look was a mixture of remorse, agitation, and even a hint of greed. He called out tremulously, Xiao Chang, I am your father. I've come to take you home. Hearing that, my whole body couldn't help but tremble, but I didn't answer. I just stood up in silence, stepping one by one behind Bai Ningbing. I reached out and gripped the back of her chair tightly. My fingertips turned pale from the force of my grip. This small action was like an invisible wall, completely separating me from that man. Bai Ningbing understood immediately. This wasn't just ordinary fear, but a rejection deep within the bone, toward this so-called family. She also understood that self-proclaimed father hadn't come at all to make up for lost time. He was here for the Bai family, for that marriage contract and the massive benefits behind it, and I was just the brick he used to knock on the door. He said he has been looking for you for many years. Bai Ningbing's voice was very calm, but she was actually asking me as I stood behind her. My hand gripped the chair even tighter, my head bowed low. My voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, but it carried a suppressed trembling. I've been in the orphanage since I was little. With just those words, it instantly punctured all of He Bingkun's lies. His face became extremely unsightly. Gu Qinqing immediately scoffed. Did you hear that? While our Zhao Chang was suffering at the orphanage, where were you, the biological father, getting rich? He Bingkun's eyes flickered away, but they immediately changed to a look of pained regret. It's my fault. I didn't fulfill my duties as a father. Xiao Chang, come home with me. Dad will definitely make it up to you. Saying that, he intended to rush inside. Bai Ningbing finally stood up. She was very tall, standing in high heels. Her aura immediately overwhelmed the middle-aged man before her. She blocked the way in front of me, like a lioness protecting her cub, shielding me completely behind her. She coldly uttered a single word. Get out. He Bingkun froze on the spot. He didn't expect this woman would be so direct. He tried to explain. Miss Bai, this is our family matter. But Bai Ningbing didn't even care. She directly picked up the phone to call internal security. 2.5 seconds later, from the shadows of the villa, 2 bodyguards in black suits rushed out, their gazes sharp and cold. He Bingkun's face instantly turned pale. He shouted at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you can't do this. I'm his father. I have the right to take my son. Take him? Bai Ningbing laughed, a laugh filled with cold mockery. She leaned slightly to the side, so He Bingkun could see clearly. I was hiding behind her with a pale face, my whole body shaking. Why don't you ask him if he's willing to go with you? My clear eyes were filled with fear. I peeked half my head out from behind her, looked at that stranger and shook my head violently. Seeing my reaction, Bai Ningbing looked away, gave the final order, throw him out. Bai Ningbing, on what grounds? He Bingkun's shouting abruptly stopped. The 2 bodyguards lifted him like a chick, each locking one of his arms, and dragged him straight out. A resounding bang. The heavy ornate iron gate slammed shut, cutting off all sound from outside. No one spoke in the dining room. The bowl of boiled cabbage soup on the table that I put my heart into to please her had now gone cold. That night I came down with a high fever. My whole body was burning hot. I kept deliriously saying, don't hit me. The bun. My bun. Bai Ningbing stayed by my bedside, bit by bit using warm water to help me cool down. Gu Qinqing and Liu Ruyan were also frantic with worry. One went to cook ginger soup, the other went to find the first aid kit. By midnight, the fever finally subsided, but I fell into a nightmare. I suddenly bolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. Sweat covered my forehead. Cold. Bai Ningbing turned on the light. The soft light shone on my tear-streaked face. Had a nightmare? I looked at her, my gaze blank, not saying a word. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. She pulled me out of bed, wrapped me tightly in a blanket, and carried me to the sofa in the living room. Let me lean on her and said, go to sleep. She turned off the ceiling light, leaving only a dim yellow lamp. Don't be afraid, sister is here. My warm body leaned against her, like a weary bird finally finding a harbor. Just as she thought I had fallen asleep, a voice, raspy from a stuffy nose, softly echoed in her ear. Sister, there was no heater at the orphanage in winter. I recounted calmly, as if telling someone else's story. We had to fight for food, too. I ran slowly so I could never get any. Once I went hungry for 3 whole days. The kitchen lady secretly gave me a cold bun. Reaching this point, I paused for a moment. Bai Ningbing could clearly feel the body leaning on her shoulder was trembling slightly. Then the older kids saw it. They dragged me into the bathroom and pushed my head into a bucket of water until I had to hand over the bun. Liu Ruyan hugged me. Her arms reflexively tightened. Dawn was approaching. The first morning ray shone through the floor-to-ceiling window, coating the living room in a layer of pale gold light. When Gu Qinqing and Liu Ru tiptoed down from upstairs and saw this scene on the sofa, the 2 of them stopped in their tracks simultaneously. Bai Ningbing's eyes were bloodshot, her face haggard. She looked at her 2 best friends. Her voice was hoarse yet extremely calm. Investigate that man named He Bingkun. Dig up 18 generations of his ancestors. Saying that, she looked down at me sleeping in her arms. With tears still on my face, her voice cold as if from hell. I will make him wish he was dead. Half an hour later, Secretary Jiang's phone call came in, with a hint of suppressed excitement in the voice. President Bai, the investigation is complete. That He Bingkun is no businessman at all. He's a genuine gambling addict. He lost everything at the casino and owes 12 million yuan. He sought out He Chan to sell him to creditors to pay off his debt. Bai Ningbing listened with an expressionless face. She raised her hand, gently brushing away the side lock of hair soaked with cold sweat on my forehead. She ordered in a very soft but powerful voice, "Handle it cleanly. I don't want to hear this name ever again. Nor do I want to see this person ever again." After that high fever, I changed. I became more clingy. When Bai Ningbing was handling documents in the study, I would bring a small stool and sit right at her feet, reading quietly. When she went to the company, I would stand at the door waiting for half an hour, helping her with her handbag and car keys. As long as she was there, my eyes would follow her without leaving, like a small animal afraid of being abandoned again. Gu Qingqing teased, "It's over, it's over." Our Ning successfully tamed the puppy into a hanging ornament. Liu Ruyan laughed suggestively. "What hanging? This is called absolute loyalty." Bai Ningbing said she was annoyed to death, but her body was very honest. She realized she no longer needed an alarm clock. What woke her up every day was the aroma from the kitchen downstairs, a scent of rice that was both strong and gentle. By the dining table, I placed a bowl of warm pumpkin and millet porridge in front of her. "Miss Bai, it's cold today. Please drink something to warm your stomach." Bai Ningbing looked at the golden porridge, then into my clear eyes. She suddenly remembered the days before she met me. Her mornings were always an iced Americano, 2 stomach pain pills, and sharp, twisting pains. It turns out the iceberg wasn't melted by me, but was warmed bit by every hot bowl of porridge I served. The days passed like that. Soon it was my 15th birthday. The circle of sisters was already bustling early in the morning. Gu Qingqing sent the first urgent message. "Announcement. Today is our Xiao Chang's birthday. I prepared a pair of limited edition AJs. Ningbing, what did you prepare? Don't tell me you forgot." Liu Ruyan added after, "I booked a top studio for the best photographer to take a commemorative photo set for him." Bai Ningbing looked at the screen. Her finger paused for a long time. Only texted back 2 words, "Cake." The group chat suddenly went silent. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan both criticized her for being too perfunctory, but Bai Ningbing turned off her phone and called another number. "Hello? Prepare a gift for me, for a 15-year-old boy." Yes, it must be a unique gift. Evening. When I pushed the door open with my backpack on, what greeted me wasn't the familiar smell of food, but the sound of loud party poppers and colorful confetti flying everywhere. The living room lights were all off. Only the cake with 15 candles on the table was emitting a warm glow. "Happy birthday." Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan jumped out wearing funny birthday hats. I stood frozen to the spot. My eyes instantly turned red. From childhood until now, I've never had a birthday party. I even forgot when my birthday was anymore. Gu Qingqing gave me a tight hug, then hurriedly urged, "What are you crying for? You silly boy, make a wish." The flickering candlelight reflected on my pure face. I looked at Gu Qingqing's smile, Liu Ruyan's blessings. Finally, my gaze rested on Bai Ningbing in the distance. She wasn't wearing a birthday hat, nor was she smiling, just silently watching me. But in those cold eyes was filled with gentle candlelight. I closed my eyes, joined my hands together, and made a silent wish, hoping to be with you sisters forever. It would be so good if it could be like this forever. "Blow out the candles!" I took a breath and blew them out. The living room lights flared up. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan couldn't wait and shoved gifts into my hands. A pair of limited edition sneakers, a contract for high-end artistic photography. I solemnly said, "Thank you, Sister Qingqing. Thank you, Sister Ruyan." "Ningbing, where's your gift?" Gu Qingqing shouted at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, handing me a deep blue velvet box. "Happy birthday." I nervously opened it. Inside lay a wristwatch quietly. The dial was a deep, dark blue sky with small diamonds forming a star map. "It's the Orion constellation." I recognized it instantly. It was the only constellation I could recognize at the orphanage. I looked up and stared at her. When I was delirious with fever, I said winter at the orphanage was very cold, and my only joy was watching the stars. She remembered it all. Bai Ningbing looked at me, her own reflection clear in the depths of my eyes. The ice in her heart had completely vanished at this moment, not out of duty, not out of regret, but simply because it was me. She reached out and naturally put the watch on my wrist. "From now on, sister is your family. In the future, I will be by your side for every birthday." Hearing that, my tears could no longer be held back, drop by drop falling onto the starlit watch face. Nyungdum luknai. Ding dong, the doorbell rang at the worst possible time. Gu Qingqing went to open the door in annoyance. "Who is it? Don't you know? We're having a touching family celebration?" As soon as the door opened, she froze. Outside was a woman in her 40s, wearing a Chanel outfit, her aura extremely elegant, with a Bentley parked behind her. The moment Bai Ningbing saw that woman, her eyes suddenly hardened. Why is it her? Gu Hanshuang, the illustrious woman in the financial world, a legend who built a massive business empire. The one Bai Ningbing had always secretly admired. However, Gu Hanshuang's gaze bypassed everyone and landed accurately on me. That always calm and composed face showed a crack for the first time. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she said tremblingly, "I'm here for my son, He Chang. Inside the villa right now. Bai Ningbing and the others are celebrating my 15th birthday." And at that exact moment, a woman named Gu Hanshuang unexpectedly appeared. She says she's my actual biological mother. She looked at Bai Ningbing and coldly declared, "Miss, I am He Chang's legal guardian. I want to take him." To where? Gu Qingqing instantly lost her temper, rushing forward to confront her. "Now you say you're his mother. Where were you when he was so hungry he had to dig through trash?" Before she could finish, the two bodyguards acted like a wall, blocking Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan. As for Gu Hanshuang, she didn't even lift an eyelid. She leisurely took a checkbook from her assistant, tore out a sheet, and held it between two fingers. "I heard the Bai family's capital chain has been a bit tight lately." Gu Hanshuang's lip curled into a smile devoid of warmth. "Here is 100 million yuan. Consider it compensation for your hard work and caring for my son." But Bai Ningbing kept her eyes down, not moving at all. Seeing this, Gu Hanshuang tore out another sheet. "Another 100 million. That's 200 million. Then she glanced around the house and gave a light huff through her nose. "With me, He Chang will attend the best schools and eventually inherit my commercial empire." Is he supposed to stay here with you to be a nanny or play house and sister-brother romance with you? Bai Ningbing, you can't give him a future. I stood between the two of them, head bowed, unable to say a word. Just then, Gu Hanshuang lost all patience. She reached out to grab my arm. "Xiao Chang, let's go with Mother. Mother will take you abroad." Seeing her hand about to touch my shoulder, I backed away suddenly as if struck by lightning, until my back hit a warm chest. It was Bai Ningbing. I gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, my fingers turning white from the strain, shrinking my whole body behind her. When I had a 40-degree fever, only Sister was there to look after me. When I was bullied, it was also Sister who stood up to protect me. I looked at the strange woman before me. "You have money, you have houses and cars, but I don't know you. I don't want to go with a stranger." Hearing this, Gu Hanshuang's face immediately darkened. She slammed the checkbook onto the shoe cabinet nearby and was about to fly into a rage when a tearing sound was heard. Bai Ningbing had taken those 200 million checks and tore them to shreds in front of everyone. The shredded paper bits, like flakes, fell all over Gu Hanshuang's expensive high heels. Gu Hanshuang's eyes widened, screaming like a madwoman. "Bai Ningbing, are you crazy? That's 200 million yuan. Nung bak nung bang chi thong fa fui bui zi tren te." She turned and grasped my cold hand, wrapping it tightly within her own palm. She looked directly into Gu Hanshuang's eyes and enunciated each word. "He Chang is not merchants, and I am not doing business with you. He's my family, my person, and no amount of money can buy him." At the last word, her voice wasn't loud, but it made the whole room freeze. "Get out." Gu Hanshuang stared at Bai Ningbing, her chest heaving violently, clearly in an extreme rage. But a few seconds later, she took a deep breath and put her sunglasses back on, hiding the malice in her eyes. "Bai Ningbing, you will regret this." Having said that, she turned and walked away. Slam. Gu Qingqing slammed the door shut with force. The world finally became quiet again. All the tension suddenly snapped at this moment. The strength in my body seemed to drain away instantly. My knees went weak, and I collapsed. He Chang. Bai Ningbing was quick to catch me in her arms, not letting me hit the floor. My forehead was covered in cold sweat, my face pale as paper, gasping for breath repeatedly. Only exhaustion remained after the stress response. Bai Ningbing wanted to help me to the sofa, but I clung to her sleeve and wouldn't let go. I looked up, eyes filled with tears, my voice raspy. "Sister, please don't drive me away. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to be by your side. Bai Ningbing's heart felt as if someone was squeezing it, both heartbreaking and painful. She raised her hand, gently wiping the tear from the corner of my eye with her fingertip. The movement was extremely gentle. Her voice carried a hint of helpless indulgence. Silly boy. Besides staying with sister, where else could you possibly go? The next day, a pile suddenly appeared in the villa, of gifts piled as high as a mountain. Limited edition sneakers, the latest computer, a telescope, and many other things. All together probably enough to buy a small apartment in Kuncheng. Gu Qingqing sat cross-legged on the sofa, chewing on melon seeds while rolling her eyes. Tisk tisk, some people wouldn't even give a bun before. Now they're acting like Santa Claus. What do they call this? Late affection is cheaper than grass. I stood in the corner with my backpack, looking at the pile, my eyes full of fear. I don't want. Liu Ruyan walked down from upstairs. Her high heels kicked aside a bag blocking the way. Then throw them out or donate them. Either way, don't leave them here to be an eyesore. Just looking at them makes me feel nauseous. I didn't say anything. Head down, I squeezed past the gifts and ran to school. However, what made me even sadder were the rumors that suddenly appeared at school. Today their gazes were full of scrutiny and envy, along with undisguised malice. Hey, did you hear? That He Chang kid is an illegitimate child of a wealthy family. For real. The female chair of Gu Group came in person to pick him up, but he didn't even care to go. He won't even acknowledge his own mother for the sake of money. Those words were like knives, every single word stabbing into my ears. I sat in the last row of the classroom, resting my head on my arms, trying to isolate myself from the malicious gossip. After school, I went straight home, hiding in the kitchen to chop vegetables. But my head was filled with those piercing sounds. Illegitimate child, for money. Slice, the blade came down. Bone-chilling pain shot through my fingertip. Clumsily bandaged it with gauze, ending up with a finger wrapped as thick as a swollen carrot. Just then the door opened. Bai Ningbing walked in with a tired face. In the room full of gifts, her eyebrows instantly furrowed. Still not thrown out yet? Gu Qingqing shrugged. Just waiting for you to decide. After all, it's the work of the great President Gu. But before Bai Ningbing could respond, she saw me walking out of the kitchen. Her gaze hardened immediately. What happened to your hand? As she spoke, she stepped forward quickly and grabbed my wrist. A bit of red blood had soaked through the gauze. I just slipped while chopping vegetables. I mumbled and tried to pull my hand back. Then at my avoiding eyes, she understood right away. This child wasn't just hurt in the hand, but even his spirit was crushed. Clearly, someone had pricked his self-esteem. Bai Ningbing let go of my hand, turned around, and immediately made a phone call. On the other end of the line came the formal voice of Gu Hanshuang's secretary. Miss Bai, is young Master Xia enjoying those gifts? Bai Ningbing cut her off coldly. She told Gu Hanshuang that if she didn't want the Gu Group's stock to hit the floor tomorrow, then she should stop these dirty tricks immediately, and tell her to watch her mouth. Don't let me hear any rumors about Xia Chang at school. Her gaze swept over the luxury goods filling the house as she hissed every word. It'll burn all this junk for her, consider it paying an early visit to her grave. With that, Bai Ningbing hung up abruptly. She let out a sharp exhale, as if suddenly remembering something, and frowned as she kicked the gift box at her feet. She turned to look at me. Go change your clothes, come out with Nuna. At that moment, in a budget supermarket, Bai Ningbing pushed an old shopping cart ahead. Her cold and elegant aura was completely out of place among the elderly crowd here. She suddenly turned back to me. What are you standing there for? Come over here and pick some eggs. I blinked, hardly believing my ears. Picking eggs. Bai Ningbing pointed to the discount section, her tone matter of fact. What else? Pick the ones that are even and slightly rushed shells so they're fresh. Watching her bossy demeanor, I couldn't help but let out a laugh. The woman who just casually tore up a 200 million check, less than greater than, now only cared about potatoes at 2.5 yuan per half kilo, less than greater than, and green onions for 1.8 yuan a bunch, less than greater than. I stepped forward and seriously picked the eggs, less than greater than. And the unease from being the subject of gossip instantly vanished into thin air. I softly called out to her, Nuna, can we have tomato and egg noodles tonight? Returning to the villa, as expected, those eyesore gifts had been cleared away without leaving a trace. Steam in the kitchen billowed up as I brought 2 simple bowls of noodles to the table. Bai Ningbing sat across from me, lifting a strand of noodles to her mouth, eating slowly and deliberately, even finishing more than half of the broth. I looked at her, my eyes crinkling with a smile. Is it good, Nuna? It's all right. She put down her chopstick, pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. Her gaze finally came to rest on my bandaged finger, then shifted to my face, which finally had a bit of color. In that moment, what shimmered in her eyes was a sense of peace that no amount of money could buy. Bai Ningbing watched my back as I cleared the dishes, her hands resting on her knees, suddenly tightening into fists. She knew all too well that to protect this peace, relying on a few checks would never be enough. Gu Hanshuang was a man-eating tigress who left no remains. The only way was to become stronger than her, so strong that she could break her backbone with a single blow. Kunchang in June was extraordinarily sultry. I sat in the study facing a mountain of practice exam papers. Even in my dreams, I was memorizing ancient poetry and chemical formulas. After all, this was the first truly important exam of my life. Suddenly, the door clicked and opened as Bai Ningbing walked in wearing loungewear, carrying a glass of warm milk. She placed the milk next to my hand in silence, then turned to sit on the sofa, picking up a financial magazine to pretend to read. For the past few days, to help me study, she had canceled all her social engagements and even delayed multi-million-dollar projects. I looked at the wall clock. It was already 11:30 p.m. I rubbed my eyes, my voice raspy. "Go to sleep first, Nuna. I'll go to bed as soon as I finish this set of problems." But Bai Ningbing didn't even look up, merely shifting her crossed legs. "I'm not sleepy. Finish your milk." I lifted the glass, and the warmth and sweetness instantly chased away all my worries. I stole a glance at her. The ruthless CEO who showed no mercy at work was now staying up all night with me. Even though I knew that she basically didn't understand ninth-grade geometry, just having her sitting there made these problems seem so much easier to solve. During the 3 days of the entrance exams, the sky over Kunching seemed to be riddled with holes as the rain poured down relentlessly. Bai Ningbing personally drove me to school, not even calling for her chauffeur. The car charged through the curtain of rain, wipers working continuously. I sat in the passenger seat, watching the blurry city streets outside, feeling more secure than ever before. Soon, the car pulled up steadily in front of the testing center. Bai Ningbing unbuckled her seatbelt, pulled out a black umbrella from the back seat, and didn't forget to remind me, "Be careful getting out." But just as I pushed the car door open, a sudden commotion broke out among the crowd as a familiar bell-like voice pierced through the rain and echoed toward us. Xia Chang, look over here." I was completely stunned, looking toward the source of the noise, frozen in place. At the most prominent spot by the school gate, Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan were holding up a massive banner with a message printed on it that was enough to make me want to vanish on the spot. "Warmest congratulations to our little chef, little brother Xia Chang, for making the honor roll." Everyone around was speechless. Gu Qingqing was even waving a glow stick frantically, while Liu Ruyan held a clear umbrella, smiling broadly like someone enjoying a good show. The surrounding students and parents all stared, some even pulling out their phones to take pictures. At the sight, my toes curled as I wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it immediately, wishing I could just turn invisible. I don't know them at all. I buried my face in my bag, muttering under my breath. While Bai Ningbing looked at that banner, her lip twitching slightly. But she said nothing, only reaching to straighten my wrinkled collar, her voice cold yet incredibly reassuring. "Ignore those two lunatics. Nuna will take you for hot pot after the exam." I nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, opened my umbrella, and charged into the rain. And right across the street, a black Bentley was quietly parked under the shade of a tree. Gu Hanshuang took off her sunglasses, watching as I turned to wave at Bai Ningbing before entering the school gates, wearing an innocent, unguarded smile that she had never seen before. The assistant in the front seat asked softly, "CEO Gu, do you want to go over and say hello?" Gu Hanshuang looked silently at the study materials and nutrition supplements prepared, realizing how redundant everything on that list seemed now. No need. She forcefully rolled up the window, throwing the documents aside. Back to the company. The final bell for the English exam rang, and I felt as light as air. Merging with the crowd pouring out of the exam room, the rain had stopped and I stood on my tiptoes. And amidst the sea of people, a single glance was enough to find that familiar figure. Bai Ningbing stood right at the caution line, coldly rejecting a man who tried to approach her. I pushed through the crowd, hurrying to stand before her, breathless. "Nuna." She saw my slightly messy hair and my eyes sparkling with joy, so she reached out, neither hugging nor shaking hands, just gently patting my head twice. The gesture was a bit clumsy, yet strangely tender. "You've worked hard. Let's go home." My mouth broke into a wide grin, smiling until my eyes were nearly closed. Back home, half a month later, the exam result portal opened. Gu Qingqing was faster than anyone, gluing her eyes to the screen. So excited she almost threw the mouse away. He passed. He's in the top 10 for the whole city. I knew our little Chang was a study god. Liu Ruyan was also cheering and clapping beside her. I looked at the number and let out a sigh of relief. instantly turning to look at Bai Ningbing. She was holding her coffee, showing no expression on her face, yet her eyes and brows were filled with immense pride. At that very moment, my phone suddenly vibrated violently, displaying a multimedia message from an unknown number. I opened the screen, my pupils shrank. Bai Ningbing noticed my strange reaction, putting down her coffee and stepping over. "What is it?" I said nothing, just handing the phone over to her. Bai Ningbing glanced at the screen, her gaze instantly turned ice cold. Bai Ming looked at the photo of the admission letter written in English in the message, where the name of a prestigious foreign school was clearly visible. Immediately after, another text message popped up. "If you feel the educational resources in Kunching aren't good enough, this ticket will always be waiting for you. Go see the world outside. Don't limit your vision to a tiny corner of a kitchen." Like that. Bai Ningbing's gaze was sharp. As expected, Gu Hanshuang hadn't given up. She had simply switched tactics. She had packaged the so-called future to a glittering golden bait, placed right in front of a 15-year-old like me. This was an overt scheme. Bai Ningbing handed the phone back to me, asking softly, yet her voice held the stillness before a storm. "You want to go?" I stood silently by the coffee table, the phone lying still upon it, the foreign elite school's crest on the screen, looking exceptionally dazzling. "Go." Bai Ningbing spoke in a businesslike manner, her voice terrifyingly calm. She tilted her chin, pointing at the screen. "That's the best boys' school in the world. You'll graduate as an elite, a darling of high society, instead of staying here in this kitchen, making boiled cabbage for me." I lowered my head, remaining silent. After a long while, I finally whispered, "Do you hope that I go, Nuna?" Hearing this, Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. She wanted to say she didn't, to say that without me, this villa would be cold and empty. But as the words reached her lips, they turned into two cold words. "I do." With that, she stood up, took a gulp of her cold coffee, and turned to walk straight upstairs. The vast living room was now left with only me. I picked up the phone, the light from the screen reflecting on my face. I went up to the second floor, turning to the room Bai Ningbing had specifically arranged for me. I sat in silence, my fingers gently tracing the deep blue face of the watch. Less than greater than. The cool sensation making me feel immensely at ease. Less than greater than. Early the next morning, less than greater than, a burnt smell permeated the entire living room. There was no breakfast on the table, no porridge, nor any sign of the familiar figure busy in the kitchen. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan were both bewildered. "What's going on? Did the kitchen explode?" In the middle of the living room, I was crouching before a stainless steel bowl in which a fire was raging fiercely. It was the admission guide from that foreign elite school, along with a luxurious gold-plated acceptance letter. "Sha Chang, are you insane?" Bai Ningbing rushed over, her face pale, trying to save them, but it was too late. I slowly stood up, dusting the ash off my hands, as casual as if nothing had happened. Gu Qingqing's jaw dropped in disbelief. That's an admission letter from a prestigious elite school, an acceptance letter that countless people would die to get, yet you just burn it, just like that. "I know." I nodded, my eyes looking directly at Bai Ningbing. Her chest heaved violently, and her voice trembled. "Give me a reason." I smiled, feeling two small canine teeth. "I don't like it there. It rains every day over there, and the food is hard to swallow." "Just because of that?" Bai Ningbing laughed in anger. "Are you really planning to spend your whole life in the kitchen?" Just then, the phone in my pocket rang. I took it out to check. It was Gu Hanshuang. I didn't hide but put it on speaker in front of everyone. Gu Hanshuang's sharp and furious voice did from the speaker. "Sha Chang, the admissions office from that school just called me, saying you rejected the admission offer. Have you lost your mind? I went to so much trouble for this spot." Gu Hanshuang roared frantically from the other end. "Speak. Are you trying to drive me insane?" Bai Ningbing stood beside me, biting her lip, her expression full of worry. But I held the phone firmly and said calmly, "Co Gu, that place is too far." Gu Hanshuang sounded like she just heard the most ridiculous joke. "Far? It's only a 10-hour flight. What on earth are you trying to do?" I replied calmly, "I want to stay in Kunching. I've applied to Ikun No. 2 high school, and I'll be a day student." "Why?" Gu Hanshuang's scream almost punctured my eardrums. "Don't give me that excuse about not wanting to leave home." At that, I slowly raised my eyes, letting my gaze sweep across everyone, or resting on Bai Ningbing's reddening eyes. "Because I want to cook for Nuna every night. She's not used to food from outside." With that, I hung up the phone. The whole world suddenly fell silent. The toothbrush in Gu Qingqing's mouth fell to the floor. Bai Ningbing stood frozen, motionless, but I acted as if nothing had happened, putting the phone back in my pocket and turning toward the kitchen. "Let's have fish porridge for breakfast. Just give me 10 minutes." Bai Ningbing suddenly turned her back to the room, raising her hand to quickly wipe her eyes. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her voice choked. Yet she whispered with a smile, "You idiot." In the blink of an eye, it was September. Early that morning, I pushed my door open and walked downstairs, still wearing the blazer uniform of Icon number 2. But the trousers that were once a perfect fit now hung short above my ankles, and the sleeves had shortened considerably too. Gu Qingqing, sitting cross-legged on the sofa munching an apple, looked up and her eyes nearly popped out, scanning me from head to toe. "Good heavens, little Chang, have you been eating growth hormones behind our backs?" She hopped off the sofa and ran barefoot to me, measuring herself against me. It felt like not long ago I only reached her chin, but now she had to tilt her head back to see the sharp and rugged line of my jaw. I scratched my head awkwardly, looking down at my trouser legs, less than greater than, my voice no longer sounding like that of a child. Less than greater than. I think the uniform must have shrunk. Less than greater than. Shrunk my foot. "You just grown so much." Liu Ruyan leaned by the entrance, her foxy eyes shimmering with amusement. She walked over, squeezing my shoulders. My, you've gotten sturdy. Really sturdy." My face turned beet red at the comment as I hurriedly stepped back. "Nuna Ruyan." Liu Ruyan burst into laughter at my reaction, stopping her teasing and called out toward the stairs. "CEO Bai, stop whatever you're doing, that puppy you're raising has mutated." Bai Ningbing stood by the railing on the second floor, holding her coffee and remaining silent, her gaze fixed on the boy below, her expression somewhat dazed. He would turn 16 in just 6 months. The little boy who shivered while clutching a pineapple bag, the child who once had to stand on tiptoes to reach her head, seemed to have vanished overnight, and in his place stood a young man who felt somewhat unfamiliar. Bai Ningbing took a sip of her coffee, suppressing a strange, nameless feeling. "Go change. Nuna will take you to buy a new set." A fierce seasonal flu hit, and I fell ill. My body burned with fever until I was delirious, unable to even get out of bed. I lay there, cheeks flushed, sweat beading on my forehead. Bai Ningbing canceled 2 international meetings outright to stay and look after me. She poured a glass of warm water and came to the bedside, leaning over just as she used to, reaching out one hand to support my shoulders so I could take a drink. But as soon as she exerted force, her expression shifted instantly. He was heavy, too heavy. The once small and light frame was now like a solid block of iron. She simply couldn't support me with one hand, so she had to set the glass down and use both hands under my arms, pulling with all her might. But due to the high fever, I had no strength left, and my body uncontrollably collapsed against Bai Ningbing. The young man's burning chest slammed against her shoulders. She was jolted back by the weight, staggering and nearly losing her footing. A sturdy skeletal frame, firm muscle, and a scorching breath hitting her. This invasive weight left Bai Ningbing's mind momentarily blank. A wild thought flashed through her. This was no longer a child. This was a real man. I buried my head in the crook of her neck, my hot breath puffing against her sensitive skin. I muttered deliriously, "Nuna." The next second, my hands instinctively tightened around Bai Ningbing's waist. That warm, masculine scent made her body instantly stiffen, her face flush crimson, and her heart raced. Now Bai Ningbing's body was taut, her reflex to push me away. But hearing that faint call for Nuna, her hands stopped mid-air. In the end, she could only awkwardly pat my back twice. "Let go, you need to take your medicine." I obediently let go and leaned against the headboard, my eyes glistening with feverish tears as I stared directly at her. Bai Ningbing immediately averted her gaze, shoving the medicine bowl into my hands. "Drink it yourself." After recovering from the illness, it was as if I had received some sort of provocation. Previously, I'd rush straight to the kitchen after school, but now once school was out, I'd head straight to the basement gym. Add another plate. I lay on the bench press, sweat-soaked t-shirt, which clung to chest muscles that were beginning to take shape. Gu Qingqing stood to the side, enjoying the show. "Little Chang, that's enough. You've just recovered from a fever." "No." I gritted my teeth and pushed the barbell up, my arms tensing, panting heavily, sweat dripping from my chin. Last time I was sick, she struggled so much to help me. "I'm too heavy. I'm a burden." Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. "You silly boy. Less than greater than. Being heavy means you've grown up. Less than greater than. Did you expect your Nuna to carry you forever? Less than greater than." I remained silent. Less than greater than. Just staring at the ceiling, my gaze profound. I wanted to be able to hold her, so that later, it would be my turn to protect and embrace her. A weekend afternoon, at the backyard basketball court. Thump, 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 went the rhythmic sound of me dribbling, muffled, yet full of vigor. In the study on the second floor, the document in Bai Ningbing's hand hadn't been turned for half an hour. Her gaze instinctively drifted downward. Outside, I was breathing heavily, sweat soaking my shirt, causing the fabric to cling to my body, glistening under the sun. Broad shoulders, a firm waist, and body lines as smooth as a hunting leopard. Then, I casually lifted my shirt to wipe the sweat. Less than greater than. Revealing defined abdominal muscles. Less than greater than. My wild movements pierced through the glass layers and crashed directly into Bai Ningbing's line of sight. Her heart skipped a beat in that instant, followed immediately by a surge of nameless panic. Snap! She slammed the folder shut and stood up abruptly, less than greater than, forcefully pulling the curtains shut. Less than greater than. A violent action as if trying to hide something. Less than greater than. She scolded herself under her breath. Bai Ningbing, less than greater than. Are you out of your mind? Right then, my heavy post-exercise breathing drifted from below, along with an excited call. Nuna Ningbing. Bai Ningbing instantly froze on the spot, her fingertips clutching the curtain tight. She was hesitating. She was afraid. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that she took a deep breath and drew back the curtains again. She pushed open the balcony door. I was standing downstairs looking up at her, holding a basketball in my arms. My smile was bright and unrestrained. Nuna, come down here. I'm thirsty. Bai Ningbing didn't budge. She looked down at me from above, seeing the unconcealed heat in my eyes. It wasn't the look of a younger brother looking at his sister. It was the look of a man gazing at the woman he desired, carrying a hint of scrutiny, carrying a deep longing, carrying an ambition to devour her whole. Bai Ningbing's heart trembled slightly. She didn't even dare to look me in the eye for more than 2.5 seconds. Pour it yourself, she said, turning back toward her room. I want you to pour it for me. That voice sounded like a playful whine, yet it held an undeniable dominance. Bai Ningbing's footsteps suddenly halted. She grabbed a dry towel nearby. Without a glance, she threw it straight down from the balcony. The towel fluttered down, landing perfectly right over my head. It covered those eyes that were making her so flustered. Wipe your sweat, you're stinking. And she hurriedly closed the balcony door as if escaping, her back pressed against the cold glass door. Bai Ningbing pressed her hand against her chest. Her heart was racing as if it would leap out. She closed her eyes, but her mind was filled with images of my sweat-drenched chest, and those eyes burning like a wolf's. Oh no, she thought, this isn't like raising a brother at all. This is clearly raising a wolf, one ready to devour someone at any moment. 7 a.m. I came downstairs, dressed in my high school uniform. However, the trousers that used to fit perfectly were now an inch short above my ankles. Seeing me, Gu Qingqing sprang up from the sofa. She poked my firm arm. Then she turned and shouted up to the second floor, Bing Bing, come look at this. The puppy you've been raising has turned into a wolf cub. I awkwardly tugged at my sleeves, ending up pulling the collar out of place. I swallowed hard. My prominent Adam's apple moved slightly up and down, following the rhythm of my swallow, radiating a powerful surge of masculine hormones. Bai Ningbing's steps down the stairs faltered. She didn't say a word. Her gaze lingered on me, and on that distinct Adam's apple of mine. An indescribable, strange feeling welled up inside her. 15 minutes later at the school gate, the black Maserati slowly came to a stop. The car door opened. A pair of long legs stepped out. Even though the pant legs were a bit short, it didn't diminish my radiant youthful aura. I put on my backpack and closed the car door. I leaned toward the window and waved to Bai Ningbing. Nuna, I'm heading to class. Passing students all turned to look. Some 12th grade girls were even frozen in their tracks. Their pace slowed down. My God, is that Xia Chang from 10th grade? We haven't seen him since summer break. How did he grow so tall? Look at those legs, that waist. Wow, his Adam's apple is so sexy. Those whispers weren't loud. Every single word reached Bai Ningbing's ears. Her hand on the steering wheel suddenly tightened. Her gaze swept past the window. Those schoolgirls were blushing furiously. Their eyes were glued to me. Some were even secretly taking photos with their phones. But I was completely oblivious, only feeling that my shirt was a bit tight. Instinctively, I reached up and unbuttoned another button. The collar opened wide. My collarbone and slender neck displayed an attractive, healthy look in the middle of the crowd. Bai Ningbing's brow furrowed deeply. A nameless surge of anger rushed from her chest straight to her head. That was her person. Someone she had personally nurtured all this time. Why should others get to look at him? The next second, she rolled the car window down completely. Coldly, she spat out 2 words to me. Get in. Hearing that, my foot that had just stepped forward quickly retracted. I looked confused. Huh? But I'm about to be late for class. Bai Ningbing didn't even look at me. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead. I said, "Get in." I felt a bit slighted. I muttered under my breath, "Are we not going to school?" Bai Ningbing's face was tense. "We're buying clothes. At a tailor shop in the old quarter." Just as we pushed the door open and entered, an old tailor, over 60, came running out with a welcoming smile. "Oh, Miss Bai is here." Then his gaze landed on me, and he immediately looked surprised. "Is this that same boy from back then? How has he grown so much? This build is definitely a natural clothes hanger." Bai Ningbing sat on a rosewood chair. She gave a slight nod. "Measure him. Make a few suits." She paused for a moment. Her eyes swept over me. Then she added, "Make them a bit conservative." At that, the tailor chuckled. "All right, young man, come over here. Arms up." I obediently walked to the large mirror, spreading my arms wide. For accurate measurements, I took off my outer jacket, leaving only a thin white shirt. The measuring tape tightened against the muscles on my back, instantly making every fiber of muscle visible. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, a classic inverted triangle physique. The tailor muttered as he recorded the numbers. "Chest size has increased quite a bit. This is going to take a lot of fabric." Bai Ningbing sat behind me, holding a fabric sample book but not giving it a single glance. Her eyes were glued to my back, watching the tape measure move across my body, revealing the masculine contours of my muscles. At that moment, that burning sensation in the workshop rose once again. "Turn around, let's measure your neck." The tailor wrapped the tape around my neck. It felt a little tight. I unconsciously tilted my head back, making my Adam's apple stand out even more. "Is it too tight?" As I spoke, I reached up to loosen it. "Don't move." Bai Ningbing suddenly stood up and walked over to me. She took the tape from the tailor. "Let me do it." In that small space with only the two of us left, she stood very close. The crisp scent of cedarwood perfume enveloped me. I could even feel the chill from her fingertips, contrasting with the heat radiating from my own body. She held the tape and slowly tightened it around my neck. Her fingertips inevitably brushed against my burning skin. My body stiffened instantly. My breathing became heavy and erratic. I called out softly, my voice raspy and confused. "Nuna." Bai Ningbing didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on my open collar. There lay my collarbone, and that Adam's apple, moving restlessly, displaying all its allure. What if the girls at school saw this? With that thought, she let go of the measuring tape. Her slender fingers grasped my first shirt button. Then she personally buttoned every single one for me, all the way to the top button, sitting right beneath my Adam's apple. Then she looked up, meeting my somewhat entranced gaze. "From now on, don't unbutton this when you're out." I looked at her face so close to mine. My throat felt dry. "Why?" Bai Ningbing didn't explain. She just skillfully helped me tie my tie. A beautiful Windsor knot. Once everything was done, she took half a step back, looking at me now that she had packaged me so thoroughly. Elegant, neat, without a single flaw. Yet that suppressed wildness only seemed more intense. There is no why. It's a rule. Bai Ningbing turned away, not letting me see the crazy possessiveness in her eyes. She grabbed her bag and pushed the door open to head home. I stood there in silence. Reaching up to touch the button tightened at my throat. It was a bit hard to breathe, but I didn't think it felt bad at all. I watched Bai Ningbing's back and smiled slightly, thinking to myself, "Nuna, do you know that this button can only lock the collar, but it can't lock a heartbeat?" After dinner, the living room was brightly lit. I reached out to pick up my backpack from the sofa, to go to my room and do homework. Who would have thought the zipper wasn't pulled all the way? An envelope with a heart sticker fell out of the gap. The air instantly turned cold. Gu Qingqing's hand holding the remote froze mid-air. Liu Ruyen, holding a wine glass, glanced over from behind the glass. Bai Ningbing, sitting in the head seat, heard the noise. She slightly raised her eyelids. Her gaze was fixed on that glaring heart. I felt a chill run down my spine, just as I leaned down to pick it up. However, a hand was even faster than mine. Whoosh! Gu Qingqing sprang up like a fish in water, leaping from the sofa to snatch the letter. Ooh la la! She held the envelope between two fingers, holding it up to the light and shaking it. "What have we here? A trophy." Hearing that, my scalp tingled. I tried to grab it back. "Sister Qingqing, that's—" "Don't move," Bai Ningbing said. Her voice wasn't loud. "Bring it here." Gu Qingqing giggled. She scurried over to present the envelope. The three women stood in a triangle, surrounding that poor heart-shaped envelope, and I stood there like a criminal awaiting sentencing, rooted to the spot, not daring to move an inch. "Should we open it?" Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. "Not just open it. Read it out loud, too." Liu Ruyan swirled her wine glass. Her eyes were bright with a smile but held a cold edge. Let high school girls' literature is like these days. Rip. Gu Qinqing unceremoniously tore the envelope open. She pulled out the letter, clearing her throat. Dear Xia Chang, MG Taimei from class 10A4. She stopped, making an exaggeratedly disgusted face. Ji Taimei? Even the name sounds nauseatingly sweet. Then she continued reading. Ever since I saw you at the opening ceremony, I knew you were special. Your eyes are like the stars in the sky, lighting up my whole student life. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan nearly spat out her wine. She set the glass down, laughing so hard her whole body shook. Stars? That's so cliché. This girl's literature grade must never have passed. Gu Qinqing kept reading, adding a fake, shaky tone on purpose. I know you love playing basketball. Every time I pass the court, I watch you, if you agree. I'd like to invite you to a movie this Saturday, at Wanda Cinema. Gu Qinqing slapped the paper onto the table. Wanda Cinema? How stingy. If she wants to hit on our little Chang, she should at least rent out a private theater. Then she suddenly turned to look at me, looking utterly disappointed. Little Chang, your value now was cultivated by the three of us. Is she trying to trick you away with just a few bucks for a ticket? Do you think you're that cheap? I was agape, my face turning red. Her handwriting is terrible. Bai Ningbing, silent until now, finally spoke. She pointed a slender finger at the paper. With handwriting like this, she dares to write a love letter. Presentation score, 0. She looked up. Her gaze cut across the dining table, looking straight at me. What does this Ji Taimei girl look like? Hearing that, I shrunk my neck back. I don't really remember. I think she's someone who always wears a ponytail. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes. A dangerous aura immediately filled the room. You really don't remember? I quickly raised 3 fingers in an oath. This letter was stuffed into my bag when class ended. I didn't even see her face clearly. Bai Ningbing stared at me for a few seconds. Then she reached out. Phone. I didn't dare to delay. Obediently, I took out my phone, unlocked it, and handed it to her. Bai Ningbing took it and skillfully scrolled through. A nickname caught her eye. She pointed at an avatar and asked coldly, Who is this like strawberry jam? Who is it? Faced with Bai Ningbing's question. I replied timidly, that's the English class rep. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing coldly uttered 2 words. Delete it. With that, she blocked and deleted the contact with absolute decisiveness. And what about this only the cat knows? I was about to explain it was a classmate from another class who borrowed notes. Bai Ningbing cut me off. If they want notes, ask the teacher. Why look for you? Delete it too. In the blink of an eye, she was like a cold-blooded cleaner, sweeping away all the girls with ambiguous names in my contacts. Not a single trace was left. At this moment, Liu Ruyan leaned close to my shoulder and whispered, Little Chang, boys have to know how to protect themselves outside. There are many female thugs out there these days. Before I could react, thud. Bai Ningbing slammed the phone onto the table, radiating an overwhelming aura. Starting today, I am setting rules. She leaned back in her chair, carrying a suffocating pressure like at a negotiation table. First, no dating before high school graduation. Second, no eating alone with the opposite sex. Third, if you receive any more love letters, throw them straight in the trash. The living room fell into a deadly silence. Gu Qinqing stared at me, waiting to see the rebellious explosion of a boy in puberty. However, I just quietly pulled out a chair and sat down. I put on plastic gloves. I picked up a hot braised shrimp fresh from the stove. Skillfully, I peeled it and deveined it. A clean, pinkish-white piece of shrimp meat was placed directly into Bai Ningbing's bowl. I understand, I said, head bowed. My voice was strangely gentle. I even peeled 2 more, handing them to Gu Qinqing and Liu Ruyan. I took off the gloves, giving Bai Ningbing an obedient smile. The girls outside are too noisy. Am not interested. I only listen to you, Nuna. At this moment, Gu Qinqing clutched her chest and collapsed on the sofa, crying out that I was far too well behaved. Liu Ruyan couldn't stop praising, saying that with this level of awareness we could go register a marriage right now. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing looked at the shrimp in her bowl. The nameless anger in her heart instantly vanished like smoke. She picked up the shrimp and brought it to her mouth. She gave a cold humph. At least you're sensible. In the quiet of the late night, in the second-floor study, the sound of a paper shredder suddenly rang out. Bai Ningbing held the pink love letter. Her gaze was terrifyingly cold. Without a hint of hesitation, she fed the letter into the shredder. The little girl's feelings were suddenly turned into scraps of white paper fluttering like snow. Looking into the bin of shredded paper, her eyes were full of extreme possessiveness. He is mine. Don't anyone dare touch him. In a flash, it was 2:30 a.m. the next morning. The villa door was pushed open. Bai Ningbing walked in, clutching her stomach. Because of a work project, she had drunk 3 glasses of iced baijiu on an empty stomach. Now, a stomachache was torturing her. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She fumbled through drawers to find stomach medicine. Empty. All the backup medicine had disappeared. Just as she was about to faint from the pain, she planned to go to the kitchen for hot water to endure it. Then she saw the light in the kitchen suddenly turn on. After the warm scent of rice and tangerine peel wafted out, the frosted glass door was pushed open. I was wearing my pajamas, carrying a steaming white porcelain bowl as I walked out. I didn't look in her disheveled state. I just set the bowl on the dining table, pulled out a chair. Come here. Just 2 words. Steady, calm, but with an irresistible strength. At this moment, I didn't look like a younger brother at all, but rather like a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. Bai Ningbing in too much pain to notice my attitude. She could only lean against the wall and slump into the chair. Weakly, she asked, "Where's the medicine?" I pushed the bowl in front of her. I threw it away. "That medicine has too many side effects. Drinking too much of it hurts your liver." After saying that, I handed her a spoon, signaling for her to eat. Looking at this bowl of congee, the nauseating churning in Bai Ningbing's stomach indeed subsided a little. I said nothing, just stood to the side, watching her. Her trembling hand brought spoonfuls of hot congee to her mouth. After she finished the bowl of congee, the sharp pain in her stomach gradually faded into a dull ache. Her forehead was still drenched in sweat. She leaned back against the chair, exhausted. "Does it still hurt?" I asked softly. Bai Ningbing closed her eyes and gave a soft groan. The next second, I suddenly leaned down. One hand slipped behind her knees, the other around her back. I lifted her up in a bridal carry. I held her steadily. My firm arms and hot chest were pressed close to her face. "Put me down," she cried out in shock, instinctively clutching my collar. But I only lowered my head and gazed at her with a dark, contemplative look. "Don't fuss, you don't have the strength to go upstairs right now." Just like that, I calmly carried her up to the 2nd floor, kicked open the door to the master bedroom, placed her on the soft bed, carefully tucked her in. She curled up like a cooked shrimp. Too tired to scold me for my overstepping, I didn't leave. Instead, I sat right by the edge of the bed. "Let go." Bai Ningbing held her stomach, stubbornly refusing to let go. I let out a helpless sigh, and forcefully pried her hands away. I pressed my large, hot palm against her thin clothing. The incredible heat from my palm made Bai Ningbing freeze in surprise. "What are you doing?" "Don't move." I pressed on her Zhong1 acupoint and began to massage rhythmically. With moderate pressure and the heat from my hand, it seeped bit by bit into her cold stomach. Back at the orphanage, the director had a bad stomach, so I learned some massage. The thin calluses from my frequent knife work and chores circled on her belly with varying pressure. Gradually, the heat spread through her acupoints across her body. Bai Ningbing's body, which had been stiff, slowly began to soften in this warmth. This feel truly was 100 times more effective than those cold pills. "Don't drink that kind of liquor anymore." My hand movements didn't stop as I suddenly spoke. She gave a helpless, bitter smile. That was Gu Hanshuang's party. In the business world, sometimes there's no choice. I didn't even bother looking up. "Then take me with you. I can drink for you." Bai Ningbing laughed out of frustration, scolding me for still being a minor, asking if I wanted her to get arrested. However, I corrected her seriously. 6 more months. In traditional age, I'm already 17. Rounding up, that's basically an adult. "Nonsense," Bai Ningbing snorted, but her expression had turned completely gentle. For years, she was used to finding medicine herself in the middle of the night, or driving alone in a storm. But now there wasn't just someone to cook warm congee late at night, but someone who wanted to drink in her place. This feeling of being cherished in the palm of someone's hand truly made one intoxicated. The next second, her eyes became dreamy, looking at my handsome profile. In her daze, she softly called my name, Xia Chang. "Don't let your hands stop," I replied softly, looking at the woman on the bed who was usually so strong and decisive like a bossy CEO. Now she was like a little kitten curled up in the blankets. That resilient shell of hers finally revealed a crack before me. I smiled softly. Leaning down slightly, I whispered into Bai Ningbing's ear. Though she had fallen asleep, I still said gently, "Nuna, now that I'm here, you won't feel any more pain." Right after, I helped her pull up the covers carefully. Then I pulled back my numb hand, turned around and switched off the light. Towards dawn, Bai Ningbing slept very soundly. No more endless work reports in her dreams, just a bowl of hot, steaming millet congee and my warm embrace. One morning, Bai Ningbing's biological clock woke her up right on time. Opening her eyes, she instinctively reached out to touch her stomach. To her surprise, the pain was gone, replaced by a warm, incredibly soothing sensation. She walked over to the mirror and noticed her complexion looked much rosier. The dark circles under her eyes had also faded significantly. No trace remained of the frailty and exhaustion from the night before. After changing, just as she was about to head downstairs, she heard Gu Qingqing's shrill voice, echoing loudly from below. Goodness, what are you trying to nourish her with this early? What on earth is this pitch-black stuff? I didn't even bother to look up. I toned perfectly calm. It's stomach-nourishing soup for my sister. My sister, you only have eyes for her. Gu Qingqing, jealous, sidled closer. I want some too. No, I flatly refused. The ingredients aren't for you. You're already too hot-headed. One sip and you'll have a nosebleed. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. When our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. My gaze swept over her from head to toe, finally resting on her radiant face. Only then did I fully breathe a sigh of relief. After some preparation, I brought the soup to the dining table. Nuna, please drink it while it's hot. Bai Ningbing walked over and sat down, picking up a spoon. Gu Qingqing was mid-bite into a fried dough stick, her mischievous eyes darting between the two of us. Hey Ningbing, she lowered her voice, eager for gossip. Did I miss something last night? Why did I hear someone sneaking into your room at midnight and staying in there for quite a long time before coming out? Bai Ningbing's spoon paused in mid-air. She stared at Gu Qingqing with an expressionless face. No, it's nothing. Gu Qingqing waved her hands hurriedly, then pointed at me as I was taking off my apron. I just meant to say, isn't our little darling just so incredibly thoughtful? He's definitely more than just a little brother. As time goes by, he's truly become such a warm young man. 10 minutes after the bell rang at Icon High School No. 2, I slung my bag over one shoulder and strode out. My exceptionally tall stature stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. Combined with that youthful, charismatic face, it kept the eyes of all the girls around me glued to me, when suddenly, a clear voice called out, stopping me in my tracks. Hey, He Chang. The person blocking my way was Li Xiyu. Her face was bright red, holding up a deep blue gift box with both hands. Right in front of me, her chest was heaving heavily. She was clearly summoning all her lifetime's courage. This is for you. Next week is the school anniversary. I'd like to invite you to be my dance partner. The moment she finished speaking, teasing and whistling erupted from all around. Say yes. Say yes. But I stopped, my brows furrowing slightly in annoyance. I glanced at the gift box. Knowing at a glance it wasn't cheap. Judging by its shape, it was probably a tie. The meaning of a girl giving a tie to a boy was all too clear. Sorry, I said, taking half a step back to create a safe distance, my voice cold, as if pushing her 1,000 miles away. I don't participate in dance events. Li Xiyu's eyes instantly welled up. She bit her lip, stepping forward unwillingly. Why not? I spent a long time choosing this tie. It's the latest Zegna model this season, and it suits your vibe perfectly. However, I didn't give it a second look. I don't like wearing ties. With that, I glanced down at my wristwatch. It's already 5:40. If Numa saw this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as that thought flashed through my mind, an engine roared like a howling beast, tearing through the noisy, teasing atmosphere. That black Maybach glided to the school gate silently, yet with total authority. The car window rolled down slowly, revealing a cold, elegant face wearing sunglasses. Even with half her face covered, her aura was still enough to make one's legs go weak. Seeing that scene, Li Shiyu's hands holding the gift box shook violently, while my spine instantly stiffened. Bai Ningbing took off her sunglasses and tossed them onto the passenger seat. Those cold eyes glanced nonchalantly at Li Xiyu, finally landing on that deep blue gift box. She stared at it for exactly 2.5 seconds. Then, she suddenly broke into a smile, though it didn't reach her eyes at all. Is there too little schoolwork these days? Li Xiyu was completely stunned, stammering as she looked at the woman in the car. Who are you? I'm his guardian. Bai Ningbing rested one arm on the car window. She stared intently at Li Xiyu, her voice indifferent. Grade 10 student Li Xiyu. Li Xiyu felt suffocated by her overwhelming presence. G grade 10. Bai Ningbing nodded slightly as if deep in thought. A Zegna tie costs 3,800 yuan. How much of your allowance is even left this week? The moment she said this, Li Xiyu's face turned deathly pale, but Bai Ningbing didn't give her a moment to catch her breath, her gaze becoming incredibly sharp in an instant. Using your parents' money to corner a boy at the school gate and giving such an impractical gift, is this the kind of education you're receiving? Furthermore, Bai Ningbing coldly pointed at me. He has a city-level physics competition next week. He doesn't have time for these childish dancing games with you. If you affect his performance, can you even take responsibility for that? There wasn't a single vulgar word used throughout, but each word was like a slap, delivered hard to Li Shiyu's face. Even the students who were just joining in on the teasing were now as silent as winter cicadas, not even daring to breathe loudly. Tears streamed down Li Shiyu's face. "I'm sorry." With that, she clutched the gift box to her chest, turned her face away, and ran off crying. A grand confession scene instantly turned into a comedic drama. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing looked away and put her sunglasses back on. She uttered two cold words: "Get in." Hearing the command, I didn't dare delay for a second, opening the passenger door and sliding inside. However, as soon as I buckled my seatbelt, the Maybach roared and sped off. The tension inside the car was terrifyingly low. I tilted my head slightly to steal a glance at Bai Ningbing. She was gripping the steering wheel so hard that her knuckles were turning white. "Nuna," I tried to call softly. "Shut up," she snapped coldly. Bai Ningbing barked. Right then, the car screeched to a halt at a red light. She took off her sunglasses, turned her head, and stared at me with eyes ablaze with anger. "He Chang, are you some kind of trash can?" Now, inside the Maybach, Bai Ningbing took off her sunglasses, glaring at me with her beautiful, fiery eyes. "He Chang, are you a trash can? Why do you let any cheap trash get close to you?" She pointed toward the school gate behind us, savaging Li Shiyu, whom it just rejected without mercy. "Do you actually have such cheap taste as to find her attractive?" I blinked, listening to her endless nagging instead of getting angry. A smile slowly tugged at the corners of my lips. So the proud CEO Bai Ningbing actually knows how to be jealous. That irrational possessiveness was suffocating, yet it only made me fall deeper. "I didn't find her attractive at all," I explained softly, my voice tender. "I already rejected her." Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Bai Ningbing spoke coldly. "Your rejection wasn't thorough enough. Next time, just tell her to get lost. The kind of girl who just spends her parents' money and doesn't study, thinking about nothing but silly romance all day. If you dare get involved with someone like that, don't even dream of setting foot in the Bai house ever again." Her chest heaved slightly. "And that tie, too. What kind of taste is that? It looks so old-fashioned. Even her father would probably call it tacky if she gave it to him." Seeing her flustered and angry face, my gaze grew more intense. I reached up to loosen my tightly buttoned collar, leaning slightly toward her. "Nuna!" My voice was the deep, masculine tone of a young man. I didn't like that tie at all. Truly, my Adam's apple bobbed slightly. With total submission, I leaned close to her ear. "But if it were a gift from you, no matter the color, no matter the style, as long as you personally tie it for me, I'd love it even if it were tight enough to choke me." A sharp screech rang out, the tires frictioned violently against the road, making a piercing sound. The Maybach screeched to a halt on the roadside. Bai Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and met my clear eyes, which were filled with possessiveness. It was visible to the naked eye. Her pale ears quickly flushed red. She turned away, flustered, gripping the wheel to hide her inner turmoil. She muttered a soft scolding, but her tone was unusually gentle. "You're certainly a smooth talker. Sit still. We're going home to eat." For an entire week, Khan City was drenched in drizzle. The low air pressure felt suffocating. After 3 consecutive sleepless nights, handling a merger, Bai Ningbing had just taken off her heels. However, the moment she stood up straight, her vision suddenly went dark. The world seemed to spin, her body lost control, tilting to the side. In that critical moment, I managed to rush over. One hand gripped her elbow tightly, while the other wrapped around her slender waist. The strength of my arms seemed almost to embed deep into my chest. "Nuna," I said, tightening my embrace. The heat from my palms seeped through her thin silk shirt, leaving its mark on her waist. "What's wrong? Is it low blood sugar?" Bai Ningbing shook her head slightly in my arms. She took a deep breath, trying to stand up, but realized half her body weight was leaning against me. My firm, muscular chest was a bit stiff, but it provided a sense of absolute security. "I'm okay," Bai Ningbing exhaled, using my strength to steady herself. Then she silently took a step back, awkwardly escaping my possessive embrace. Flustered, she smoothed back a few stray hairs, trying to hide the turmoil in her heart. Over the next few days, the freezing, damp winds of Khan City seemed to pierce the bone. Just then, the villa's heating system broke down. Bai Ningbing was wrapped tightly in a cashmere shawl. She curled up on the sofa corner to work on documents, her fair fingers already stiff from the cold. Her typing speed gradually slowed down. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing rubbed her reddened nose. her exquisite face showing clear signs of fatigue. Gu Qingqing, sitting nearby in thick pajamas, was playing games cross-legged. Hearing the sound, she immediately looked up. Ningbing, you're so frail. Then she sneakily stretched out a leg and gave me a little kick as I stood nearby peeling fruit. Chang, I stopped my knife and turned. What is it? Sister Qingqing? Gu Qingqing pouted toward Bai Ningbing, her face full of mischief. Look at your sister. She's freezing over there. And you're a vigorous young man, burning like a furnace. Don't just focus on the fruit. Why don't you go warm up the bed for Ningbing? Hearing that, Bai Ningbing's movements froze. She looked up, shooting a gaze as sharp as a knife at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing, are you looking for a beating? But Gu Qingqing kept clamoring. It's true, though. In this hellish weather, you're supposed to put cats and dogs in bed to stay warm. We don't have cats or dogs, only this strong little puppy here. It'd be such a waste not to use him. Shut up. Bai Ningbing snapped coldly, then closed her laptop and stood up abruptly. I'm taking a bath. With that, she deliberately avoided my gaze, wrapped her shawl tight and headed straight upstairs. The weary sound of her heels faded away on the stairs. The large living room suddenly became quiet. I silently placed the plate of sliced oranges on the coffee table. Then my deep gaze locked onto the door, closed on the second floor. I'm going to boil some water, I said softly, then turned and entered the kitchen. 10 minutes later, holding a warm rubber hot water bottle, I stood quietly before Bai Ningbing's door. Just as I was about to knock, my hand stopped midair. The sound of splashing water came from inside. She's bathing. I took a deep breath, my Adam's apple bobbing. As if possessed, I pressed the handle. It was unlocked. The moment I pushed the door open, the familiar scent of cedarwood rushed out to envelop me. The large bed was covered with dark gray silk sheets. In winter, this kind of fabric is no different from a cold iron plate. I walked straight to the bed, lifted a corner of the blanket, and tucked the hot water bottle inside. However, this small amount of heat, compared to the 2-meter-wide bed, was like a drop in the ocean. Just then, Gu Qingqing's earlier joke suddenly echoed in my mind. I instinctively looked toward the bathroom. The water was still running. I swallowed hard, my Adam's apple jumping. The next second, like a thief, I kicked off my slippers, knelt on the edge of the bed, and slowly crawled toward Bai Ningbing's side. I dove under the silk covers. Bai Ningbing's chilly bed, where her signature cedar scent instantly surrounded me. The silk touching my skin gave me goosebumps from the cold. I gritted my teeth, not daring to move an inch. Only tried to stretch out my limbs, to turn myself into a giant heating pad, to warm her bed on this freezing winter day. Lying on the bed, my mind raced wildly, reliving that stormy night 2 years ago, when she picked me up from the mud and stood up for me against all the gossip. She was the supreme deity in my heart. Yet here I was using this mortal body to commit such a bold act. The water in the bathroom stopped. My whole body stiffened. I didn't dare stay for even another second. I quickly scrambled out from under the covers, frantically smoothing the wrinkles on the sheets, grabbed my slippers and dashed out. Just 2.5 seconds after I closed the door, Bai Ningbing stepped out wrapped in a towel. She shivered slightly from the cold, frowning as she pulled back the covers and lay down. The expected biting chill didn't come. Instead, it was a dry, vigorous, and lively warmth. Her toes touched something hot, the hot water bottle. This left Bai Ningbing completely stunned. Immediately after, she buried her face in the pillow that still held my warmth. She muttered under her breath, "Dummy," but her lips couldn't help but curve into a happy smile. Her stomach no longer hurt, and her limbs were no longer cold. Tonight would surely be a good night's sleep. At the same time, in the guest bedroom on the second floor, I was leaning against the door, my heart thumping as if it would burst through my chest. The feeling of the silk against my skin and the lingering scent of cedar were like needles piercing my nervous system. After all, I was a 16-year-old boy in my prime. Reason and instinct were tearing me apart. I rushed into the bathroom, splashing cold water onto my face repeatedly. I looked up, staring at the panicked eyes in the mirror, and reminded myself hoarsely, she's my sister. She's my benefactor. I absolutely must not have impure thoughts. I took a deep breath, left the bathroom, and sat at my desk. I opened a thick English dictionary, forcing my eyes to focus on the dense columns of vocabulary. Abide, to endure, to comply. I read aloud, abstain, to refrain, resolve, boundary, ranjoy. Each word was like an incantation, a talisman used to seal the beast within my heart. My hand held the pen, scribbling on the scratch paper over and over again. In this cold winter night, I used this almost self-torturing method to guard that crumbling red line. even though I knew full well that the boundary had already blurred long before. I even crawled into that warm bed. However, the harsh reality gave me no chance to catch my breath. A few days later, a thick stack of craft paper envelopes was tossed heavily onto the coffee table. On the seal, the school's initials were clearly visible in gold leaf. Gu Hanshuang sat majestically on the opposite side. She took a small sip of her Da Hong Pao tea, staring at Bai Ningbing through the rising steam. This is a direct admission offer. She put down her teacup, tapping the envelope with her fingernails, producing dry, rhythmic thuds. If you just nod, he'll be admitted next fall, exempt from all exams and interviews. The buildings the Gu family donates annually are more than enough to trade for this spot. Bai Ningbing leaned back on the sofa, not touching the envelope. She glanced toward the kitchen. And at this moment, I was behind the closed, frosted glass kitchen door. Amidst the hum of the range hood, I was vigorously chopping meat with a knife. Gu Hanshuang followed Bai Ningbing's gaze, glancing at the kitchen with a mocking expression. How much longer do you plan to lock him in that kitchen? 4. Age 14 to 16 are the most precious years for a boy. Can you really bear to let him wear that tattered apron and linger in the kitchen all day? To let him haggle with vegetable vendors over mere pennies? Bai Ningbing's eyelashes trembled slightly. She tried to maintain a cold tone to retort, claiming that I liked cooking by nature, but her words betrayed a hint of guilt that she didn't even realize she had. Liked? Gu Hanshuang burst out laughing. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No one is born liking to serve others. He simply hasn't seen the glamour of Wall Street and the libraries of prestigious Ivy League universities. Gu Hanshuang stood up abruptly, looking down commandingly at Bai Ningbing. Don't be so selfish. You exploit his dependency to make him cook for you, work as a servant, and even use him as an emotional crutch. You can't give him a future, but I can. The hands of a son of the Gu family are for signing multi-billion yuan contracts, not for washing dishes. With that, Gu Hanshuang left without looking back. The front door slammed shut with a piercing bang. Now, the living room fell into dead silence. Bai Ningbing stared fixedly at that gilded envelope, her heart surging with intense emotions. She remembered the thin calluses on my hands from years of chopping, and my red-rimmed eyes from staying up to watch the porridge for her. Just then, with a click, I pushed the kitchen door open. I was wearing old sportswear, sleeves rolled up to reveal firm arms, steadily carrying a bowl of golden stew and some light dishes. Is she gone? I glanced nonchalantly at the empty sofa. My expression was as calm as if the visitor was just some salesperson, not the biological mother holding a multi-billion fortune. I walked over to the coffee table, about to lean down and set the hot soup bowl. Stop working, Bai Ningbing said suddenly, her voice hoarse. My movements stopped. I looked up at her. What's wrong, Nuna? Does your stomach hurt again? Bai Ningbing sat up straight, shoving that craft paper envelope in front of me. Look at it. I lowered my eyes. My cold gaze swept over those gilded words. I didn't even bother to touch it, merely bypassing the file to set the food tray down. I'm not going. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing grew truly anxious. Her eyebrows knitted tightly together. I didn't even bother to give it a glance. This is a direct admission offer to the prestigious Ivy League. It's an opportunity your classmates wouldn't even dare to dream of. You could study finance or management there. Nuna, do you want me to become someone like Gu Hanshuang in the future? I suddenly cut her off. I stood up decisively. Standing under the light, I stared straight into her eyes, sitting in an office hundreds of square meters wide, without seeing family even once a year, viewing money as the only measure for everything, even treating your own biological son as an investment to calculate profit. I shook my head slightly. I reached out and picked up the craft paper envelope, the object symbolizing a future for the elite class. Just as Bai Ningbing thought I would open it, I nonchalantly turned around and walked straight to the trash can. 5 fingers loosened their grip. Click. The prestigious Ivy League direct admission spot just lay there mixed in with the discarded potato peels. Sha Chang. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She sprang up from her seat. I don't like that world. I turned around, approaching Bai Ningbing step by step. My voice was low, yet it held an ultimate stubbornness. There are only cold salads there, rare, raw steaks. I'm not used to eating them. And most importantly, you aren't there at all. As the words left my mouth, Bai Ningbing's breath hitched for a moment. All logic and weighing of pros and cons became meaningless before those words of mine. In an instant, the wall of her reason completely crumbled. Her lips quivered, but she realized her throat was tight with emotion. You'll regret this. That's the top of the pyramid. Sister, I didn't let her finish her sentence. I reached out and took her slightly cold fingertips, guiding her to sit down on the sofa. After that, I brought a piping hot bowl of soup and placed it before her. Opening the lid, inside were nutritious ingredients I had painstakingly prepared to nourish her stomach. The next day, in the music room on the second floor, the warm yellow light cast two long shadows onto the floor. In the record player, the elegant melody of the second waltz was flowing until it suddenly stopped. Bai Ningbing took a step back. Her voice was as cold as a sharp blade, abruptly cutting off the rhythm of the music. I immediately withdrew my hand that was hovering in mid-air. Hurriedly lowering my head, my eyes stared intently at a small beam of light beside the hem of her dress. "Are you dancing or are you out stealing?" Bai Ningbing crossed her arms over her chest. Her scrutinizing gaze swept over my stiffened face. "Your palms are 3 centimeters away. Your body is leaning back 15 degrees. Do I have thorns growing on me? Or do I have a virus?" I pursed my thin lips tightly. My Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. "I'm afraid of stepping on your feet." An excuse. Bai Ningbing ruthlessly exposed my lie. She stepped forward. She reached out her index finger, tapping lightly but decisively on the left side of my chest. "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid this suit worth hundreds of millions does not fit you well? Or are you afraid of next week's party and the way those people will look at you?" I was silent. Of course I was afraid, even though I'm always at the top of my class, even though I can master everything in the kitchen. But standing in this artistic music room, facing someone born into high society like Bai Ningbing, the sense of inferiority deep in my bones, rose up and spread quickly like weeds. But Bai Ningbing didn't give me time to self-blame or hesitate. This time, without waiting for me to take the lead, she stepped right in front of me, only a single step apart. That familiar, cool cedar scent immediately enveloped me. I stiffly raised my right hand. The next second, she gripped it tightly, 10 fingers interlaced. Her grip was too strong to refuse. Then she suddenly took a long step forward, almost crashing into my chest. My breath suddenly hitched. Too close. So close I could count each of her long, curled eyelashes. I could feel her warm breath softly blowing against my neck. "Hold my waist." Her voice sounded right next to my ear, carrying an almost imperceptible rasp. My hand trembled slightly, but I finally placed it on her waist. The feeling under my palm was warm and soft through the thin fabric. I could even clearly feel the contours of her body's frame. A burning sensation from my palm quickly spread throughout my body. "Follow my lead." She looked up at me. Her eyes were full of focus. 1 step, 2 steps, turn. My body was as stiff as a board. Each step felt like walking on thin ice. Fearing I'd miss a beat or stumble a step, my eyes darted around aimlessly, just not daring to look straight at her face. "Look at me." Bai Ningbing seemed to have grown angry. The hand on my shoulder suddenly tightened. Her nails almost pierced through my shirt into my flesh. "Sha Chang, look into my eyes." I was forced to look down. The moment our eyes met, the music room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop from within her dark pupils. I saw myself in the expensive suit. My hair was meticulously groomed, not a strand out of place. It seemed quite presentable, but deep down, I knew very well. Hidden beneath this facade was still that poor orphan child from that rainy night. Clutching a tattered bag, shivering from the cold, "I can't do it." My voice was so low it sounded like a plea. I tried to pull my hand back. This intimate posture with zero distance, this illusion that she belonged to me, made me feel panic from the bottom of my heart. I really can't do it. "Sister, at events like this, I will only embarrass you." My footsteps became completely erratic. The tip of my leather shoe struck her high heel hard. My face turned pale. I let go as if I had been electrocuted, staggering back a few steps until my back hit the cold wall. "I am sorry." I hung my head low, hands pressed tightly against the seams of my trousers. Daring not to look up at her once, my knuckles turned slightly blue from the strain. "Please let Uncle Jang go with you, or the managers from the company. They are all better than me." "Better than you at what?" Bai Ningbing coldly interrupted me. She remained standing still, under the dim light, which made it impossible to see her expression clearly. "Are they better at socializing and drinking than you? Or better at reading people's faces than you?" Step by step, she approached me, the sound of her high heels striking the floor. Each one felt like it was pounding directly against my heart. I instinctively held my breath, not even daring to lift my head, until those high heels stopped right in front of my shoes. A hand reached out, tilting my chin up, forcing me to look up and meet her eyes. Xia Chang, her fingers, caressed the soft stubble just starting to grow on my chin. "Do you know what kind of party next week is?" I shook my head in confusion. "It's the Bai Group's annual appreciation gala." She leaned in closer. Our warm breaths mingled. "It's also when I plan to officially introduce you to everyone." Hearing that, I was completely stunned. "Introduce me?" "That's right. Bai Ningbing let go but didn't back away. Instead, she wrapped both arms around my waist. Her head rested gently against my chest. This sudden action sent all the blood in my body rushing to my brain. I don't need a partner who's good at dancing. I could hire a truckload of those people. Her voice was a bit choked up, vibrating through my chest, every word falling into my ears. The person I want to bring is the person who will always stand by my side from now on. With that, she looked up. Those eyes that were usually cold as ice were now glowing with an incredible light. Those old fogies are always eyeing the position of my fiancé, trying to push their useless sons onto me. I'm sick of it. Bai Ningbing reached out, adjusted my slightly crooked tie. The gesture was unbelievably gentle. That's why you must learn. Don't be afraid of dancing wrong. Don't be afraid of stepping on my feet. She patted my chest. My muscles under her palm were as stiff as rock. Even if you spill wine on the mayor, no one would dare force you to apologize. My throat was incredibly dry. Couldn't utter a single word. It took a long time to find my voice again, but it was pitifully raspy. Why? Bai Ningbing chuckled softly. It was a smile I had never seen before, carrying 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts protectiveness, and a fierce confidence that felt like it could turn the world upside down. Right now, in the villa's music room, Bai Ningbing pinned me against the wall. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes. Her warm lips brushed past my ear, leaving behind a whisper, because you are Bai Ningbing's person, the only male master of this villa, as well as the entire Bai family. Boom! I felt like something completely exploded in my head. The words male master were hotter than any confession, heavier than any promise. It immediately shattered all the inferiority in my heart, powerfully pulling me out of the dark swamp. After Bai Ningbing finished speaking, she stepped back half a pace, resuming the initial dance posture. She raised an eyebrow, regaining her authoritative queen-like demeanor. Now put your hand here. This time, I didn't hesitate at all, taking a deep breath. I stepped forward. My right hand held her slender waist firmly, no longer keeping a distance, but pressing close in a very real way. That sense of mastery spread through my body from my palm. The music drifted. 2 shadows intertwined, swirling under the lights. This time there was no clumsy bumping, no more shyness, only 2 hearts gradually drawing closer together. In an instant, the kitchen was filled with warmth. I scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it gently to cool it down, then offered it. To Bai Ningbing's lips. To Guhan Shuang. The world is just the powerful Wall Street, but to me, the most wonderful place in this world is this very kitchen. Because just by stepping out this door, I can see Bai Ningbing. Seeing the spoon being offered, she paused for a moment. Then she opened her mouth and took a sip. The taste was warm and sweet, immediately soothing her chronic stomach pains, as well as healing the wounds in her heart, caused by Guhan Shuang's words. Fool, she scolded softly, but her voice carried a hint of a sob. Tears sparkled in the corners of her eyes. She took the spoon and lowered her head to drink the soup, trying to hide the intense emotion in her heart at that moment. I said nothing, just sat beside her, watching her silently, watching her finish the entire bowl. I asked, "Do you want more?" "Yes." Bai Ningbing handed the bowl back to me, quite naturally, with a pampered, coquettish tone. "Get me another bowl." At this very moment, all of Guhan Shuang's massive wealth had completely lost to my medicinal soup worth only a few hundred yuan, lost to a sincere heart that holds only one person, Bai Ningbing. 2:30 a.m. Sudden heavy gasp echoed in the quiet night. I bolted upright in bed, my whole body curled into a ball. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My heart felt like it would leap out of my chest. That dream was so real, there was no light in it. Only that slender, warm waist, resting perfectly in my palm, and that pure cedar scent. Her breathy voice calling Sha Chang, just reminiscing about it, already made my whole body burn like fire. I looked down, throwing back the covers. The next second, my face turned so red it looked ready to bleed. A feeling of utter humiliation, mingled with an unprecedented panic, immediately drowned me. Those 2 heavy words, tainted, weighed so heavily I couldn't breathe. She is my sister, the benefactor who saved my life from the dark mud. How dare I? How could I have that reaction toward her? I gritted my teeth, jumping out of bed barefoot, grabbing the soiled bedsheets and clothes, slinking into the bathroom like a thief. Whoosh! I turned the cold water on full blast, dunking my head deep into the cold water basin until my lungs ached too much to bear. Did I finally look up? The boy in the mirror had bloodshot eyes. His face was full of self-loathing. I looked at myself in the mirror, raspy-voiced. "Sha Chang, you're disgusting." 7 a.m. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of soy milk. I stood at the kitchen counter, stiffly stirring the pot of soy milk. My mind was completely blank. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from behind. Clack, clack, clack. Each sound felt like it was stepping on my nerves. My back immediately went as taut as a string. Bai Ningbing's voice carried the laziness of someone just waking up, and a bit of a seductive rasp. My hands trembled uncontrollably. The spoon hit the edge of the pot, making a clear clinking sound. I did not dare turn around at all. My voice was shaky, filled with nothing but guilt. Good morning, sister. Bai Ningbing pulled out a chair and sat. Today she was wearing a white silk shirt. The collar was slightly open, revealing a patch of fair skin. I turned around holding the soy milk, but the moment my eyes touched that snowy white skin, that damn dream immediately rushed back into my mind. In last night's dream, my hand had been pressed against that soft silk fabric. Boom. Hot blood rushed straight to my brain. I hurriedly lowered my head, slamming the soy milk cup onto the table, causing a few drops to splash out. What's wrong? Bai Ningbing noticed something was off. She looked up, her gaze stopping on my strangely red face. Red in such a bizarre way. Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? As she spoke, she reached out to touch my forehead. I don't. I reacted violently, suddenly taking a long step back, bluntly dodging her hand. The movement was so abrupt it knocked over a vinegar bottle nearby. Crash. Dark vinegar spilled all over the table. Bai Ningbing's hand froze in mid-air. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. This kid actually dared to avoid her. Right then, a soft laugh came from the stairs. Oh look, it is so early and there is already such a sour smell. Liu Ruyan leaned on the railing with a half smile. She walked over. Her gaze swept over me once, finally stopping at the dark circles under my eyes. Those dark circles are so deep. Were you out stealing last night? Then, Liu Ruyan suddenly smirked, bringing her face close to mine. The scent of perfume mixed with pheromones blew right in my face. Little one, did you dream of something awkward last night? Hearing that, my body instantly stiffened. My secret had been hit. My face turned from red to white, then from white back to a deep purple red. I spoke incoherently. No, I didn't. Sister Ruyan, don't talk nonsense. Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, reaching out her finger to lift my chin. The little one has really grown up. You actually know how to be shy now. I am going to wash the dishes. I did not dare respond at all, throwing back a nonsensical sentence, then turning and disappearing into the kitchen. Thud. The frosted glass door was pulled shut hard, completely cutting off the gazes from outside. Bai Ningbing stared at the closed door. She turned to look at Liu Ruyan. With an unfriendly tone, why are you teasing the boy? Liu Ruyan was not afraid at all. She shrugged, picking up a slice of bread. What's wrong with a little teasing? He is a teenage boy. It is perfectly normal to have some secrets. She glanced toward the kitchen. Implicitly, Ningbing, I'm afraid your little brother has reached an age where he understands things. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, water rushed from the faucet. I was not washing dishes at all, but was holding a cleaning rag, madly, scrubbing the range hood that was already shiny as new, over and over again. Only by exhausting myself to the point of collapse would those images in my head finally disappear. She is my benefactor, my whole world. She is the bright moon in the sky that cannot be touched. I closed my eyes, warning myself time and time again. I could even sacrifice my life for her. But I must never have those dark thoughts about her. That is an insult. It is returning kindness with ingratitude. I muttered with inferiority, my voice filled with self-loathing. Cha Chang, you are just a rat in the gutter. Don't have delusional dreams of touching the clouds. Outside the kitchen, Bai Ningbing had not taken a single bite. She leaned over, looking through the glass door, at the figure busy in a frenzy behind it. That back looked so panicked and pathetic, exuding a sense of desperate avoidance. She suddenly remembered the way I looked at her earlier. The avoidance, the alarm, and the shame. Only the carefree reliance from before was missing. That look was the look of a man watching a woman, carrying a clumsy suppression. Bai Ningbing was filled with worry. She set her cup down with a loud bang. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Finally, she realized something. It seems after that rainy night in the music room, everything has started to change. Time passed by. Soon, it was my 16th birthday. I blew out all 16 candles in one breath. Ning bang. The confetti popper in Gu Ching Ching's hand exploded. Multicolored papers fell all over my head and neck. Liu Ruyan walked over with a smile, helping me remove the ribbons from my hair. Her fingertips, intentionally or not, brushed against my ear. Our little Chang is already 16. You're a future pillar now. All right, stop teasing the boy. Bai Ningbing spoke from the head of the table, while pushing a velvet box, dark green towards me. It was a Patek Philippe, with a watch face the deep blue of a starry sky. However, I only took a quick glance, then respectfully closed the lid. Thank you, sister. Bai Ningbing raised an eyebrow, asking if I did not like it. I answered honestly, it's too expensive. I'm afraid if I wear it while chopping food, grease will splash on it. Hearing that, Gu Qingqing almost spat out the rib she was eating. Her eyes went wide. Good lord, this is a Patek Philippe, and I was thinking about wearing it to chop vegetables? Then she tossed me a pair of limited edition sneakers. Here, mine is still the most practical. Running errands at the market in these will be super fast. Liu Ruyan gave a bottle of men's perfume. She also whispered in my ear, remember to use this when you go out later. I guarantee the girls at school will fall head over heels if they smell it. Hearing that, Bai Ningbing's face immediately darkened. She tapped the table. Her voice turned a few degrees colder. Eat. The food is getting cold. The whole spread of food was still prepared by my own hands. Gu Qingqing could not help but exclaim. Compared to this piece of meat, the things they gave are truly not worth mentioning. This was the absolute dominance of a true master chef. Dinner lasted a long time. Bai Ningbing drank until her eyes became hazy. Suddenly, she stared intently at me. She beckoned me. Xia Chang, come here. I immediately stood up, went to her side, and sat down like most devout believer. Bai Ningbing's burning hands cupped my face, her thumb gently caressing the corner of my eye. She murmured in a low voice, You're 16 now, you've really grown up. Her body suddenly leaned forward, leaning completely against my shoulder as if she were weightless. The rich scent of alcohol mingled with the strong cedar fragrance on her, enveloping me in an instant. Her voice, both domineering and gentle, sounded in my ear, her hot breath blowing against my skin. You are not allowed to run away from now on. Hearing that, my whole body froze, daring not to move even a single bit. My heart began to race. Bai Ningbing inhaled my scent, gritting her teeth as she said each word, part threat, part coquettish plea. If you dare follow that Gu Qingqing person, I'll break your legs. The dining room was unusually quiet. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan glanced at each other. Both of them remained dead silent, even starting to pack their things to slip away quickly. I felt the heavy weight on my shoulders. To me, it was the entire world. I tilted my head over. My lips almost brushed against her hair. I replied hoarsely, I'm not going. I won't go anywhere. But she muttered a single word, liar. Then, completely drunk, she drifted off to sleep. Seeing that, I slid my hands under her knees and back, lifting her up steadily. She stirred slightly in my arms, searching for the most comfortable position, burying her face against my chest. Her hand instinctively tightened on the lapel of my shirt. Just like that, I carried her step by step up to the second floor to her bedroom. But as I laid her on the bed and prepared to stand up, collar was suddenly grabbed tightly by Bai Ningbing. He Kang, don't go. At this moment, my collar was being held fast by a pair of soft hands that wouldn't let go. Bai Ningbing closed her eyes tightly, her brows furrowing. Please don't go. Don't leave me alone. That weak sleep talk instantly struck a chord in my heart. I'm not going anywhere. I knelt on one knee on the rug beside the bed, allowing her to hold onto me. Looking at her exquisite face shining under the moonlight, I reached out with my right hand as if possessed, wanting to smooth the frown between her brows, but my fingertips froze in mid-air, remaining just a few millimeters away from that defenseless skin. The urge to cross the line just sprouted in my heart. I was someone she took in. She was my benefactor, my older sister, and above all, my high and mighty fiancée, not a woman I could simply offend. I took a deep breath of cold air, forcing myself to pull back the hand that wanted to touch her. I pulled the silk blanket over, carefully tucking her in, and sat on the rug, leaning my back against the bed frame. Listening to her steady breathing behind me, I stayed awake through the entire long night. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Bai Ningbing woke up from her stupor, rubbing her temples as she opened her eyes. Memories flooded back. The cake from last night, the glass of wine, and that warm embrace. She sat up, looking down, saw me curled up asleep by the bedside. Her gaze followed the contours of my face, then moved down, less than greater, finally stopping at my slightly bobbing Adam's apple. Less than greater. She suddenly realized with a start that I was no longer a little kid. She couldn't help but reach out, placing her soft palm against my cheek. In my dream, I instinctively muzzled into her palm, as obedient as a wolf cub guarding its food. Bai Ningbing smiled, and on that face that was always cold, there suddenly surged a desire and a terrifying possessiveness. You're 16 now, all grown up, He Chang. You won't escape my hands for the rest of your life. At 7:30 a.m., I had been busy in the kitchen since early morning. From behind came the sound of Bai Ningbing's footsteps, along with a cold voice. "Put it down. Breakfast is almost ready." I turned around in surprise, her voice raspy. "I told you to put it down." Bai Ningbing bit her pink lips, her eyes staring intently at me, at the dark circles and bloodshot eyes showing my exhaustion. Before I could say a word, Bai Ningbing stepped forward, snatched the spatula, and pushed me out of the kitchen. "Get out. I'm making breakfast today." Hearing this, I was stunned, helplessly watching those delicate, high-born hands, which were currently clumsily holding a raw egg, tapping it against the pan's edge. With a crack, the egg, along with shards of shell, fell into the sizzling hot oil. Hot oil splattered everywhere, frightening Bai Ningbing into jumping back a few steps, her delicate brows furrowing deeply. Seeing black smoke billowing from the pan, I couldn't help but speak up. "The fire. The heat is too high." Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth to flip the egg, but ended up piercing the yolk with the spatula, leaving the fried egg stuck miserably to the bottom of the pan. The kitchen fell silent for a few seconds. With a clang, she threw the spatula into the pan, and when she turned around, her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. She spoke fiercely, but was clearly lacking in confidence. "What are you looking at?" I sighed helplessly in my heart, stepping forward calmly. "Go sit at the table and wait, sis." I picked up the pan containing that horrific dark cuisine and dumped it into the sink. To each their own specialty, and manual labor simply doesn't suit you. Bai Ningbing looked reluctant and wanted to argue, but seeing the unidentified mess in the sink, she could only huff coldly and turn to leave. 10 minutes later, a perfect soft-boiled egg bacon roll was set on the table, along with steaming hot millet porridge. Gu Qingqing came downstairs yawning, and her eyes widened instantly. She stared at Bai Ningbing, who was personally peeling an egg for me. "Oh, acting like a good wife already." Gu Qingqing chuckled and pulled out a chair. "Has our CEO Bai changed her personality? Acting out under the influence last night and playing the good wife today to make up for it." Bai Ningbing glared at her, then dropped the peeled egg heavily into my bowl, so hard that the egg white cracked. "Just eat your food." She kept a cold face, but her hands didn't stop for a second, moving all the bacon from the plate to my bowl, piling it up like a small mountain. "Eat more." She stared at my haggard face, her tone stiff. "You're skinny as a monkey. Taking you out would really embarrass me." I looked at the mountain of meat and swallowed hard. "Sis, I can't finish all this. If you don't finish, you're not leaving this table today." Gu Qingqing sat nearby, laughing so hard she slapped her thigh. Just then, Lu Ruyan walked in with an elegant cup of coffee, sat down, and glanced between the two of us. "Little Kiang, the roses in the backyard need pruning. The gardener is on leave. Why don't you give it a try? It'll save us some hiring costs." "No." Bai Ningbing slammed her chopsticks onto the table. The dining room immediately fell silent. "Why?" I looked up, totally confused. "I know how to prune flowers back at the orphanage." I said no, and I mean it. Bai Ningbing pulled out a tissue, wiping the corners of her mouth gracefully. "The sun is so harsh outside. What if your skin peels from the sun?" She suddenly looked across the table, pointing at my bony hands. "Your hands are for holding pens and cooking. Definitely not for digging around in the mud." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes dramatically. All right, you finally know how to care for him. You didn't seem so heartbroken when you made him scrub toilets before." Bai Ningbing ignored her teasing, looking down at her wristwatch. "Are you full?" I nodded quickly after swallowing the last bit of meat. She grabbed her handbag and stood up. "From today, Uncle Jiang will be responsible for taking you to school." I quickly waved my hands in refusal. "No need, sis. I can take the bus myself." "This is an announcement, not a negotiation." Bai Ningbing stared down at me. "Security hasn't been good lately. I don't want my fiancé to be lured away by some nobodies." On the way to school, the black Maybach rolled smoothly along the road. Bai Ningbing leaned back in the rear seat with her eyes closed, but her mind was filled with images of my warm embrace from last night. She opened her eyes and tilted her head to look at me. I was reading with my head down, sitting upright, my school uniform buttoned all the way up, looking extremely obedient and disciplined. "Give me your backpack," she spoke up suddenly. I was stunned for a moment, then obediently handed the bag over. "I'm going to check your homework." Bai Ningbing took it and unzipped the bag with the perfectly valid excuse of exercising her rights as a guardian. She flipped through the textbooks and test papers inside, all marked with correct signs and impeccable handwriting. Her fingers paused at a small compartment in the bag, sensing something unusual from her fingertips. It was something soft and crumpled. She pulled it out, a pale pink envelope that was an absolute eyesore. Bai Ningbing slowly unfolded the crumpled paper, and after just a glance at the first line, her eyes narrowed dangerously. "To the He Chang I like the most." The handwriting was delicate, even with a heart drawn next to the word like. The atmosphere in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. I was busy studying vocabulary when I felt a chill down my neck. I looked up and met half-smiling, half-not gaze of Bai Ningbing. She held the pink letter between her fingers, her eyes ice-cold. He Chang, from now on, you must turn over anything like this to me immediately. The September weather was so hot it made everyone irritable. I wore my baggy uniform, with my bag slung over one shoulder, walking close to the hallway wall. Suddenly, a hand blocked my path. The leader with the crew cut chewed his gum, scanning me with a look of contempt. Heard you live in the Ikun mansion. He suddenly put his hand on my shoulder and pressed hard. Lend your brothers some cash. We're a bit short these days. I took half a step back, shrugging off his hand. I don't have any money. But those words were like a spark to a powder keg, and the crew cut guy's face darkened instantly. He let out a sneer and lunged at me with pure malice. I couldn't dodge in time and stumbled into the lockers. The documents in my arms flew everywhere, scattering on the floor. Even the water bottle Bai Ningbing despised rolled away. It rolled a long way. Laughter broke out all around. The crew cut guy pretended to dust off his pants. Oops, my bad. The hall's too narrow. I didn't see any ghosts standing here. A dirty foot stepped hard on my physics book, grinding it into the floor. I stared down at the footprint, not getting angry or arguing, but just quietly sat down to pick up each book and wipe off the dirt. The group, seeing no fun left, walked off cursing, taking my pencil case away as they went. Then a chubby student approached, helping me pick up the last pen. He whispered, "Your name is He Chang, right?" "I'm Fatty Wang. You messed with the wrong guy. That was Wang Defa. Better stay far away from him." I took the pen and looked up with a gentle smile. "It's okay. I'm not looking for trouble." At lunchtime, I took my self-prepared double-layer lunchbox to the dining hall. This lunchbox was filled with sweet and sour ribs I'd woken up at 5 a.m. to cook. But as I eagerly opened the lid, my movements froze. On top of the snowy white rice was a layer of gray sand, along with wood chips swept from the floor, sprinkled all over the ribs I had worked so hard on. I stared at the lunchbox for a few seconds, not angry, not trembling, but calmly closed the lid again. Then I stood up and threw the untouched meal straight into the trash. Then I went to the convenience store for bread and a bottle of water and headed to the flower bed behind the teaching building. Since no one was there, I sat on the cement step and took a bite of bread. But I didn't know that in the second-floor administrative corridor, Liu Ruyen was walking in 7-inch heels, holding a folder, on her way to the principal's office to discuss sponsorship. Her gaze accidentally swept over the schoolyard, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. She saw me with my head down, munching on bread and drinking cold water, looking as lonely as a pitiful stray cat. Liu Ruyen felt the blood rush to her head, her hands clutching the folder, trembling with rage. She let out a curse. This kid, treated like royalty at home by Bai Ningbing, and yet now, he's forced to eat 2-cent bread at this trashy school. Liu Ruyen intended to rush down, but she understood my personality. If she made a scene, it'd just say, "I'm fine, sis." This had to be handled by the lady of the house herself. She took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and zoomed in. In the video, I happened to be choking, struggling, and pounding on my chest. Hit send. At the CEO's office on the top floor of the Bai group inside the meeting room, Bai Ningbing was a bit distracted. Her right eyelid had been twitching since morning. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. The notification tone for a special contact. She raised her hand to signal a pause in the meeting and picked up the phone to unlock it. A 10-second video appeared before her eyes. The whole room fell silent. As all the senior executives watched the Ice Queen's face gradually become covered in a layer of frost, followed by a sudden, towering rage. On the screen, the teenager she always pampered with bird's nest at home was now squatting on the ground, his face turning red as he struggled to swallow dry bread. With a snap, the expensive fountain pen in Bai Ningbing's hand was crushed in half by her. Black ink splattered, staining her fair hand and smudging a contract worth hundreds of millions. "CEO Bai." Secretary Zhang gasped beside her, hurriedly handing her a tissue. Bai Ningbing suddenly stood up, the chair screeching as it was pushed back. She ground out 2 words. "Meeting adjourned." Without even bothering to wipe the ink off her hand, she grabbed her car keys and rushed out. She had to see who dared to lay a finger on the person she was raising. During the afternoon class, I was listening intently to the lecture when a paper ball hit the back of my neck. I didn't turn around, continuing to write formulas in my notebook with half a dusty footprint still visible on my back. Suddenly, a low rumble of an engine echoed through the thin classroom windows, then a second and a third. Everyone curiously peered out the window to look down. They all gasped in astonishment simultaneously. A shiny black Maybach was parked right under the teaching building. The car door opened and two bodyguards in black stepped out to clear the path as Bai Ningbing stepped out. Sunglasses, red lip, and an overwhelming aura filled the air. The classroom began to buzz with excitement, non-stop whispers filling the room. The pen in my hand stopped as I heard familiar high-heel clicks coming from the hallway. Click, click, click. Each step seemed to stomp on my heart. With a bang, the classroom door was shoved open by the bodyguards, making the lecturer drop his chalk in fear. "Who are you looking for?" Bai Ningbing took off her sunglasses, her sharp gaze scanning the room, finally stopping precisely on my position. She strode in on her high heels, her voice icy. "I'm here to take my brother home." As she spoke, her gaze shifted, stopping on Wang Defa, who was sitting arrogantly, a mocking smile touching her lips. "And to clean up some trash while I'm at it." Right now in the classroom, Wang Defa was stunned motionless, forgetting even to chew the gum in his mouth. The one normally so arrogant and bossy felt a chill down his spine from just one look from Bai Ningbing. It felt like ice on his spine. The teacher was about to call for order, but Bai Ningbing didn't even acknowledge him. She interrupted, "I know this is a school." With that, she walked straight up to me. I stood up, bowing my head low, my hands clutching the hem of my uniform. "Sis." Bai Ningbing didn't answer, but instead she reached out, gently brushing the dirt off my shoulder. It was the mark left from when Wang Defa deliberately pushed me earlier. She moved delicately as if handling a treasure, once, twice. The classroom was dead silent, all the students staring at this overwhelming woman, personally dusting off the one who was usually bullied. Who did this? Her hand stopped. She turned, her sharp eyes scanning the room. No one dared to utter a word. Wang Defa was so scared he swallowed hard, instinctively retracting his legs under the desk. No one's talking. Bai Ningbing let out a cold laugh and ordered the bodyguards, "Go to the principal's office, extract all the surveillance footage from this floor for me. I don't believe the cameras at Icon number 2 happen to be broken right at this moment." The moment he heard camera, Wang Defa's face instantly turned white as a sheet. He stood up trembling. Don't check. I was just kidding around with him." "Kidding around?" Bai Ningbing repeated, approaching Wang Defa step by step. Throwing his books down and stepping on them, is that considered kidding? Making him eat rice mixed with sand, is that also a joke? With every question she asked, Wang Defa trembled even more, until Bai Ningbing stood tall right in front of her. She sneered, "Then I want to have a little fun with you too." She took out her phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. "Secretary Zhang, investigate the Wang family construction business in Kun City immediately. Within 10 minutes, I want to hear that their supply chain has been completely cut off." From the other end, a respectful voice replied, "Yes, CEO Bai." The call ended and Wang Defa's legs gave out. He collapsed into his chair. You can't." "I can't what?" Bai Ningbing looked down at him, her eyes full of disgust. "Hachang is a member of my Bai family. Who do you think you are to lay a finger on him?" With that, she turned away without another look, grabbed my hand, and led me out. Her grip was very tight, less than greater than. Our fingers interlaced, less than greater than, as if to transfer her warmth to me. On the ride home, less than greater than. The air was terrifyingly stifling. Less than greater than. I shrank into a corner, not even daring to look up. Less than greater than. Only feel in her gaze, which was both blazing with anger. Less than greater than, and cold as ice. Less than greater than. A while later, less than greater than, I finally whispered to break the silence. "I'm sorry for troubling you again." Bai Ningbing let out a cold huff, reaching out to loosen my school tie. Getting bullied to that extent and not saying a single word. Less than greater than. "Hachang, you're really something." Less than greater than. "I just didn't want to distract you." Less than greater than. "Shut up." She looked away. Less than greater than, her chest heaving with anger. Less than greater than. The wolf cub's shed raised so carefully, cherished like a treasure. Less than greater than. Had been trampled on like a dog outside. This grudge could absolutely not be let go so easily. Back at the villa, the atmosphere in the dining room was even heavier than in the car. My favorite steamed grouper was on the table, but I didn't touch it. Bai Ningbing sat opposite me in silence, quietly picking out the fish meat, meticulously removing every tiny bone. I watched the pile of fish meat grow like a mountain in my bowl. Less than greater than. My throat tight. Less than greater than. My eyes stinging. Less than greater than. Her silent protection. Less than greater than. Moved me even more than her dominance at school. Less than greater than. Sis, I'm not hungry. You eat. She pushed the plate of food toward me, just a single word, but the tone was extremely firm and non-negotiable. I had to pick up the chopsticks and put a piece of fish in my mouth, but I couldn't taste anything. Not until she saw me finish the fish did Bai Ningbing's face soften slightly. He Chang. My heart skipped a beat. I looked up with a bit of sauce still on the corner of my mouth. What is it, sis? Bai Ningbing reached out. Her finger swiped across, firmly wiping the corner of my mouth. Her voice was very nonchalant, but it held a meaning that sent shivers down my spine. You don't need to worry about school anymore. From tomorrow, Gu Qingxing will report to your school. Hearing that, I was instantly stunned. What is Sister Qingxing going there for? Bai Ningbing picked up the red wine glass and swirled it gently. She took a sip. A cold flash passed through her eyes. To be a volunteer PE teacher. Let's see if anyone dares to touch a single hair on your head now. The next day at the stadium, a sharp whistle tore through the lazy atmosphere. The outcasts like Wang Defa, who were normally so bossy, now looked as pathetic as dead dogs, sprawled on the rubber track. Get up. Gu Qingxing's clear voice rang out, completely devoid of emotion. Wang Defa let out a groan. Playing the lazy card. Teacher, I really can't run anymore. A harsh laugh echoed right in his ear. Gu Qingxing landed a kick on the grass right next to him. Did I say you could stop? She leaned down. Her deceptive doll-like face was wearing a smile, but her eyes were as cold as if looking at a punching bag. You had plenty of stamina when you were bullying your classmates. You were quite strong when you were tearing up other people's backpacks too. Why are you so weak now? Hearing that, Wang Defa trembled violently. Forced by that gaze, he had to scramble to his feet. Not far away, I was wearing baggy basketball clothes. I was raising my hand to take a shot. The ball traced a beautiful parabola through the air. Swish. The ball went straight into the hoop. Gu Qingxing's expression changed instantly. 1 second she was a coach from hell. The next she turned into a passionate fangirl bringing water. She grabbed a bottle of cold water, trotting over to me. Huqiang, have some water. She unscrewed the cap and held it to my lips, as if she wanted to feed me herself. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Let me wipe your sweat for you. Wang Defa and his lackeys watched with their jaws dropped. Is this really the same person? I took the water bottle. I retreated slightly in embarrassment. Sister Qingxing, we're at school. Gu Qingxing glared at the lazy Wang Defa over there. Her voice suddenly rose. So what if it's school? I'm the PE teacher. What's wrong with looking after my favorite student? Who dares to object? Saying that, she spun around. She shouted toward that group of problem students. What are you looking at? Run another 5 laps for me. 2.5 hours later, at the principal's office, a middle-aged, balding fat man was slamming the table, spitting as he spoke. This is corporal punishment. I will sue you. My son came here to study, not to be used as slave labor. Wang Defa hid behind his father's back. His face showed a smug look. Meanwhile, Principal Jiang was sweating profusely, constantly trying to appease him with forced smiles. At this moment, inside the principal's office, Gu Qingxing sat on the chair with her legs crossed. She took a red book out of her bag and slammed it on the table. Sue me. Humph. In the National Female Sanda Champion. An national-level fitness instructor. Gu Qingxing slightly lifted her chin, pointing at the book. This is my teaching certification. As for your son, that's a special training regime for students with poor physical health. Well, is that illegal too? The middle-aged fat man was instantly speechless. His bravado immediately dropped by half. But he shouldn't be trained to the point of collapse. Hearing that, Gu Qingxing stood up abruptly. She placed her hand directly on my shoulder. When your son threw his classmate's book on the ground and stepped on it, well, did he ever think he was trampling on someone else's dignity? Then she took out her phone and shook it. You want to sue me? Fine. The legal department of the Bai Group is looking for something to do anyway. While we're at it, we can settle the old score regarding school bullying too. Hearing the name Bai Group, the fat man's face turned pale. He swung his hand and gave Wang Defa a resounding slap. You little brat, apologize to your classmate right now. Wang Defa clutched his face, completely stunned. He looked at me, being protected by Gu Qingxing. Only now did he understand what it meant to hit a brick wall. From then on, my treatment at school changed completely. Every lunchtime when I went to the canteen for food, everyone automatically stepped aside to make way for me. The hand of the lady serving the food didn't dare to shake anymore. A generous scoop of braised meat was served to me, just as I sat down with my food tray. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a notification from Liu Ruyan's short video. The video showed my back as I was shooting hoops on the court. A very decisive three-point shot. The background music was incredibly high energy. The attached status was even more domineering. The attached status was even moister. Is so cool, and little brother is so handsome. My face instantly flushed hot. I hurriedly placed my phone face down on the table. Being protected so thoroughly by three sisters like this, it's a bit overwhelming. But this feeling truly makes one feel very safe. Late at night, I was called into Bai Ningbing's bedroom. She told me to stand in front of the mirror. Her voice was clear. "Do it again." I took a deep breath and said softly, "No." "Too quiet." Bai Ningbing frowned. "No." I had to increase my volume. "The expression isn't right." Bai Ningbing stood up and walked over to me. She reached out and tilted my chin up. "Your gaze must be decisive. When you refuse someone, leave no room for doubt. Whether they ask you to buy lunch for them or ask you to do their cleaning duty." Her fingers slid down from my chin, grazing my skin either accidentally or intentionally, finally stopping at my collar. "Even those love letters those girls give to you." Hearing that, I immediately held my breath. I didn't dare move a muscle. She slowly helped me button up my shirt, completely covering my collarbone. "You remember?" My Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I nodded with difficulty. "I remember." After speaking, I felt like I'd been granted a pardon. I turned around, intending to run back to my room. But just as I reached the doorbell downstairs suddenly rang. Who could be coming at this hour? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. She went to the window and looked down. There was an unfamiliar black commercial vehicle parked in the yard. The sound of the door opening echoed from downstairs. Manny Zhang's voice called out, "Eldest miss, there's a guest." I followed Bai Ningbing downstairs. In the living room, a woman in a neat business suit was standing there. She was Gu Hanshuan's private secretary. The secretary pushed up her glasses. Her gaze swept past Bai Ningbing and stopped on me, as if she were looking at a piece of merchandise waiting for appraisal. Bai Ningbing's face was as cold as ice. She crossed her arms and looked at the other person. "Say what you have to say quickly." The secretary smiled. She took a dossier out of her briefcase. "President Gu asked me to bring these. This is the latest information regarding Mr. He Bin-kun, meaning the biological father of young Master He Chang." Hearing that name, my hands immediately clenched into fists. The secretary's flat voice continued. "He has lost everything gambling in Macau. Not only does he owe the mob, but he also signed a betting agreement." The secretary looked up and gave me a professional smile. "And the collateral is the transfer of guardianship of young Master He Chang before he reaches adulthood." As soon as she finished, the sound of high heels echoed outside. Gu Hanshuan walked straight in. She didn't even bother to glance at me. She sat on the sofa. "President Bai, the Bai family will start their IPO listing next month. If the news that the Bai family is harboring the son of a gambling addict gets out, what do you think the investors will say?" Gu Hanshuan thought she had Bai Ningbing backed into a corner. A triumphant smirk curled on her lips. She pointed at me. "Let him come with me. Overseas for a few years. Once that old man rots in the casinos, he can return to inherit the family business." She took out a pre-signed check and pushed it toward Bai Ningbing. "This is for his living expenses for the past year. Is that enough?" I looked up. My eyes, usually gentle and submissive, were now incredibly cold. "I'm not going." These three words instantly shattered Gu Hanshuang's smile. She frowned, looking directly at me for the first time. "What did you say?" I said, "I'm not going." I repeated, "Grandfather's will is very clear. Till I am of age, I will live with the Bai family." "Stupid." Gu Hanshuang slammed her hand on the table. "You intend to hide here and be their servant. He Chang, you have Gu family blood in your veins. Is this all the ambition you have? Abandoning your future for a woman?" Bai Ningbing, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. "President Gu, you're mistaken about one thing. The person I, Bai Ningbing, am raising. How I choose to pamper him is my business, even if he destroys the kitchen. It's still a private matter of my household. And as for reputation, my Bai family is not yet so desperate that we must sell a brother to maintain stock prices." Gu Hanshuang trembled with rage. "Fine. Very well, let's wait and see. Wait until that gambler comes with the agreement. Let's see how you handle it then." At that moment, a lazy voice called down from the second floor. "What a shame, the person you mentioned won't be coming here." Liu Ruyan walked down from the second floor and tossed a tablet onto the coffee table. "Auntie Gu, you played this trap quite smoothly. On the 3rd of last month, you transferred 5 million to the casino. Immediately after, He Bin-kun lost everything there and signed this betting agreement." Liu Ruyan stepped close to Gu Hanshuang, smiling slyly like a fox. "Setting up your own ex-husband, just to force your son home. If this gets out, The image of the Gu group will surely go up in smoke, right? Hearing this, Gu Hanshuang's face turned white. She stared at the tablet. You investigated me. Gu Qingqing plugged the USB directly into the TV. A surveillance video appeared clearly. In the video, Gu Hanshuang's secretary was pushing a suitcase of gambling chips to my father. My father was sweating profusely from his losses. The evidence was undeniable. Gu Hanshuang collapsed weakly onto the sofa, her previous arrogance completely gone. She looked at me in a panic, trying to act emotional. He Chang. Mom had no other choice. I just wanted you to come home. I looked at her. There was no hatred in my eyes.
Only a chilling distance. I lifted my wrist to look at my watch. My voice was calm. Madam Gu, it's getting late. Please leave. The hawthorn pear soup in the pot needs to simmer for 7 more minutes before I can turn off the stove. Your presence makes it hard for me to watch the heat. Gu Hanshuang froze on the spot. She still couldn't believe it. That between her own biological mother and a pot of soup. I chose the latter without hesitation. You're chasing me away? Just to cook soup for your sister? I didn't answer. I turned my back and walked into the kitchen, leaving her with only my back. It was a silent rejection. Bai Ningbing pointed toward the front door and said only one word. Get out! Gu Hanshuang grit her teeth and rushed out the door in humiliation. 20 minutes later, I brought up a bowl of soup. Lightly knocking on the office door on the second floor, I placed the small white porcelain bowl on the corner of the desk, carefully avoiding all the documents, tensely clutching the tray. Sister Ningbing. Bai Ningbing stopped her work. She looked up. Under the light, my eyes were clear like a puppy's. In my eyes, there was only her reflection. I handed her the spoon and added softly, Please drink it while it's hot. It will make your stomach feel better. Weekend noon. The villa door was suddenly pushed open. A murderous gust of wind rushed in. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit entered. His gaze was sharp. His aura was incredibly powerful. Bai Ningbing's father. Bai Ningbing, sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up. Dad, aren't you supposed to be inspecting the branch in Australia? Why did you return so suddenly? Bai Ting threw the sandalwood beads in his hand onto the shelf, creating a loud noise. If I didn't come back, then this house would be renamed Gu soon, wouldn't it? His gaze swept over his daughter and locked onto me, Ningbing. Offending the Gu family for a brat of unknown potential. You've been far too impulsive. You've been far too impulsive. Bai Ningbing's face darkened. She intended to step forward and protect me, but I took a step forward first. I bowed politely to Bai Ting. Greetings, Uncle Bai. But Bai Ting only gave a cold snort. He looked me up and down. What's so good? 16 years old and already knowing how to hide behind a woman's back. Your mother wasn't wrong. Spending all day in the kitchen really is a sign of no future. I didn't argue and wasn't angry. I just calmly observed his pale lips and his hand resting on his stomach. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Australian cuisine is mostly cold. Your stomach has likely caught a chill. Let me make some sour cabbage fish to warm your stomach. Bai Ting refused immediately. I'm not eating. But I paid no mind to his refusal. I'll add a dish of high-heat, stir-fried pork kidneys. I'll control the fire perfectly to ensure the dish is tender and not chewy. After saying that, I turned and went straight to the kitchen. In less than 2.5 minutes, the sound of sizzling oil erupted from the kitchen. The rich aroma of sautéed onion, ginger, and garlic dispelled the tense and heavy atmosphere in the living room. Bai Ting's Adam's apple moved slightly. He had to eat steak and salad for half a month abroad. His stomach had long since begun to protest. Now smelling authentic Sichuan flavors, his stomach suddenly gave a traitorous growl. 20 minutes later, I brought each dish to the table. The sizzling hot sour cabbage fish, the glossy and appetizing stir-fried kidneys, and a plate of refreshing smashed cucumbers with garlic. Bai Ting sat down, maintaining his cold expression. He picked up his chopsticks. I'm only having one bite. Having said that, he put a piece of fish into his mouth. The fish melted the moment it hit his mouth. The sour, spicy, and fresh sweetness exploded on his tongue. A wave of warmth flowed into his belly, instantly soothing the stomach that had been tortured for half a month. Bai Ting's chopsticks didn't stop. He picked up another piece of pork kidney. It was crunchy, delicious, and had no fishy smell at all. He put down his chopsticks. He gave a stiff critique. Overcooked by 3 seconds. But anyway, it's better than that terrible food abroad. As soon as he finished, Gu Qingqing's chopsticks were already moving fast. Fine if Uncle Bai thinks it's just average, and the rest is mine. After saying that, the best piece of fish belly was accurately snatched by her. Hey, you little girl. Bai Ting instinctively reached out to hold the dish.
Realizing his own actions, his face suddenly turned red. At the dinner table, the head of the Bai family, usually so stern, was now competing with Gu Qingqing, fighting over the last piece of kidney to the point of bulging eyes. Meanwhile, I was holding the rice cooker, smiling while serving rice to each person. This warm atmosphere is something that this flashy but cold villa hadn't experienced in over a decade. After the meal, Bai Ting held the cup of pu-er tea I offered, exhaling a comfortable sigh. He looked at me as I gathered the dishes. The sharpness in his eyes had diminished significantly. Ningbing, this kid is quite interesting. Bai Ting gently blew on the tea. Let him stay here. If the Gu family dares to come demanding him back, just tell him to stand guard at the door with a spatula. Let's see who dares to enter. Hearing that,
A small smile tugged at Bai Ningbing's lips. I understand, Dad. Late at night, Bai Ningbing fell asleep on the sofa from the exhaustion of processing documents. I held a lamb's wool blanket and walked gently downstairs. I knelt on one knee on the rug, carefully tucking the blanket around her. Then I gently pulled the documents from her hand and organized them. At the same time, from the shadows on the second floor, a figure smoking a cigarette witnessed the entire process. His lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself, at least the kid has a conscience. Today is the 50th anniversary of the founding of Aikun High School No. 2. The logistical corridor is extremely busy. And me, as the person in charge of this cold buffet, I'm standing in front of the frozen food delivery truck. The school cafeteria is clearly incapable of handling a party of this scale. The school assigned this most difficult culinary task to me, a student who just entered 10th grade, but who is already renowned in the culinary world. The supplier is a balding man, with a fake smile trying to shove the delivery slip into my hand. Little brother, sign this quickly. It's all top-tier Australian lobster and Wagyu M9 beef. I had to bring the stock from the port all through the night. I didn't take the pen, but walked over to a crate of Boston lobsters and sat down. I reached out and pressed the lobster shells, and leaned in to smell them. A very strong ammonia smell. And though it was masked with lemon juice, it still hit my nose. I stood up suddenly. My gaze was bone-chilling. This is the stock you said you brought over all night. The bald man's eyes were shifty. Of course. Look at the size and this color. This color comes from being soaked in chemicals. The lobster meat is already starting to get mushy. I pointed to the crate of beef over there. This meat, too, injected with so much water the fibers are falling apart. Just a light press and water comes pouring out. I slammed the delivery slip onto the crate. Who allowed you to bring this garbage in here? The bald man turned his shame into anger. What does a wet behind the ears brat like you know? If the school's grand ceremony is ruined, can you handle that responsibility? The one who can't handle it is you. I immediately ordered the boys behind me. Close the kitchen doors. Not a single item here is allowed inside. Whoever tries to force their way in, call the police immediately. The bald man stomped his feet in a rage. He was just about to cause trouble, when a phone suddenly rang. I didn't care about him. I took out my phone and called Bai Ningbing directly. Sister. On the other end, Bai. Ningbing immediately recognized the tension in my voice. What's wrong? Someone tampered with the ingredients. Everything is substandard. I paused for a moment. It's likely targeted at me, or targeted at the Bai family. How much time is left? On the other end, Bai Ningbing gripped her fountain pen tightly. If today's party is a disaster, then, as the person in charge, my reputation will be ruined, and she, as the guardian, will also become a laughingstock in high society. There are 4 hours until the party starts. Send me the ingredient list. Bai Ningbing hung up. She turned to the secretary. Notify the procurement department. Within half an hour. I want to see the freshest ingredients. Delivered to Aikun High School No. 2. Use even our helicopters at the port. The secretary was stunned. President Bai. The cost. Did I hire you to calculate the cost? Bai Ningbing gave her a cold glare. Additionally, investigate. The supplier who just delivered to High School No. 2. Who is behind them? At this moment, the atmosphere in the kitchen of High School No. 2 was extremely tense. The balding man intended to lead a few porters to barge right in. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly blocked the way. Oh, quite a scene here, isn't it? Liu Ruyan walked in on high heels, holding her phone for a selfie, just as she stepped inside. The number of viewers in her live stream room was skyrocketing. She pointed the lens directly at that crate of lobsters, smiling as brightly as a blooming flower. Everyone, look at these premium ingredients for the High School No. 2 anniversary. Tisk tisk, these lobsters are deader and colder than my ex-heart. The balding man saw the camera and his face instantly turned pale. He instinctively moved to stop her. What are you doing? Stop filming. Liu Ruyan tilted her body to dodge. The lens panned away,
pointing directly at me as I was commanding the scene. "Let me introduce you all. This is our executive chef for the day, young He Chang." It was him just now, who saw through this pile of fake garbage with a single glance. As soon as she finished, the comments exploded. "Oh my God, isn't this that god of cooking little brother, feeding dead lobsters to students? This supplier needs to be thoroughly investigated." At the same time, in the CEO's office of the Gu Group, Gu Hanshuang watched the livestream screen, angrily throwing the tablet in her hand to the ground. Useless. All of them are useless. She had everything arranged. If only those ingredients had made it in. If just one person had a stomach ache at the party, she could have bribed the media to turn He Chang into a useless failure who couldn't get anything right, forcing the Bai family to give me up. But now, her scheme backfired and the dirt is splashing back onto her instead. Half an hour later, the deafening roar of helicopter blades
Suddenly echoing in the sky above the number 2 high school stadium. 3 helicopters bearing the Bai Shi Group logo are hovering in mid-air. Boxes of premium ingredients labeled for air transport were dispatched here. All the teachers and students ran out to watch, a grand scene just like in a movie. Standing at the back kitchen door, watching the supplies drop from the sky, I could only smile bitterly. This is far too ostentatious. But I had no time for sighs. With a wave of my hand, I ordered the boxes to be opened. I changed into a brand new chef's uniform. Those hands, once used only to holding books, became steady like a seasoned artisan, the moment they gripped the deboning knife. Australian lobsters were filleted for sashimi. Wagyu beef was diced and seared over a low flame. This batch of matsutake mushrooms will be used for the broth. The chaotic kitchen, under my command, began to operate at lightning speed like a wound-up machine. Liu Ruyan's camera captured everything. The focused gaze. Nice skills as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds, and the beads of sweat upon the forehead. In this moment, no one views me as someone riding his sister's coattails to get ahead anymore. I am the king who rules this entire stage. The dinner banquet was a spectacular success. Under the stage light, the principal beamed as he held the microphone. Next, we must give special thanks to the person primarily responsible for this banquet, student Xia Chang from class 10A2. Applause thundered through the hall. I stepped onto the stage a bit shyly to receive the trophy. Instinctively, my eyes searched for a familiar figure in the audience. Right there in the front row of VIP seats, Bai Ningbing sat in silence. She no longer wore her usual cold expression, nor was she looking at her phone. She only gazed quietly at the stage, looking at the boy bathed in the spotlight. Once a trembling beggar child by her car wheel, who could now handle everything on his own. Bai Ningbing smiled. That smile held pride and comfort, and above all, the satisfaction that the little wolf she raised has finally grown strong fangs. Liu Ruyan leaned in and nudged her, saying, "Bing Bing, tone down that kind mother's smile. You look like a saint, it's weird." Bai Ningbing paid her no mind. She simply took out her phone and snapped a picture of me standing on the stage. In the photo, I held the trophy high, with a smile both shy and radiant. Immediately after, she sent the picture to Gu Hanshuan, without a single word, only a simple emoji, smile.jpg. 3 days later, at Kunching No. 1 People's Hospital, the red light of the emergency room glared painfully. Bai Ningbing had just received the news and rushed over in the middle of the night. At this moment, outside the emergency room, Bai Ningbing sat anxiously on a long bench. Her face was even paler than the walls. Her fingers were interlaced so tightly they turned purple. Why aren't they out yet? Gu Qingqing paced back and forth impatiently. She looked to her side and saw Liu Ruyan absorbed in her phone. "Did you find out? The old man's health has always been stable. How could he suffer sudden heart failure like this?" Liu Ruyan's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Her expression was grim. "In reviewing the cameras at the old villa. Bai Shuxin from the second branch went there yesterday. He left after less than half an hour. That old man again." A flame of rage instantly ignited in Gu Qingqing's eyes. "We haven't even settled the score for drugging the school banquet ingredients, and now he dares to strike at the old man himself." Just then, the emergency room doors opened. The doctor took off his mask and stepped out. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Bai Ningbing sprang up. Her legs were trembling slightly. She nearly collapsed. "Doctor, how is my grandfather?" "He's out of immediate danger for now." The doctor let out a sigh. "But the situation isn't optimistic. The old gentleman seems to have ingested something improper, leading to acute heart failure. He's awake now, but his breathing..." The doctor didn't finish, but everyone understood what he meant. Bai Ningbing swayed, almost falling over. Right then, the elevator chimed and opened. A strange fragrance, in an instant, dispelled the heavy smell of disinfectant in the hallway. I was clutching an old ceramic thermos and came running up.
Sister, the medicinal properties wouldn't release without enough heat, so I brewed it for 10 more minutes. I hugged the thermos tightly to my chest, as if protecting a rare treasure. Bai Ningbing still hadn't recovered from the earlier fright. She stared at the bottle, asking blankly, "What is this?" Opening the lid, steam mingled with the gentle aroma of tangerine peel and astragalus hit the nostrils. "This is the recipe Grandpa left me, the chi-calming and water-flowing soup," he once said. "If the heart's energy is blocked, medicine is useless. We must rely on this soup to maintain his breath." The doctor beside us frowned deeply. Just as he was about to step forward to stop us, smelling this pure herbal fragrance, he swallowed his words back down. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the end of the hall. Outrageous. Bai Shuxian led a group of relatives, aggressively storming towards us. He pointed directly at my face and cursed. "The old man is lying in the recovery room. An outsider like you dares to use this junk to harm people. Life is at stake." However, Bai Ningbing didn't even bother to turn around. She only uttered one word: "Get out." Hearing this, Bai Shuxian froze in his tracks. His face turned beet red with anger. "I am your second uncle. How dare you speak to me like that? I told you to get lost." Bai Ningbing turned around. Her gaze was bone-chillingly cold. "You know best in your heart why Grandpa fell ill. Xingxing, block them here for me. If anyone dares take a step forward, break their legs." "Got it." Gu Qingqing cracked her knuckles and sat down, firmly blocking the ward door. "Come on, Second Master Bai, shall we practice a bit?" Seeing Gu Qingqing's murderous aura, Bai Shuxian shrunk back in fear, not daring to move. Bai Ningbing pushed open the door and brought me inside. The old man on the bed was wearing an oxygen mask. His face was as gray as ash. His chest heaved, his breath wheezing like a broken bellows. I placed the thermos on the bedside table and poured a small bowl of the brown soup. Holding a spoon, I slowly stirred and blew on it. Seeing it was cool enough, I brought the spoon to the old man's parched lips. "Grandpa, please have some soup." The old man struggled to open his clouded eyes. After seeing it was me, his tightly pursed lips miraculously relaxed. He drank it. The first sip didn't create an instant miracle, nor was there any magical glow, but it was clear to the naked eye. His furrowed brows began to smooth out. The stagnation in his chest followed the warm soup down to his stomach and vanished without a trace through his pores. One sip, 2 sips, the bowl of hot soup was finished. The wheezing in his chest began to stabilize, though he was still weak. The gray pallor on his face had vanished. The nurse nearby gasped and covered her mouth in shock. His heart rate has stabilized. Blood oxygen levels are up too. Bai Ningbing stared at the monitor. Tears fell uncontrollably onto the floor. The old man removed his oxygen mask and exhaled a long breath of relief. Those thin hands suddenly found a bit of strength and gripped my wrist. "Good boy, this is the true taste of the Bai family. Those unfilial descendants only know how to worry me to death." He let out a sigh, then looked at Bai Ningbing. "Bing Bing, call the lawyer here tomorrow. I want to change my will. Transfer 5% of the group's shares in my name to Xia Chang." The old man patted the back of my hand. "This child is the lucky star of our Bai family. With him here, this old body can probably hold on for a few more years." The moment the words were spoken, Bai Shuxian pushed open the door and entered. His eyes bulged as if they might fall out. "Dad, have you gone senile? That 5% is worth several billion yuan. Why are you giving it to some outsider brat?" "An outsider?" The old man scoffed. His gaze swept over the people at the door. "He's more of a human than any of you Bais." Bai Ningbing didn't even raise an eyebrow. Those shares worth billions were no different from scrap paper in her eyes. She only looked at me quietly, watching me carefully wipe the old man's mouth. Her gaze was incredibly tender. "Did you hear that, second uncle?" Bai Ningbing's voice was calm. "Grandpa is tired. You may all leave now." Bai Shuxian still intended to cause trouble, but Qingxing pulled out her phone and played a recording. "If that old man dies, how will we divide the shares?" Bai Shuxian's scheming voice rang clearly through the room. His old face turned as white as paper. "Want to call the police?" Liu Ruyin shook a USB drive in her hand. "All the surveillance footage has been copied here. That stuff you put in Grandpa's tea. The lab should have the results soon." Bai Shuxian couldn't utter another word. He could only lead his group away in a shameful retreat. The room returned to a quiet stillness. I calmly cleaned the bowl and spoon and tightened the thermos lid. I didn't care for those priceless stock documents, nor did I pay any mind to the high society dispute. I took the remaining half bowl of warm soup and stepped gently beside Bai Ningbing. Looking at her pale face, I whispered, "Sister, Grandpa is okay now. You should have a sip too. You don't look very well." Bai Ningbing took the bowl and drank it all. The warm liquid flowed down her throat and spread to her heart, completely dispelling the fear and cold from the night. Afterward, the two of us walked out of the ward together. Dawn was just beginning to break outside. I hugged the thermos tightly to my chest, staring down at the tips of my shoes. Sister, I can't accept those shares. I didn't save Grandpa for money. I know. Bai Ningbing leaned quietly against the wall, tilting her head to look at me. In the hazy light of dawn, I seemed unusually tall. Then I looked up, eyes shining. From now on, the 3 meals of the Bai house, every dish and every bowl of soup, I will watch over carefully.
As long as I am here, I will never let those filthy things enter our kitchen again. Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She looked at me standing there, still clearly that shy teenager who only knew how to cook. But those words I just said were as heavy as gold, stronger than any oath. Sha Chang. Bai Ningbing suddenly grabbed my hand and took a close step forward. The distance between us vanished in an instant. If you truly grow up later and don't need my protection anymore, will you still watch over everything like this? Soon, June arrived. The air conditioner in the villa was running at full blast. I had just finished a set of science exam papers. My mind was still a bit foggy. Gu Qingqing sat cross-legged beside me, sucking on a lollipop. She patted my bicep casually. Your arm feels pretty solid. Tonight, I'll take you through a few rounds of boxing to relax. Faced with this violent proposal, I could only smile bitterly. Sister Qingqing, my hands will shake after boxing. What if my handwriting gets messy and I lose marks for presentation? Hearing my voice, which had already matured, a deep and warm masculine tone, Gu Qingqing's ears suddenly turned beet red. She turned away and mumbled. Then just stretching. No more sparring. Liu Ruyan, painting her nails nearby, burst out laughing, snickering. She pushed the English textbook in front of me, her body emanating the intense scent of perfume as she leaned close. All right, gym class is over. It's time for English now. Little brother, read this essay out loud, especially this sentence about loving your family. You must remember it well. Read it with a deeply affectionate and earnest voice, okay? I obediently picked up the book. My perfect London accent sounded incredibly charming. Liu Ruyan's warm fingers lightly touched my lips. Her eyes sparkled as she winked. Too dry. Imagine you're confessing your love to us. A wave of heat rose to my cheeks. I instinctively recoiled backward. Sister Ruyan, this is an argumentative essay, not a love letter. A sharp smack cut through our conversation. On the sofa, the red pen in Bai Ningbing's hand tapped hard on the coffee table. Her cold gaze swept the room. Had enough fooling around? Liu Ruyan gave a shrug, withdrew her hand and sat up straight. Bai Ningbing frowned slightly, pointing at the math test I just finished. The approach to this derivative problem is correct, but why is your second step so convoluted? Hearing this, I quickly leaned in to check the problem. At this moment, my height had shot up to an astonishing 180 centimeters. Even just leaning over slightly, my shadow completely enveloped Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing felt the light dim. As she looked up, she was met directly with my Adam's apple, right in her line of sight, moving masculinely up and down with my breath. The fingers holding her pen tightened, the little flower ball who once didn't reach her shoulder. When did he grow this much? The current distance was indeed a bit dangerous. Sister, I called softly, seeing her dazed. I gave a gentle call. Would using El Hospital's rule be faster for this? Bai Ningbing snapped out of it and quietly leaned back to create some space. It works for competitions, but for normal exams, follow the steps. Don't give the teacher a chance to deduct marks. I gave a response, but I didn't pull back. Instead, I moved behind her, placing a large, warm hand on Bai Ningbing's shoulder, causing her body to tremble slightly. The pressure from my hands increased a little. My fingertips precisely massaged her shoulder muscles. Your neck is as stiff as a rock again. Helping me study while bowing your head over documents every day. Uncle Jiang said, you were still answering emails at 2:30 last night. The aching muscles under my massaging hands gradually began to relax. Bai Ningbing closed her eyes. Her tightly strung nerves also slowly unwound. But she stubbornly said, I'm not tired. You're lying, I said, continuing the massage, lowering my voice with a soft laugh. I'm just taking the college entrance exam. It's not like I'm heading to an execution. Why are you more nervous than me? Bai Ningbing opened her eyes, reached back and grabbed the hand on her shoulder. I'm just afraid you'll fail and start crying. I squeezed her hand back. Don't worry. With everyone watching over me like this, if I fail, I'll punish myself by chopping onions for a month. Gu Qingqing, chewing grapes nearby, immediately added a muffled comment. Chopping onions is too easy for you. You'd have to make a Manchu Han imperial feast to atone.
Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere in the room became much more relaxed. The day before the exam, as I stepped out of the school gates, someone blocked my path. Long time no see. A few more wrinkles had appeared around Gu Hanshuang's eyes, but her overbearing arrogance remained unchanged. Only this time she had no bodyguards. Xiao Chang. Gu Hanshuang took off her sunglasses and forced what she thought was a kindly smile. You've grown so much. I almost didn't recognize you. I stopped walking, as if looking at an irrelevant stranger on the street. Mrs. Gu, is there something? The smile on Gu Hanshuang's face suddenly froze. She took a deep breath and pulled a gold-plated envelope from her handbag. This is an interview invitation from Stanford University. Gu Hanshuang said earnestly. Just give me the word. You don't even need to finish high school. You can head straight abroad as an international student now. I was not moved at all. Didn't even take my hands out of my pockets.
I'm not going. Child, why are you so stubborn? Gu Hanshuang began to panic. Her voice rose, drawing glances from those around us. Do you have any idea? This is an opportunity others only dream of. What's so good about staying here? To struggle in the business world with that Bai woman? Or do you plan to remain a lowly cook in some kitchen corner? Gu blood flows within your veins. Can't your vision be a bit broader than this? I smiled and looked down at her manicured but trembling hands. Mrs. Gu, your so-called vision is just treating your own son like a chess piece, betting him wherever the profit is highest, right? Gu Hanshuang turned pale. I want what's best. No, you're just doing it for yourself. I took a step back to create distance. When I was dying of a high fever, you were busy acquiring someone else's company. It was my sister who stayed awake for 3 nights watching over me. When I was being trampled and bullied at school, You were busy hosting a charity gala. It was my sister who kicked down the principal's office door. I looked up, my gaze passing over her, to the familiar school buildings in the distance. My roots are here. The Bai family taught me how to be a man, and they were the ones who protected me with their lives. As for the Gu family, I retracted my gaze. As far as I'm concerned, that's nothing more than a prefix in a registry book. Gu Hanshuang's hands shook violently. Sooner or later, you'll regret this. Perhaps, I said, slinging my bag over my shoulder and turned to walk away. But right now, I'm more afraid that if I'm any later, my sister's rib soup will be overcooked. 2 days later, the exams ended. Just as I merged into the crowd leaving the school, I was stunned by the sight before me. At the school gate, an incredibly arrogant car horn blared through the crowd. My eyelid twitched as I looked toward the sound. In that moment, I just wanted to cover my face. 3 luxury cars were lined up, completely blocking the entrance. A flashy red one, a black one radiating majesty and power, and a wild-looking gray SUV. All 3 car doors opened simultaneously. Gu Qinqing held a giant bouquet of vegetables, including broccoli, carrots, and even green onions. Liu Ruyan, in sunglasses, was holding a selfie stick, live-streaming the scene. Beside the black Maybach, Bai Ningbing leaned against the door with her arms crossed. Seeing me, she broke into a gentle smile. She waved at the stunned me. Xia Chang, let's go home and eat. A few days later, inside the villa, Gu Qinqing sat cross-legged on the living room rug, staring intently at the newly received transcript. The lollipop fell from her mouth in shock. 1030 points. First in the entire grade. Her eyes widened, looking up at me, squatting by the table, feeding the Samoyed. My God, Xia Chang, are you a monster? There are 9 subjects in 10th grade. Only 10 marks deducted from literature. Perfect scores in every other subject. The exams at Icon number 2 high school are notoriously insane, you know. I patted the dog's head, voice as casual as if talking about dinner greens. Fortunately, the last physics question on the exam was mentioned in that college textbook in your study, so I just solved it easily. Just listen to that. Is that even humanly possible? Liu Ruyan leaned in, admiring the transcript. At this level in 10th grade, won't he be the provincial top scholar by 12th grade? My, this handwriting. Clearly all that practice paid off. He must have gotten full marks for presentation. Bai Ningbing, sitting in the center of the sofa, her fingertips flew, tapping incessantly on her phone screen, usually decisive at the negotiating table, yet now she couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Chime, chime, chime. 2 other phones on the coffee table vibrated wildly. Gu Qinqing grabbed a phone to check. She nearly bit her tongue. The Bai Group Executive Group, the Clan Group, and even their Trio Group were flooded with blinding red transfer notifications, celebrating the Bai family's brother for ranking first in finals. Everyone gets a share. 20,000 each, double bonuses this month. Bing bing, this is way too much showmanship. Gu Qinqing cried out, pointing at the long string of zeros. It's just a 10th grade final exam. If he takes the college entrance exam,
Are you going to burn down the Bai building to celebrate? Bai Ningbing tossed her phone aside. She picks up her iced Americano and takes a sip, but her eyes remain fixed intently on me. No matter how she looks at me, she finds me pleasing to the eye. It's only natural for someone from the Bai family to be first, but a reward is still necessary.
She speaks in a calm, composed voice, but in her heart she feels immensely proud of the little brother she raised with her own hands, to have become such a success. Liu Ruyan giggles as she accepts the red envelope. Then she looks toward me. With such a long summer break, you can't just stay cooped up at home forever. How about we take our little brother to the sea to broaden his horizons? I want to see my little brother in swim trunks. Besides, I've been wanting to go surfing anyway. Not going, Bai Ningbing says, putting down her coffee cup. She leans back against the sofa. She looks at Liu Ruyan with a guarded expression. It's 38 degrees outside. Do you want him to get sunburned until his skin peels? Besides, he's only 16. Don't take him to those messy, chaotic places. Isn't there sunscreen? Gu Qingqing chimes in as well. I also think we should just go out and have some fun. The whole of 10th grade was just a warm-up.
While he hasn't reached 12th grade yet. Hurry and take the boy to the sea for a few laps to tone those muscles. You just want to oval his muscles. Bai Ningbing exposes her without any mercy. Then she stands up and heads straight for the kitchen. We're staying home. Not going anywhere. He needs to rest and recover after such a grueling semester. The sound of rushing water echoes from the kitchen. I am standing at the counter, getting ready to slice a watermelon. Bai Ningbing silently approaches me from behind. I have long since grown accustomed to her presence. I cut the best piece from the very center. I flick away the black seeds. I turn around and hand it to her. Taste this, Nuna. Bai Ningbing doesn't take it. She takes a step forward and raises her hand. Her slightly cold fingertips gently brush against my temple. Why are you sweating so much? I shrink my neck back but don't pull away.
My ears flush red. Uncle Jiang was simmering soup and hasn't turned off the stove. It's a bit hot.
Oh, right. Are you really not going to the beach, Nuna? I'm not afraid of the sun. I just don't want to go. Bai Ningbing pulls her hand back and takes the watermelon slice. She takes a small bite. The pure sweetness dispels the irritation in her heart. It's too noisy outside. She swallows the piece of watermelon. Her voice drops a few octaves. Usually, I'm busy at the company. You're busy at school. We finally finished the exams. It's summer break. I just want to live some quiet days for a change. No socializing, no dealing with reports. Just the few of us. Isn't that nice? I am momentarily dazed. I look toward Bai Ningbing. Her eyes, usually so full of scrutiny, are now as clear as water. They only reflect my image. Yes, Nuna. I smile brightly, my eyes crinkling, showing the pure freshness of youth.
You'll follow whatever you say. A brilliant sunset begins to descend. The fading sunlight pierces through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the living room in a warm orange gold. The four of us sit on the rug holding watermelon. Liu Ruyan spits out a few watermelon seeds. In 11th grade, they start splitting into science and arts tracks, right? With your grades, you'll dominate regardless of what you choose. But have you thought about which path you'll take? Are you planning to choose science to inherit the business later? Bai Ningbing leisurely wipes her hands, but her ears are perked up, listening intently. Future planning in elite families is always the earlier, the better. They'll choose science, I say, putting down the rind. I pull out a tissue and carefully wipe my hands. I want to study medicine, or go into biotechnology. Study medicine? Gu Qingqing says in surprise. That's exhausting. And besides, the Bai family's estate is so massive. Nuna is already taking care of the business. My voice is calm. I turn to look at Bai Ningbing. Your stomach has always been bad. You have to entertain clients a lot, and taking too much medicine is harmful. I think if I can understand things a bit better in the future, whether it's about diet or medical care, then I can truly help you. And besides, I point at the textbook on the coffee table. Back at the orphanage, I thought the world was very small. After coming here, the world has become much larger. But I realize that no matter how the world changes, the place I want to protect most is still this table. To be able to stand by and make hot meals for all of you. The living room suddenly falls silent. Only the hum of the air conditioner remains. Only the... Liu Ruyan is also silent, looking at this boy who is only 16 years old. She suddenly feels that he is far more mature than those rich kids in their 20s. Bai Ningbing looks at the fresh piece of watermelon I held out to her. Her heart softens completely and feels a bit of heartache. Only in 10th grade, and he's already thinking of her like this. Silly boy, she says softly, taking the watermelon, but her voice is many times gentler than usual. She lowers her head, hiding the emotional flicker in her eyes. Peaceful years like these quickly pass until the Lantern Festival.
The scent of firecrackers still lingers in the air of Kun City. Right now, I'm wearing an apron and keeping busy in the kitchen. The pressure cooker is hissing. The rich aroma of meat drifts through the door gap, instantly filling the entire living room. Soon after, I come out carrying a long platter, the final dish, abundance every year.
This is a Dongxing grouper weighing over a kilogram. The fish body is carved in a floral pattern, drizzled with sizzling scallion oil and soy sauce. Steam rises in thick clouds. Gu Qingqing is already at the table with chopsticks in hand. Quick, quick. I've been smelling this for half an hour. My drool is about to flood the whole rug. Bai Ningbing sits at the head of the table. She picks up the first piece of fish and puts it directly into my bowl. Eat. You should eat more too. The second semester of 10th grade is about to start. Academic pressure will be higher. I nod obediently. I scoop a mouthful of rice. The food on the table is fragrant. The atmosphere is incredibly harmonious. However, at this very moment, Bai Ningbing's phone, which was lying face down on the table, suddenly vibrates. It's not a regular message tone, but a special notification that vibrates 3 times in a row. Bai Ningbing's eyebrows immediately furrow. She picks up the phone to check. It's an official notification from Icon No. 2 High School. After seeing the content clearly, her face instantly darkens. At this time, Gu Qingqing is gnawing on a rib. Noticing Bai Ningbing's unusual reaction, she asks with her mouth full, "What is it? Did the company's stock price drop? Or is that old lady from the Gu family causing trouble again?" Bai Ningbing says nothing. She slides the phone to the middle of the table. The content on the screen is extremely jarring. Icon No. 2 High School. Boarding is mandatory for all 10th grade students. A fully closed, militarized management style will be implemented. Unless there are special circumstances, no off-campus living is allowed. The rib in Gu Qingqing's mouth drops into her bowl with a thud. Her eyes widen and she suddenly jumps up. No way. All those sweet and sour ribs. And the braised fish, the nutritious soups too. Am I not going to be able to eat any of them anymore? This is truly inhumane. I'm going on a hunger strike to protest. In her eyes, not being able to eat delicious food is practically the apocalypse. Lu Rian also frowns. Her eyes are full of worry. Is food really the point here? The point is the living conditions. She shudders. She pulls my hand. I heard the boys' dorms have 8 people to a room. The smell of smelly feet and sweat all mixed together. Little brother, you're so clean. You'll probably go crazy in there. I say nothing. I just lower my head to look at the fish in my bowl. My face is completely emotionless. Bai Ningbing taps her fingers twice on the table. Since it's a decision by the school board, then there's still room for negotiation. I'll make a phone call later and request the school to set aside a single room in the faculty apartments. She turns her head to look out the window. Her gaze is directed toward the school. Or, I'll buy an apartment in the complex across from the school. Think of it as living together to support your studies. Sister Ningbing is truly so domineering. Gu Qingqing is instantly excited. That's exactly the Bai style. I want to live there too. I'll apply to be the dorm mother. While the 3 sisters are planning everything for me, I put my chopsticks down. I look up to meet their surprised gazes. I won't stay in a single room. I want to stay in the general dormitory. What is the reason? Bai Ningbing stares at me, asking each word clearly. Dorm conditions are very poor. Loud noise will affect your rest. Although your health is much better now, your stomach still needs careful attention. Can your stomach handle the mass-produced cafeteria food? I want to give it a try. I look at her calmly. My voice isn't loud, but it's firm. Nuna, I am already 16 and a half, back at the orphanage. I grew up sleeping in shared beds too. I'm not afraid of noise or dirt. Speaking of this, a glimmer passes through my eyes that they cannot comprehend. I want to experience a normal collective life. I also want to know if I leave this villa, and leave the protection of all of you, whether I can live well on my own. The dining room falls silent once more. Bai Ningbing stares intently at me, as if trying to see through my soul. The little beggar child who once leaned against her car wheel, that child who once cried to go home in the pouring rain, is now sitting opposite her with a straight back, eyes full of stubbornness. Are you trying to push her away? Are you trying to cut the kite string? And nameless frustration and panic surge within her. Whatever, Bai Ningbing says, suddenly standing up. The chair is shoved back half a meter. If you want to go suffer, then just go. Don't come crying to me on the phone when your stomach starts hurting. With that, she turns and leaves without a backward glance. The sound of her heels pounding on the stairs sounds both hurried and heavy, as if she wants to crush every single step. Gu Qingqing and Liu Ruyan look at each other. Their eyes are wide with shock. This is the first time Bai Ningbing has ever been so furious with me, and I, for the first time, directly rejected her arrangements like that. Late at night, the moonlight is as clear as water.
The main bedroom door silently opens a tiny crack. Bai Ningbing is wearing her bathrobe. She steps out quietly in bare feet. She doesn't turn on the light. Relying on memory, she walks to the second bedroom door. Her cold hand grips the doorknob. With just a slight turn, she could push the door open and enter.
But her hand remains still for 2.5 minutes. Finally, she pulls her hand back. He's grown up now. Bai Ningbing leans against the wall, a self-mocking smile on her lips. He's grown up, so he doesn't listen anymore. He's grown up, so he wants to fly away. From the pocket of her bathrobe, she takes out a small white medicine box. It's imported stomach medicine. She used to take this kind. It had the best effect, with few side effects. She bends down and gently places it on the rug in front of the door. Only then does she notice a slip of paper under the door gap. Her heart pounds. Did he already anticipate she would come? She reaches down to pull out the neatly folded paper. Under the moonlight, she unfolds it. Written clearly in large letters are the words, Daily Care Guide for Nuna, Boarding School Edition. Bai Ningbing's heart skips a beat. She continues reading. Rule 1. I swapped the coffee beans for a low-caffeine blend. It's in the second cabinet on the left. Remember to brew it at 85 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, drinking it will likely trigger your acid reflux. Rule 2. Uncle Jang often forgets to skim the fat off the soup. I left oil-absorbent sheets in plain sight on the counter. Please remind him to use them before you drink it. Otherwise, you'll feel nauseous. The page is covered in writing, filling up the entire sheet. Every bit of it is a reminder meant for her, until the final line where the ink is noticeably darker. Nuna, I'm only going for 5 days. I'll be home by Friday evening. Don't skip your meals, and please don't be mad at me. Bai Ningbing grips the thin paper, her fingertips trembling. In her mind, she sees the image of me with a furrowed brow, diligent writing every word under the desk lamp. This isn't just a guide. This is clearly a leave of absence request that one simply cannot refuse. She exhales deeply, pressing the paper against her chest. Her eyes feel slightly warm. She suddenly feels that this half-month winter break was far too short. She hasn't eaten enough of the meals I cooked. She hasn't heard me call her Nuna enough times yet. How is school about to start already? If only time could have stopped at that moment, stopped while I was still in the kitchen preparing the fish, and she was sitting in the living room reviewing documents that afternoon. How wonderful that would have been. Time flew, and it was soon the first day of school. It isn't even 7 a.m. yet. I couldn't. The gate of high school number 2 is already packed without a single gap. In the long line of luxury cars, a Maybach has managed to squeeze into a small space. The car window rolls down, revealing Bai Ningbing wearing sunglasses. With a cold expression, she's giving orders over the phone. Secretary Jang postponed this morning's meeting. The merger contract. No need to bring it here. I'm driving. I am sitting in the passenger seat. Holding a potted pothos plant in my lap, I cast a helpless glance. Suitcases are piled high in the rearview mirror. Nuna, it's only 5 days. There's no need to bring so much stuff. I haven't even finished my sentence. Shut it, Bai Ningbing says, her face darkening. She suddenly slams on the brakes right in front of the school gate. Gu Qingqing is wearing a bright pink tracksuit, with her baseball cap on backward, possessing great strength. She pulls a waist-high woven plastic bag out of the car, striped with red, blue, and white. The parents around us, pushing their exquisite suitcases, instantly stare in a daze. Gu Qingqing doesn't care at all. She heaves the bag onto her shoulder. Make way! Everyone, move aside! The snack packaging inside rustles loudly. She lists them off as she walks. Beef jerky, pork jerky, assorted nuts, even 5-spice milk. Little brother, if you're hungry at night, don't go to the convenience store. Everything there is full of preservatives. Eat this instead. My ears flush deep red. I step forward, wanting to take the bag from Gu Qingqing's shoulder. Sister Qingqing, it's too heavy. Let me, Gu Qingqing says, swatting my hand away. She rolls her eyes. What do you mean heavy? I've been training for this. Your hands are for holding pens. Don't get any red marks on them. On the other side, Liu Ruyan, in 8-centimeter heels, is leisurely pushing 2 silver suitcases toward us. Her makeup is light and delicate. Wearing a Chanel outfit in this place reeks of school uniforms. She looks completely out of place. The facial cleanser is on the left. In that bag right there. I had it specially made for your combination skin. Liu Ruyan points at the suitcase. Then she adds, and those silk pillowcases. The school-issue ones are too coarse. To protect your face, remember to swap them out. The students and parents around us are all stunned. 3 top-tier beauties, surrounding a tall teenager in a school uniform. Like me. Anyone seeing this scene would be dazed. It's as if some A-list star has arrived here to film a reality show. Thus, the 3 great beauties surround me,
formidably marching into dormitory room 520. As soon as the door is pushed open, a wave of musty air, mixed with the smell of sweaty feet, hits our noses. A few roommates who arrived earlier are shirtless, making their beds. Seeing this scene, they're so scared they hastily grab ragged blankets to cover their chests. Good Lord, which family's young master has descended to earth?
Bai Ningbing stands at the door. Her eyebrows are tightly knit. She raises her hand to cover her nose. Her gaze sweeps over the iron bed with peeling paint, the yellowed walls. Her voice is icy. In a place like this, I, however, act completely natural. Place the potted pothos out on the balcony. I roll up my sleeves and start climbing onto the top bunk to wipe away dust. My movements are swift, with no hint of a pampered young master. The other two sisters aren't idle either. Liu Ruyan directs Gu Qingqing to stuff the pile of snacks into the locker. Then they lay out sets of expensive toiletries on the sink. Little brother, if anyone bullies you. Gu Qingqing shoots a fierce glare toward the three roommates who are shaking like leaves. Just tell me. I'll come and teach them how to be decent humans. The three roommates shake their heads rapidly in fear. The cleaning is mostly done. The assembly whistle sounds from downstairs. I wipe my hands and go to urge them to head back. Nuna, the company has a lot of work. Please go back. Bai Ningbing doesn't move. She just stands silently, looking at me. Her eyes are full of complexity. It's clearly the same face, but she feels that something has changed. After a long silence, she finally asks, "The cafeteria food isn't clean. Don't eat it. Did you bring your stomach medicine?" I pat my pocket. I have it. You all should go back. I smile. I wave at them. Then I turn and run toward the stadium. My silhouette quickly merges into the sea of blue and white uniforms out there. Bai Ningbing stands there in a daze until my figure is no longer visible. As she leaves the school gate, she encounters the homeroom teacher. He is momentarily taken aback. Then he quickly steps forward to greet her warmly. "CEO Bai, what wind blew you here today?" Bai Ningbing takes off her sunglasses. Her voice is cold, without a hint of warmth. "Teacher Li, I heard the school cafeteria is outsourced." Teacher Li's forehead begins to bead with sweat. "Yes, it is indeed outsourced. But regarding hygiene, we always..." "And not here to read reports." Bai Ningbing cuts him off. "My brother has a weak stomach. If he has a stomachache even once from school food during these 5 days, even if it's just a mild one. I assume you're familiar with the Bai Group's legal department's phone number." With that, Bai Ningbing turns and gets into the car. The car door shuts with a heavy thud. The Maybach speeds off. The interior of the car is terrifyingly quiet. Gu Qingqing, who is usually so chatty, now pulls her hat brim down low. Heaven knows what she's thinking. Liu Ruyan looks out the window and sighs softly. Suddenly, the car feels a bit empty. Returning to the villa, a familiar, unsettling feeling instantly envelops her entire body. There's no longer the rich aroma of cooking, no more rhythmic sound of vegetables being chopped, and especially not the gentle call, "Nuna, wash your hands and come eat." Even the Samoyed only dares to sniff at the slippers I usually wear at home. She dejectedly slumps over the dining table. It's empty, except for a half-finished glass of cold milk. Gu Qingqing irritably pulls out her phone to order fast food, swipes a few times, then tosses it aside. I don't even know what this junk is. Liu Ruyan opens the refrigerator. Inside, it's packed with the wontons I wrapped, plump little dumplings arranged in perfect rows. But she takes out a box and then silently puts it back. Forget it. I can't bring myself to eat them. Those are the midnight snacks our brother left for Bing Bing. Bai Ningbing doesn't say a word. She walks straight to the dining table and pulls out the chair I usually sit in. At the corner of the table, a yellow sticky note stands out. "Remember to drink plenty of water, Nuna. I've already put some dendrobium in your glass." Next to it is a drawing of an ugly but cute smiley face. Bai Ningbing's fingers gently stroke that smiley face. Her fingertips cannot help but tremble. It feels like a large hole has been torn in her chest, with cold wind whistling through it. This doesn't feel like 5 days. This clearly feels like 5 centuries. With a snap, Bai Ningbing tears off the sticky note and sticks it onto the back of her phone. She makes a phone call. Her gaze instantly regains its hardness and coldness. "Issue a notice to the finance department. I want to donate a cafeteria to Aikun High School number 2. There is only one requirement." Bai Ningbing's voice is cold and resolute. "Hire the 3-star chef team from Qilin to take over, exclusively serving the 10th grade block. And another thing, those bedboards are too hard. Place all the beds in the 10th grade boys' dormitory. In the blink of an eye, it's Tuesday noon and the bell rings. I merge into the thousands of blue and white uniforms, streaming toward the cafeteria. In the air, the smell of sweat mingles with the greasy smoke from giant woks.
pungent yet familiar. I pull my uniform zipper all the way up, only to hide myself. There's no other way to gain these 5 days of independent living. I had to sign an unequal treaty with my family. If anything else happens, then this wish list will definitely be canceled immediately. The chubby guy in front was complaining to the person next to him. Have you heard? All the bed boards for our grade have been replaced. The cafeteria even brought in a Michelin team. I heard a benefactor on the board of directors donated it. Hearing that, my heart skipped a beat.
I lowered my head to look at my toes without saying a word. Right then, a hand suddenly reached out from behind. Without warning, it pinched the back of my neck. My whole body immediately froze. Gotcha! A female voice full of laughter rang in my ear. Gu Qingqing was wearing oversized sunglasses that covered half her face, wearing a dazzling silver-pink tracksuit, with a lollipop in her mouth. She didn't hold back her shout at all. The boys around us all turned their heads at once. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Holy crap! Who is this? Doesn't she look like that famous online coach who was a Sanda champion? Gu Qingqing didn't care about those stares at all. She pulled down her sunglasses. Those alluring eyes raised a brow at me. Xiaqiang, is the cafeteria food any good? Do you want your big sis to give you a little extra nourishment? I sighed helplessly. Sister Qingqing, how did you get in here? I just walked in, obviously. Gu Qingqing pointed toward the iron fence of the stadium nearby. The security guard even asked for my autograph. After saying that, she snatched the food tray from my hand and shoved it into the arms of the chubby guy next to us. Hey, student, have this chicken leg on me. This is my little brother, and taking him now. Before I could even react, Gu Qingqing grabbed my arm and dragged me outside, while urging me to hurry up. Your family is waiting in the car. She said she's afraid the food will get cold, so not a single minute can be wasted. I was dragged along, stumbling, under the constant stares of teachers and students all the way. I was pulled to the side of the stadium. The familiar black Maybach was parked there. Gu Qingqing opened the back door and pushed me inside. I brought him. I'll go keep watch. With a thud, the car door closed again. The car immediately fell silent, save for the hum of the air conditioner and a fresh scent of cedarwood. Bai Ningbing was sitting on the other side, hearing the noise. She folded her laptop shut. She turned her head. Her gaze swept over my face. Her brows furrowed tightly. You've gotten thinner. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's only been 2 days, and the cafeteria food is actually quite good, really. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She reached out and pressed a button. An elegant small table slowly rose up. On top was a 4-tier black lacquer box. It looked just like the imperial meals in a palace. She opened each tier. Glossy, bright red sweet and sour ribs, light stir-fried shrimp as clear as jade, and even a steaming hot pepper chicken soup. The aroma made my stomach tighten. Mother Zhang woke up early to stew this. Bai Ningbing held the chopsticks out to me. Her tone brooked no refusal. Eat it all. If there is even one bite left, you are coming home with me. I took the chopsticks and picked up a rib. As soon as it entered my mouth, it was sweet, sour, and tender. It truly was the taste of home. I lowered my head and shoveled the rice. She just sat there quietly watching me, occasionally pulling out a tissue to help wipe the sauce from the corner of my mouth. Is the bedboard hard? Does any roommate snore? Does anyone have smelly feet? Everything is fine. Everyone is very clean. I lied. Actually, that chubby guy ground his teeth so loudly last night. I couldn't sleep well at all, but I still didn't dare say it. I was afraid that if I said, this car would immediately turn around the next second and drive straight back to Icon Villa. The amount of food was truly massive. I chatted while eating. This meal lasted for 35 minutes, until all 4 tiers of the lunchbox were empty. Only then did Bai Ningbing's tightly knit brows relax slightly. She pointed to the elegant paper bag already packed next to her. Take these remaining fruits and pastries back to share with your roommates. I carried the heavy bag out of the car, just as I was about to leave. Wait! Bai Ningbing's voice suddenly rang out again. She rolled down the car window and pulled from her handbag a stack of brand new bright red bills. It looked like there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Take it. She didn't wait for a reply before opening the car door and decisively stuffed the money into my school uniform pocket. I hurriedly refused. Sister, I have money. My meal card has 500 yuan on it. That's for meals. And this is pocket money. Bai Ningbing simply didn't listen. Her hand pressed against my pocket through the thin fabric of the uniform. The warmth from her palm made my thigh go numb with heat. Don't be too thrifty. Her eyes were gentle, but her tone was unquestionable. If you want to eat something, then just buy it.
if you are bullied or feel wrong,
Bai Ningbing said as she reached out to pat my head. But seeing the crowds around, she restrained herself and just whispered, "Then just come home. I am always here." Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing, who was just bragging to the security guard, saw me get out and trotted back, preparing to get in the car. "Little brother, see you on Friday. Remember to miss me." I stood by the stadium watching the car fade into the distance. Putting my hand into my pocket, that stack of bills seemed to still carry the warmth of Bai Ningbing's body. Amidst the chilly spring breeze, it made my heart tremble with warmth. Back at the dormitory, my 3 roommates were surrounding the paper bag I brought back. Everyone's eyes were shining. Crap, is this really for us? The chubby guy held a piece of Napoleon cake, eating until cream was smeared all over his mouth. "This is a Black Swan limited edition. One piece of this costs half a month of my living expenses." The guy with glasses picked up a whole box of cherries and wolfed them down. "Brother Chang, Lord Shah, from now on, you are my real brother." The chubby guy swallowed the cake and leaned in with a flattering look. "Brother. Who was the person driving that Maybach just now? That aura made my legs go weak even from 800 meters away." I hung my backpack at the head of the bed and took out my textbook. My sister. The chubby guy's eyes immediately widened. "A real sister? Does our sister need another little brother? The kind who can carry bags and warm the bed. If not, even being a doorman is fine." I laughed and scolded him, tossing an exercise book into his lap. "Get lost. Wipe your mouth after eating. Don't get cream all over my bed." I turned to look toward the spot where the car was parked, feeling the stack of bills in my pocket. I couldn't help but smile. 5 days, yet only 2.5 have passed. Why does it suddenly feel like
time is moving a bit slowly?
Early Thursday morning, beside the small woods near the library, faint sounds of reading in the light drizzle, while I sat on a bench, holding an English textbook, back straight, reading intently. Little did I know, behind an old locust tree, a figure was holding up a phone, taking photos of me repeatedly. Right then, 4 senior sisters from 11th grade gathered around, practically pressing their faces into my book. One with a ponytail even leaned forward. The tips of her hair almost touched my shoulder. "Junior, is the ending of this word supposed to be curled?" I instinctively leaned back a little, avoiding those locks of hair. My voice was expressionless. "No need to curl the tongue. This is American pronunciation." "Oh, I didn't hear it clearly. Can you read it again for me?" The girls still wouldn't let it go, and leaned even closer. And the one hiding behind that old tree was Liu Ruyan. She pushed up the glasses on her nose, raised her phone, zoomed in the lens, click. This intimate moment was captured. Pressed send. She set the photo to a contact save as Her Majesty. It was Bai Ningbing, along with a message. "Is this the clothes management you talked about? It looks more like the silk cave to me." Bai Ningbing was in a morning meeting. After seeing the message, the fingertips holding her phone turned white from the grip. She quickly typed a few words. "Take him away. Immediately." I had just squeezed past those 4 seniors, preparing to stand up and head to class. But as I walked past the old locust tree, my backpack was suddenly grabbed by a hand, pulling me deep into the woods. My heart jumped. Before I could resist, I was pressed down onto a stone bench. I was stunned. It turned out to be Sister Ruyan. To fit today's gentle intern persona, she was wearing non-prescription black-rimmed glasses. The buttons on her white shirt were fastened, all the way up to the top. She even wore an ID badge from who knows where. She then casually removed the glasses and clipped them to her collar. The look of an intellectual teacher vanished instantly, transforming back into the alluring eldest daughter of the Liu family. "Sister Ruyan," I lowered my voice, looking around. "How did you get in here?" "I just walked in, obviously." Liu Ruyan placed the insulated container in her hand onto the stone table and opened the lid. Inside was a container full of peeled pomegranate seeds, red, juicy, and crystal clear. "Open up." Liu Ruyan scooped a spoonful and held it to my mouth. Helplessly, I could only open my mouth and eat it. The sweet juice exploded in my mouth. "Is it good?" Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes. Her gaze swept over my collar. "Are those senior sisters sweeter, or is the pomegranate sweeter?" I almost choked on the pomegranate seeds. They were just asking about a vocabulary word. Liu Ruyan gave a cold snort, reaching out to grab my uniform collar. "Asking vocabulary requires standing that close, requires using her hair to tickle you." Her slender fingers lifted my top button and decisively fastened it tight. Forgot the 3rd rule of the man's code. No disheveled clothing when outside. The collar suddenly tightened, constricting the skin right below my Adam's apple. Discipline arrived immediately.
Liu Ruyan then patted my chest with satisfaction. This looks much better. I stood still and let her adjust me. My gaze accidentally drifted down, and noticed her 7-centimeter stilettos. The cobblestone path had scraped her heel. A red mark the size of a coin was even oozing blood. I frowned. Without a word, I placed the book on the stone table and suddenly squatted down. Liu Ruyan was startled, instinctively pulling her foot back. "What are you doing?" "Don't move." I held her ankle with one hand and pulled a bandage from my pocket. Leaning down, I focused intently on applying it for her, carefully smoothing down the edges. "Don't wear these here next time." I let go and looked up. My eyes were clear without a hint of distraction. The school roads are hard to walk on. You don't need to struggle like this to visit me. I'll be back on Friday. Liu Ruyan opened her mouth to say something, but her throat suddenly tightened. The usual flirtatious remarks. She couldn't remember a single one now. The heart in her chest pounded relentlessly. She was so moved it actually frightened her. "What are you two doing over there?" A gruff voice suddenly rang out. Director Lee, with his signature Mediterranean hairstyle, stormed out from behind the bushes. As soon as he saw us, his eyes nearly popped out. A boy in uniform crouching on the ground, and in front of him was a neatly dressed but incredibly attractive woman. This posture looked suspicious no matter how you sliced it. In broad daylight. What a disgrace. Director Lee tucked his thermos under his arm, pointing at my nose. "Which class are you in? Call your parents here. Daring to come to the woods with an outsider." Liu Ruyan's expression changed, instinctively intending to shield me. But I stood up first, brushing the dust off my knees, casually pulling Liu Ruyan half a step behind me, directly facing the director who currently spraying saliva everywhere. My expression was excessively calm. I adjusted the collar Liu Ruyan had just fastened and gave a slight bow. My voice was neither arrogant nor humble. It even carried a hint of natural confidence. "Hello, Director Lee. This is my elder sister." In the blink of an eye, the school sports day arrived. I was now an athlete, speeding on the red synthetic track. In the stands, waves of cheering erupted like an ocean tide. Sha Chang. Sha Chang. Male God, keep it up. Go for it. It was now the final lap of the men's 3,000-meter race. I gritted my teeth tightly. My lungs felt as if they were stuffed with burning sand. Every breath tasted strongly of blood. I didn't care to look at the opponents I'd left half a lap behind. Through vision blurred by sweat, I only stared at the finish line where 3 figures stood. I saw Gu Qingqing, wearing a white t-shirt printed with "Sha Chang is the handsomest." The cheering stick in her hand swung so fast it left an afterimage. Liu Ruyan was also wearing a similar shirt, except she had tied the hem into a knot, revealing her slim porcelain waist. On her face, she even had cheering stickers commonly used at concerts. And Bai Ningbing stood in the middle, not wearing her usual do not disturb office suit, nor wearing that embarrassing cheering shirt. She was just in a simple windbreaker, clutching an unopened bottle of mineral water. She stood half a step past the warning line. Eyes that usually only looked at contracts were now locked firmly onto my figure. Faster, faster. Only 100 or 200 meters left. Gu Qingqing was so anxious she stomped her feet, cheering sticks swinging wildly in her hands. Those kids are about to catch up. Sha Chang, charge for Big Sis. Hearing that, I could only manage a bitter smile internally. The people behind were a good 50 meters away. But I still took a breath and gave it my all. Body like an arrow from a bow, I exploded toward the finish, wind howling past my ears. The red finish line was right before my eyes. The moment I crossed the line, inertia pushed me forward several more meters. My stomach churned. Legs felt jelly-like as if they had no bones. I stumbled. Before I could even steady myself, I was firmly grabbed by the arm of great force.